American reviewers of The Quiet American could hardly believe the malice toward the United States that controls the novel Christian Century, August 1, 1956. Its two principal characters are so fantastic that one is half inclined to suspect that the whole thing, 418, has been devised as an elaborate leg-pulling New York Herald Tribune, March 11, 1956. It is hard to know whether the author is presenting a thesis or a burlesque Christian Science Monitor, March 22, 1956. But just a couple of years later the ugly American came along to prove that Eisenhower, Kennedy, and millions of their compatriots took the ragtime kid seriously and gloried in the leprous innocence Green had not burlesqued but dissected. And of course it was hardly a decade later that Indochina was very nearly swamped by piles who streamed in by the hundreds of thousands. Only a novelist of genius could have caught so perceptibly the inner meaning of their coming while they were still far beyond the horizon. Graham Greene was also brilliantly prophetic in a piece he wrote for the New Republic the year his novel came out. He pictured Ngo Dinh Diem sitting in Norodom Palace in Saigon, with his blank brown gaze, incorruptible, obstinate, ill-advised, going to his weekly confession, bolstered up by his belief that God is always on the Catholic side, waiting for a miracle. The name I would write under his portrait is The Patriot Ruined by the West, Thirty 12. Lansdale could claim a heaping helping of the collective credit for the ill advice and for the ruins. 2. Once, all sorts of people rushed to claim credit for the biggest little man in Asia, as the Reader's Digest called him, February 1956. A Worcester-like professor named Wesley Fishel said he had discovered Diem in 1950 during a Far Eastern intelligence assignment. The young political scientist arranged to have the Viet Patriot visit the United States, later came out to train his police and proffer advice as head of the Michigan State University team of nation builders, and became a pioneer in glorifying his democratic one-man rule, as Fishel called it in a New Leader article. The peoples of Southeast Asia are not, generally speaking, sufficiently sophisticated to understand what we mean by democracy and how they can exercise and protect their own political rights. XLII, 1013. Early supporters of Fishel's find included such powerful figures as Francis Cardinal Spellman, Senators Mike Mansfield and John F. Kennedy, Supreme Court Justice William O. Douglas, Leo Chern, and Joseph Buttinger of the International Rescue Committee, and the claque of publicists. 419. And political philanthropists who lobbied and propagandized as the American Friends of Vietnam. They made Diem known in Washington ruling circles. In the spring of 1954, they may very well have played a major part, though the exact nature of their role remains unclear, in moving Emperor Bao Dai to name their man his new premier, GPP, I. 296. Yet in the 1950s South Vietnam was primarily a CIA operation, St. P. 196, CW, P. 17678. Just as that truncated country was essentially a creation of the United States, so was Diem essentially a creation of the company, whatever his support in other quarters. Once the principal CIA man on the scene persuaded himself and succeeded in convincing his boss that Diem was the shadow leader they sought, Allen Dulles shifted the weight of the CIA behind their choice and brought along his brother at state, Admiral Radford, and the Joint Chiefs, and the rest of the Eisenhower administration. Lansdale did not invent Diem, as has been suggested with pardonable exaggeration, but surely handpicked him as the Indochinese Mag Sese, his second American viceroy in Asian Vietnamese, My Diem, the American Diem, as the new premier's enemies charged. In his headlong rush to duplicate exploits, however, Lansdale paid no heed to an essential difference between his viceroys. Diem's record suggested he would be a less amenable Friday than Mag Sese. In his memoir Lansdale maintained he had never even seen Diem before the new premier sped by him in a limousine after his arrival at Tan Son En Hut on June 25, 1954. He thought Diem should have come into the city slowly to make an impression on the people lining the streets and wondered what further errors of judgment Diem's advisors might be making. Then the thought occurred to me that perhaps he needed help, since he had been away from Vietnam and the Vietnamese people for years. IMW, p. 157. Plainly a welcome wagon full of help was on its way, for the secret proconsul had been in Vietnam for some 20 days by then and was fully prepared to brief the Asian statesman on what had happened during his years of self-imposed exile. Lansdale promptly tracked Diem down in his palace and, with the help of an interpreter, modestly presented him with a plan of overall governmental action. As he put it in his 1955 report, it called for fast constructive action and dynamic leadership, GPP, I. 576. Though his plan for eliminating Diem's political rivals was not put into immediate effect, it laid the foundation on which he built their fabulous relationship. To enter into another's soul, as Kim was trained to do, was the secret agent's specialty. But the man he described as looking 420. Like the alert and eldest of the seven dwarfs deciding what to do about Snow White, IMW, p. 159, was a difficult target, perhaps the most ticklish mark he ever had. Diem, 190,163, came from a Mandarin family but seemingly exaggerated its status by simply fabricating high lineage for himself, FF, p. 107. Curiously, he was a Viet nationalist who prided himself on his family's early conversion to Roman Catholicism. In his youth he had had some experience in public administration. In 1933 he was appointed Minister of the Interior at Bao Dai's imperial court in Hue but resigned after a few months in protest against French heavy-handedness. His political retirement, or retreat as they say in the church, began then and extended over the next 2 decades, through World War II, political upheavals, revolution, GPP, I. 296. Committed nationalist or aloof monk, Confucianist Catholic or Catholic Confucianist, shy or arrogant, shrewd or paranoid, Diem slipped out of the categories Westerners tried to clamp on him. A man of contrasts, uncharacteristically faltered time in its appreciative profile, chastity and stuffed cabbage. His eyes peer out distantly from beneath heavy lids. He is a lonely man, unused to self-expression, who lets others bring up the subject and then blurts, interminably and at random, not always expressively. Monkeyish and inward-looking. He long ago pledged himself to chastity. He is so uncomfortable around women that he has none on his personal staff, and he once put a sign outside his office, "Women forbidden." Yet Diem is also indulgent and demonstrative, downs huge breakfasts of such dishes as stuffed cabbage. He may erupt into sudden violence. Considering someone he dislikes, he will sometimes spit across the room and snarl, "Dirty type." LXV, April 4, 1955, 23. Later, in a detailed description designed for use by his superiors, Lansdale was more reassuring about his short, 5 feet 4 inches, understudy. Diem's feet seem barely to reach the floor when he is seated. However, he is not defensive about his short stature and is at ease around tall Americans. He has a very positive approach to Westerners, not the least bit concerned about differences such as Asian Caucasian backgrounds. When the Vice President Johnson sees him, he will find him as interested in cattle as any Texan and as interested in freedom as Sam Houston. Dodd, 11:36. These Lone Star analogies revealed more about the company cowboy than they did about the compact premier. For Lansdale to enter into another's soul was not necessarily for him to grasp what lay hidden there, for by no stretch of the imagina. 421. Could Diem be sensibly viewed as a sort of Annamese cowpoke*? Lansdale understood and naturally applauded Diem's fierce anti-communism, his elitist abhorrence of revolution from the bottom up, his authoritarianism, and his unwillingness to tolerate real difference. He accommodated his personal life to the Puritanism of the premier's strain of Catholicism, his traditionalism, and his family centralism that became nepotism. Even the vacuities of personalism, Diem's personal philosophy that was an amalgam of papal encyclicals, Marxism, and Confucianism, struck responsive chords in his own sonorous sermons on Paul of Tarsus and Tom Paine, though he did urge the premier toward broader ideological formulations, GPP, I, 3001. But the secret agent never understood that differences between Asian and Caucasian backgrounds did vitally concern the premier, who saw himself as a man of destiny in the struggle between the East and the West. Lansdale never grasped, in short, that DM's destiny diverged and ran counter, at critical points, to the American manifest destiny the agent was tirelessly trying to foist off upon the world. One pictures Lansdale in Norodom Palace or Independence Palace, as it was renamed, playing cowboys and Indians with the new children, sharing breakfasts of stuffed cabbage, and joining the entire family for supper. Afterward the talk was no doubt of freedom, with DM holding forth on that favorite topic into the wee hours and with the secret agent in rapt attention, eyes fixed on his mark, bravely trying to keep up with his flow of revelations about the inscrutable Orient, and vainly attempting now and then to interject a few words about the necessity for fast constructive action and dynamic leadership. Such sessions required endurance and courage of sorts, for DM knew little English and preferred to speak French to Westerners, while Lansdale not only knew no Vietnamese but little or no French and next to nothing about Indochina's history and cultures. But DM was the key to his whole operation, so he wormed his way through these obstacles into the bosom of the NGO family and participated intimately in what he liked to call the 195,455 birth of their nation, Dodd, 1133. It was a sensational performance. To be sure, Lansdale brought more than his virtuosity to their relationship. The 900,000 refugees his team helped speed to the South provided DM with a Catholic constituency, virtually his only constituency, within the predominantly Buddhist population. When General Nguyen Van Hinh, DM's ambitious army chief of staff, threatened a coup in the fall of 1954, Lansdale bluntly told him that U.S. support most probably would stop in such an event. To keep it from happening, at a critical point he inveigled two of the general's key aides to come along on a junket to Manila to see some of the inner workings of the fight against the Filipino Communists, GPP, I, 578, 580. Concurrently he helped DM launch a policy designed to divide and conquer the armed sects, the Cao Dai syncretic religious movement that controlled the countryside northwest of Saigon, the Hoa Hao dissident Buddhist movement that controlled most of the Mekong Delta southwest of Saigon, and the Benshuyan secret society under Le Van, Bay, Veen, the mafia-like ruler of both the underworld and the police of Saigon: GPP, I, 29,395, 303. These were the sects the French depended upon to hold off the Viet Minh in the countryside and in Saigon itself. Along with his brothers knew, Monsignor Tuc, the Catholic Archbishop, Liu Yen, who later served as a diplomat abroad, and even Ken at a distance in Hue, Premier DM adroitly maneuvered the sects into mutual distrust and opposition. Yet his intrigues would never have moved forward had they not been lubricated by the enormous slush fund Lansdale poured into them. With his customary innocence, the agent observed in his memoir that French soreheads who had attempted to assassinate his character and then his body had also circulated convoluted fictions about my bribing Vietnamese with huge sums of money, IMW, pages 218, 224, 318. In 1955, however, he had more forthrightly reported that the United States furnished financial support for Trinh Minh, the Cao Dai Third Force terrorist responsible for the street bombings Graham Greene incorporated in his novel, GPP, I, 578. In The Two Vietnams, 1967, Bernard Fall asserted with Lansdale's denial duly footnoted that the cost $2 million and other sect leaders about $7 million, pages 24,546. These bribes enabled DM to isolate the Benshuyan. The crisis with that formidable sect came to a head in the spring of 1955. In the early morning hours of March 28 the paratrooper unit loyal to DM attacked the Saigon police headquarters. On the night of March 29 the Benshuyan struck back, dropping mortar shells on the palace grounds. According to Lansdale, DM was desperately trying to get French and US help to remove the Shi'ite police from the control of the Bin Shuyan. French and US. 423. Reactions to the problem were in the form of advice to proceed slowly, to act with caution. Events would not permit this. GPP, I, 230. At least one set of helping hands behind these incredibly tangled events was familiar. Lansdale played a double role as the company confidant of Diem and as his champion within the U.S. mission and in Washington, via CIA channels. His second role brought him into sharp conflict with the French forces under General Paul Ely and extended all the way back to Paris, where Prime Minister Edgar Faure finally insisted he be removed from Vietnam, GPP, I, 238. It also put him at odds with General J. Lawton Collins, Eisenhower's ambassador and personal military representative. Ely and Collins understandably opposed civil war in the streets of Saigon and urged conciliation upon Diem. Perhaps even less in favor of that course than the Premier, Lansdale implied that Collins had fallen for French horror stories. The French had daily fed us the latest French propaganda line: Diem was weak, Diem was bloodthirsty, the Vietnam army had low morale. Americans didn't understand the Vietnamese. All whites must encourage only selected Vietnamese loyal to the French because the remainder would turn against all whites in another night of the long knives similar to that of 1946. GPP, I, 231. Confident of his own talents as a native handler, Lansdale contemptuously dismissed the French line and assuredly did not counsel Diem to pursue cautious tactics. We may assume that with his backing, Diem rejected the urgings of the ranking French and U.S. authorities. Thereupon, Collins flew back to Washington and, with the approval of Eisenhower, on April 27 persuaded Secretary John Foster Dulles to consider a replacement for Diem, GPP, I, 233. Just at this point, with even his staunchest Washington supporters looking for a fallback Friday, Diem's chances for survival had become virtually nil. When he learned through his own channels that he was about to be dumped, Diem called his only hope to the palace on April 28, the day following Dulles's decision in Washington. Through his interpreter, Lansdale told him that it looked as though the Vietnamese still needed a leader, that Diem was still president, that the U.S. was still supporting him, GPP, I, 233. With only the support of the secret proconsul and against the advice of everybody else at the French, overt U.S. officials, and his own cabinet, Diem moved against the Bin Shuyan that very day. 424. The ensuing battles left hundreds of casualties in the streets of Saigon, and over the next 9 hours his army units drove Bavien's forces back into Colon, GPP, I, 183, 234. Immediately Lansdale cabled Washington that Diem had asserted his leadership and established control of Saigon. Dulles reversed himself and instructed the U.S. Embassy there to disregard an earlier message that had implemented his decision to dump the weak, maladroit Diem. The American mission accordingly burned his message and rallied behind the strong, dynamic Diem, FF, P107, GPP, I, 234, 303. Long live the Vice King. On his return, Collins accused Lansdale of inciting mutiny, as in a way he had, but the general accommodated himself to the fait accompli and joined the rest of the Eisenhower administration in supporting the Lansdale line that Diem was the strong shadow they had been looking for all along. The Diem is the only available leader syndrome, as the Pentagon analysts put it, was the cornerstone of U.S. policy well into the 1960s, GPP, 2, 9. On April 28, the day the battle was joined, Emperor Baudouin ordered Diem to return to France, GPP, I, 234. Diem defied the summons, broke away from his legal mandate to office, and committed his forces to the combat that by mid-May succeeded in driving the Bin Shuyan into the Rung Sat swamp east of Saigon, GPP, I, 303. Lansdale naturally encouraged this revolution from the top, for it placed Diem more firmly in his hands and hastened the day of French departure from Vietnam, FF, p. 106, CFIMW, pages 298,300. 3. Under the Geneva Accords, by July 20, 1955, the Saigon and Hanoi governments had to consult on the elections scheduled for the next year. In his memoir, Lansdale gave Diem full credit for refusing to talk with the Viet Minh and for defying the international agreements, IMW, pages 32,426. The Pentagon analysts also declared that the United States did not connive with Diem to ignore the elections, GPP, I. 245. But Secretary of State Dulles publicly expressed the administration's desire to postpone the elections as long as possible and, with his brother, surely connived through their proconsul to keep them from taking place. It was general knowledge among Joseph B. Smith's company associates at the Singapore station that they were helping Diem maneuver his way out of holding the general elections to unite the 425 country required by the final Declaration of Geneva, CW, pages 17,980. Lansdale and his superiors had no intention of submitting Diem to an election he was certain to lose. 6 years later, the secret agent was still unwilling to have the plebiscite promised at Geneva unless a clear majority can be counted upon to vote for freedom. Dodd, 11:31. Freedom was still named Ngo Din Diem. A clear majority was ensured in the scheme he devised to provide Diem's government with the semblance of a legal foundation. According to his memoir, in the fall of 1955 he told the premier that he had the rare opportunity to become father of his country, just like George Washington. When Diem followed his advice to set up a nationwide referendum limited to South Vietnam, Lansdale claimed he cautioned him to be fair and warned against stuffing of the ballot box by his brother News Front organization called the Movement for National Revolution. Cheating would be building the future on a false foundation, and this would mean that whatever he did next would be short-lived. The most that Diem might do, if he felt that custom and superstition might work against him, would be to add some subliminal insurance by the use of color in the ballots, printing his own in red, the Asian color of happiness. Bao Dai's ballots could be printed in black or blue or green. IMW, p. 333. On October 23, the date that became South Vietnam's National Day, Diem became president and father of his country by what the Pentagon analysts called a dubiously overwhelming vote, GPP, I. 246. Not content with a respectable margin, Brother New efficiently used his network of spies and ballot box stuffers to dredge up for Diem 98.2% of the 6 million votes cast in this outpouring of the people's will. Saigon, with 450,000 registered voters, showered 605,025 votes on Diem. Presumably this triumph for freedom owed something also to the Psy-war stroke of making Bao Dai's ballots green. Lansdale genteelly refrained from explaining that green signified cuckoldry and hence was repellent to superstitious natives. Seemingly the Magsaysay formula had worked to perfection. Diem's immediate enemies had been bribed into submission, crushed, or put to flight. Along with their Emperor Bao Dai, the French had been outmaneuvered and forced to withdraw. The Geneva Accords had been neatly scuttled. Venality had been bested. The voice of the people had been heard in support of freedom. The secret proconsul had created another president and 426. Given another people a national hero. At the end of 1956 Lansdale returned to Washington from assignment, Vietnam, with vivid memories, again the covered savior of a country. At least 3 sets of recollections made unforgettable vignettes. First, Lansdale remembered that one of Diem's finest moments was when the Ben Shuyan shelled Norodom Palace in March. The French colons in the Saigon bars told a story with great glee of how Diem had hidden under his bed quivering with fear. What he actually did was typically different. He went out in his nightshirt into the palace grounds where some of the guard battalion had abandoned their artillery to take cover, and drove them back to their guns with a tongue lashing while padding around the yard in a pair of old slippers. Dodd, 11:37. The imperial agent related the anecdote proudly, as though he were speaking of a spunky boy who had daringly risked catching cold. And paternal possessiveness unmistakably underlay his instruction to the diminutive premier. I told him to take care of himself and to stop running around outdoors in his pajamas. IMW, p. 262. Second, at a critical point in the fighting for Saigon: Drinnon troops tried to cross the Canal de Derivation and were caught in a trap. Damned mad, Lansdale stormed into the palace to find out why they had no artillery support. The stunned DM issued the necessary orders and asked Lansdale to stay for a talk. Seated by each other on a couch, DM chided the agent for his strong feelings over a former peasant who would have to take his chances with other military men, some of whom were better educated and more experienced. I told DM to stop this line of talk. It was leading to a point where he might say something that would make me angry all over again. New came into the room to tell them that they had been shot in the head and killed. I turned to DM and told him, "We have lost a true friend." I couldn't trust myself to say more. DM looked at my face and started crying. Great sobs racked his body. I sat down again and held him in my arms. He asked me brokenly to forgive him for the way he had talked about Drinnon a little earlier. I told him there really was nothing to forgive, but he must always remember. 427. True comrades were rare. He must never turn away from the unselfish ones who served freedom. IMW, pages 3069. And so came the fade out, with the weeping Friday cradled in the arms of his secret Robinson. Actually, the was there bought and paid for CAOD terrorist who had once perhaps been instructed in the use of plastic charges by the CIA. They had a surgical ruthlessness that greatly appealed to Lansdale and no doubt for that very reason made DM uneasy. His death was either a stroke of good luck that would have made no one in DM's entourage weep, or it was the result of a carefully laid assassination plot. The circumstances of the S death were mysterious. He was shot in the back of the head at point-blank range, with powder burns around the wound. He thus had to be shot by someone close to him in both senses of the word, a fact that has led to charges that he was killed on DM's orders. Of course, Lansdale's account would suggest the contrary, but it was surely constructed with an eye to the plausible deniability he relished. To him as well, I suggest, true friend may have become an expendable leader of the Third Force. Lansdale had admittedly regarded him as a possible alternative to DM and had involved himself deeply in commitments that could easily have become awkward. As he told his friend Robert Chapelain, "I had felt from the start that we shouldn't put all our eggs in one basket, that it was always important to look for alternatives. As a matter of fact, if worse came to worse and if the whole thing collapsed and the Benshuyan or someone else took over, I felt we ought to get ready to fight back from the hills, like guerrillas, and I had even made some preliminary surveys, with the help of the and others, about where we would withdraw to. I didn't tell all this to DM, of course. The Lost Revolution, 1965, p. 125. Had he been told, the supposedly weeping DM might have stirred uneasily in his mentor's arms and reflected bitterly on the pertinence of his observation. True comrades were rare. Third, at the height of the slaughter in the streets, Lansdale braked to a stop in front of his office. A crowd of French officers had gathered in the street. One of them held a little Vietnamese girl in his arms, her leg bleeding from a shrapnel wound, and was making an impassioned speech to the others. "Look what Lansdale has done," he said. "He makes war on children." As the crowd glowered at me, I took the girl away. 428. From him and handed her to Lieutenant Colonel George Melvin, who had come up, so that he could take her to our dispensary a few yards away for treatment. The loss of his human prop didn't deter the speaker, who continued describing my villainy. It seems that I had been directing the fighting against the Benshuyan. Had my hands dripping with the blood of innocent people, and was to blame for everything. IMW, p. 293. The passage read as though it had come straight out of the Quiet American. Like Pyle, Lansdale did not really see the bleeding little girl but a human prop in the arms of an ideological adversary. He handled her as a native prop, with all the solicitude he would have shown in handing on a sack of rice. "Let's get out of here," he said to Big Rufus Phillips and another teammate. "We have a meeting with General O'Daniel." 429. Chapter XXIX. The New Frontier. For I stand tonight facing west on what was once the last frontier. From the lands that stretch 3,000 miles behind me, the pioneers of old gave up their safety, their comfort, and sometimes their lives to build a new world here in the West. But the problems are not all solved and the battles are not all won, and we stand today on the edge of a new frontier of the 1960s, a frontier of unknown opportunities and paths, a frontier of unfulfilled hopes and threats. For the harsh facts of the matter are that we stand on this frontier at a turning point in history. John F. Kennedy, Los Angeles Coliseum, July 1960. From 1957 to 1963, according to Lansdale's memoir, he was stationed at the Pentagon, IMW, p. 377, but where in that huge symbol of empire was he stationed and to what end? In 1959 his testimonial to the dedicated Americans who were remaking Southeast Asia Incorporated in General Stilwell's seminal coin document discussed earlier, CP 365, placed him in the Office of Special Operations, a euphemism for the covert operations that drew their basic authority from a 1955 National Security Council Directive, NSC 5412/2. Lansdale was thus in the DOD office responsible for coordinating with the CIA and supplying the military muscle necessary to implement plans that came out of the subcommittee of the NSC named after its directive, Special Group 5412/2 or 5412s. On occasion, moreover, he represented the DOD on SG 5412s, but that by no means meant he had left the company for the orthodox military establishment. The Director of Central Intelligence, DCI, could count on his secret agent and on William Putnam Bundy, who came from state in the same dual role, to back his proposals and hasten them on their way to the NSC. Who Lansdale was had thus come to baffle non-natives, in those crucial early years of Vietnam, asked L. Fletcher Prouty. Did McNamara and Rusk look upon Lansdale and Bill Bundy as defense and state men under their command and control, or did they recognize them as CIA agents under the direction of the DCI? St. p. 134. What was Lansdale? One of his 1959 special operations gave him a leading role in Shadow over Angkor, a film produced by neutralist Prince Norodom Sihanouk of Cambodia. According to the secret agent, he had met this plump playboy only once and that was in 1953, nonetheless, years later, he made a movie in which he as the hero bested a villainous American spy who was a caricature of me. Evidently he loved fantasy, IMW, p. 113. The film centered on what Sihanouk called the Dap Chuan plot in which a general by that name spearheaded a CIA attempt to overthrow his government. Lansdale contended he never met nor had dealings with Dap Chuan, although I wish I had, since he was beloved by the people of Cambodia, IMW, p. 183n. Now, how could he possibly have known that? The agent's denial had only to be reversed for it to point toward pay dirt. In My War with the CIA, 1973, Sihanouk remarked on the unprecedented number of high U.S. officials who visited the Angkor temples in February 1959, just before he sent troops to arrest Dap Chuan in his villa nearby. After Admiral Harry Felt and General J. Lawton Collins passed through, next to sign the visitor's book was none other than Colonel Edward Lansdale, the renowned CIA specialist in cloak and dagger operations. It was he who had established Ngo Dinh Diem in power in Saigon, and had helped kick out the French, pages 1078. The prince also claimed that he and his parents narrowly escaped assassination 6 months later in the Lacquerbox attentat, a bomb so disguised and allegedly mailed from a U.S. military base in South Vietnam exploded in the royal palace and killed their chief of protocol when he opened the parcel. Most unfortunately, In alleged assassination plots involving foreign leaders, Senator Frank Church's Select Committee on Intelligence failed to include these claims, AAP, 1975. The Cambodian leader contended the CIA was in the forefront, except, when it suited their purposes to remain concealed, of every plot directed against my life and my country's integrity, pages 11,011. An inquiry into Sihanouk's allegations by the Senate Intelligence Committee might have revealed what role, if any, Lansdale played in those plots. 431. Nevertheless, we can be certain the prince loved fantasy less than the secret agent suggested. Sihanouk's allegations find staggering if veiled confirmation in a secret report of the U.S. Operations Coordinating Board dated February 10, 1960. Sihanouk has emerged with added power and prestige from the abortive coup plots and subsequent activities mounted against him in 1959 by ostensibly anti-communist elements. In the process, many of these elements were eliminated and the revelation of their real or fancied association with the United States and other free world countries undermined Cambodian confidence in U.S. motives and became an obstacle to the pursuit of our objectives. Moreover, Sihanouk has given further evidence of political astuteness in the domestic arena, has displayed increased alertness to communist subversion, and has shown no inclination to tolerate any challenge to his preeminence. Policy guidance, therefore, should be directed conspicuously and specifically at the problem of dealing with Sihanouk, by all odds the major single factor in Cambodia and the principal target of U.S. policy. Dodd, X. 1249, my italics. Political astuteness and increased alertness to communist subversion had made Sihanouk an even more inviting target. A year later, Lansdale tried to get him in his sights through a proposal to send a task force of journalists, some of whom would undoubtedly have company affiliation and other assignments, to Cambodia to report on policies being implemented by Sihanouk and other officials. Dodd, 11:29. But it was not until almost a decade later that a military coup and an armed intervention finally hit the number one U.S. Cambodian target. Sihanouk regarded the events leading up to the March 18, 1970, coup that deposed him as simply a revamped version of the Dap Chhuan plot of early 1959, p. 55. By then presumably no longer directly involved, Lansdale could still claim credit as a pioneer agent of his downfall, and that is to say the agent was probably well cast in shadow over Angkor. Certainly Sihanouk's response to the many Westerners who thought the film the product of an overly active imagination spoke directly to his predicament. Alas, I did not at that time possess an imagination sufficiently fertile to foresee the grotesque and fantastic schemes which the CIA was dreaming up, p. 111. In early January 1961 the recently promoted Brigadier General Lansdale, assistant to the Secretary of Defense for Special Operations, made a quick, 12-day, trip to Vietnam and returned with the disquieting news that had such an impact upon incoming. 432. President Kennedy, Dodd, 11:112. Seemingly his Magsaysay formula had all but failed. Just the preceding November an abortive coup had sent bursts of heavy machine gun fire into Diem's bedroom and made him still more suspicious of associates, including senior U.S. officials, especially Ambassador Elbridge Durbrow. News power and influence over his brother had grown. The Viet Cong, the term was invented by the Diem regime to damn the National Liberation Front, NLF, had made shocking advances in the countryside. To stop this downhill and dangerous trend, Lansdale proposed his brand of unconventional warfare, including Psy-war and the fostering of a loyal grassroots political opposition. He was critical of Diem but not too critical, for he was figuratively one of the men who had invented Diem, as David Halberstam noted, and you do not knock your own invention. More critical of Durbrow and other U.S. officials, he proposed a new team, a hardcore of experienced Americans who know and really like Asia and Asians, dedicated people who are willing to risk their lives for the ideals of freedom. And who was more experienced and more of a dedicated American than Diem's old case officer? Lansdale wanted to get back in the field as secret proconsul, wanted to play hooky again by getting back into the war. He almost made it. Roger Hilsman, Director of Intelligence and Research at the State Department, reported that Lansdale's presentation made Kennedy think about sending him to Saigon as the next ambassador, GPP, 2:26. And one Sunday morning, according to David Halberstam, the president summoned the secret agent to a special breakfast meeting in the White House, greeted him graciously, and turning toward Dean Rusk, asked, "Has the secretary here mentioned that I wanted you to be ambassador to Vietnam?" Lansdale, caught by surprise, mumbled that it was a great honor and a marvelous opportunity. He was deeply touched, and even more surprised, for it was the first he heard of the idea, and also, as it happened, the last. Had the appointment not been blocked by state and perhaps by defense, where Lansdale also had enemies, Allen Dulles would also have been touched, for it would have meant that his company had taken over the Saigon embassy, lock, stock, and barrel. There remained the task force of dedicated Americans. On April 433. 12, 1961, Walt Whitman Rostow proposed to Kennedy that they turn to gearing up the whole Vietnam operation, and for openers suggested the appointment of a full-time first-rate backstop man, or Lansdale by name, GPP, 3435. Working closely with Roswell L. Gilpatrick, Deputy Secretary of Defense, Lansdale wrote a long working paper that recommended the President establish a task force on Vietnam. In the drafting he built in a major role for himself. Fullest use should be made of the existing position of personal confidence and understanding which General Lansdale holds with President Diem and other key Vietnamese. Dodd, 11:32, GPP, 2:35. On April 27 Gilpatrick sent the task force draft to Kennedy. It called for an acceleration of coin as the primary means of blocking the communist master plan to take over all of Southeast Asia, and otherwise bore marks of the secret agent's handiwork, especially in its stress on vigor, enthusiasm, and dynamic leadership. In his covering memorandum, Gilpatrick told Kennedy that Brigadier General E.G. Lansdale, U.S. Air Force, who has been designated operations officer for the task force, will proceed to Vietnam immediately after the program receives presidential approval. Dodd, 4256. The secret agent made arrangements to be in Saigon on May 5 and had already started rounding up his old CIA teammates, including Joseph P. Reddick, his indispensable interpreter of the uninhibited communications between President Diem and myself, GPP, 2:38. Alas, this was the high point in Lansdale's Vietnam policy making. In the bureaucratic infighting that followed, his and Gilpatrick's supreme role on the task force was simply excised from the draft by George Ball, then Deputy Under-Secretary of State. State objected, successfully, to having an ambassador report to a task force chaired by the Deputy Secretary of Defense, and with a second Defense SIC official, Lansdale, as executive officer, concluded the Pentagon analysts, laboring under the illusion the secret agent was now merely an Air Force general, GPP. 4344. Thereafter, despite 4 requests from Diem, and others from Maxwell Taylor and William Bundy, that Lansdale be sent to Saigon, he did not get out there for duty again until August 1965, GPP. 2:17, 653, Dodd, 11:422. 2. Anyway, I had been shunted from Washington work on Vietnamese problems in 1961, the secret agent explained, and had 434. Been busy with other duties, IMW, p. 378. Those other duties were spelled out in the Church Committee's alleged assassination plots. As a result of the Bay of Pigs failure April 15-17, 1961, President Kennedy distrusted the CIA and believed that someone from outside the agency was required to oversee major covert action programs. Rather than appoint his brother, Robert Kennedy, to head Mongoose, as proposed by Richard Goodwin, President Kennedy gave General Edward Lansdale the task of coordinating the CIA's Mongoose operations with those of the Departments of State and Defense. Lansdale had developed a reputation in the Philippines and Vietnam for having an ability to deal with revolutionary insurgencies in less developed countries. Kennedy appointed General Taylor chairman of the Special Group Augmented SGA. Robert Kennedy played an active role in the Mongoose operation, a role unrelated to his position as Attorney General. AAP, p. 140. Lansdale's secrecy and lies and dirty tricks, supposedly so effective in handling natives in the so-called less developed countries, had come home to roost in the Oval Office. Distrusting the CIA after its abortive Cuban invasion attempt, Kennedy unwittingly appointed a senior CIA operative to oversee CIA dirty tricks against Fidel Castro, if we are to believe the Church Committee. 14 years later, furthermore, Senator Church and his colleagues still missed the right truth, at least in print, that Kennedy had appointed a superfox to oversee the foxes. John McCone and William Harvey were the principal CIA participants in Operation Mongoose. Although Richard Helms attended only 7 of the 40 Mongoose meetings, he was significantly involved. And therefore Lansdale, in charge of Operation Mongoose from November 30, 1961, until it was disbanded on October 30, 1962, had been merely an Air Force general and not a principal CIA participant. What was Lansdale? We were hysterical about Castro at the time of the Bay of Pigs and thereafter, testified Robert McNamara in 1975, AAP, pages 15,758. Like his predecessors in the 1890s, President Kennedy unhesitantly intervened in the affairs of natives living on an island so near to us, in Grover Cleveland's words, as to be hardly separated from our territory. The new frontiersmen waged a secret war to redeem the derelict province through means that included the economic embargo, acts of economic sabotage, and terroristic commando raids. The CIA directed clandestine operations from the JM Wave station in Miami that was staffed by over 300 employees and case officers, who in turn had control over several thousand Cuban agents. In addition, there were the CIA mercenaries known as paramilitaries or, mirabile dictu, cowboys. Ray Klein, then CIA Deputy Director for Intelligence, later explained how the national game of cowboys and Indians had become global. You need to understand the national consensus of the 1950s and 60s, when we believed the world was a tough place filled with actual threats of subversion by other countries. The Russians had cowboys around everywhere, and that meant we had to get ourselves a lot of cowboys if we wanted to play the game. You've got to have cowboys. The only thing is you don't let them make policy. You keep them in the ranch house when you don't have a specific project for them. Klein was quoted by 2 contributing editors to Harper's, who also reported that William, Rip, Robertson, one of the top-notch company cowboys, offered a commando $50 for a Cuban ear. When he was presented with 2, he laughed, paid the $100, and had the team over to his house for a turkey dinner. Thanksgiving for native ears was in character for Rip Robertson. As the commando described him, Rip was a patriot, an American patriot. He'd fight anything that came against democracy. He fought with the company in Korea, in Cuba, and then he went to Vietnam. He never stopped. Asterisk. Under higher authority, a circumlocution for President Kennedy, and under the Special Group Augmented, SGA, Lansdale became the ramrod of a secret outfit extending from the highest levels in Washington down to the JM Wave station in Miami and onto the paramilitary bases scattered throughout the Florida Keys and beyond. The basic objective of Operation Mongoose, as he formulated it, was to have the people themselves overthrow the Castro regime rather than U.S.-engineered efforts from outside Cuba. AAP, pages 14,048, 33,337. From outside Cuba he engineered 32 tasks in January 1962 for the participating U.S. agencies and exhorted one and all to dynamic leadership. It is our job to put the American genius to work on this project, quickly and effectively. We are in a combat situation where we have been given full command in Washington and, if the mongoose could fly, over the people themselves in Cuba. Shortly he added Task 33, which called for biological and chemical warfare against the Cuban sugar crop workers. In February he added to his basic action plan a proposal for attacks on the Qatar, including key leaders of Castro's government. This should be a special target operation. CIA defector operations are vital here. Gangster elements might provide the best recruitment potential for actions against police. G2 intelligence officials, USSR bloc technicians should be added to the list of targets. CW chemical warfare agents should be fully considered. Lansdale testified that his proposal to recruit mafiosi to attack key leaders indeed meant the targeted killings of individuals, or in the word he carefully avoided, assassinations. The SGA tabled his basic action plan, and the record, according to the Church Committee, showed that he was instructed to proceed with intelligence collection only. Under his direction, nonetheless, company cowboys were sent into Cuba, with 10 to 15 agent teams dispatched in June alone. Sabotage actions escalated as well. On August 30, 1962, for instance, the secret agent targeted for the SGA mine, refineries, and nickel plants, and proposed encouraging destruction of crops by fire, chemicals, and weeds. Hardly more than the technology had changed since Endicott and Underhill ravaged Block Island. At an SGA policy meeting on August 10, 1962, someone explicitly raised the topic of the assassination of Castro, AAP, pages 16,169, 31,923. Though several of the 16 persons present openly discussed assassination, the minutes of the meeting, kept by CIA officer Thomas Parrott, revealingly contained no reference to the discussion. Subsequently, the top officials present were afflicted with failing memories and changed stories about who said what or even if the topic had come up. Lansdale testified he b. 437. Believed that McNamara had brought it up and that he was usually very brief and terse in his remarks, and it might have been something like, "Well, look into that." Look into it the secret agent had, for 3 days later, on August 13, he directed CIA officer William Harvey to develop plans, including liquidation of leaders. Upon receipt of his memorandum, Harvey excised the offending words, took exception to making assassination a matter of official record, and called Lansdale's office to point out the inadmissibility and stupidity of putting this type of comment in writing in such a document. McNamara had blundered in calling assassination, and Lansdale had blundered still more egregiously in putting his liquidation of leaders in writing, thereby undercutting everyone's plausible deniability. Before the Church Committee, the secret agent testified that when Castro's assassination surfaced at the meeting, the SGA consensus was, "Hell no" on this, and there was a very violent reaction. Well, then, why had he gone ahead 3 days later with the assassination proposal? General Lansdale: I don't recall that thoroughly. I don't remember the reasons why I would Q. Is it your testimony that the August 10 meeting turned down assassinations as a subject to look into, and that you nevertheless asked Mr. Harvey to look into it? General Lansdale: I guess it is, yes. The way you put it to me now has me baffled about why I did it. I don't know. Lansdale's testimony, aptly observed Senator Howard H. Baker, Jr., was not a model of clarity. The secret agent also had to deny the accuracy of 2 reporters who had quoted him as saying he was ordered to develop an assassination plan by higher authority. In the Washington Star-News, he was said to have named Robert Kennedy as the intermediary who brought him his orders. Yet even in this tangle over whether the Kennedy brothers did or did not directly order the assassination of Castro, members of the Church Committee revealed they too considered that ordinary. Between 1960 and 1965, the CIA concocted at least 8 separate plots to assassinate Castro through means that included high-powered rifles, poison cigars, poison pens, poison pills, and deadly bacterial powders, AAP, P-71. In April 1962, just a few months before Lansdale's indiscreet August 13 memorandum, William Harvey sent 4 poison pills into Cuba to be administered by a Cuban asset established through Mafia Lieutenant John Rosselli of the Gambling Syndicate, AAP, pages 8385. Hence Harvey was not opposed to assassinations in principle or practice but only to any open reference to them. In charge of the CIA operation to develop executive action capability, Harvey reminded himself in notes to use this euphemism and its alternatives, last resort beyond last resort, the magic button, etc., and sternly enjoined himself, never mention word assassination, AAP, p. 183. 438. Native lives came cheap. They did not investigate the acquisition of ears and other trophies in Cuba nor, as Gary Wills has pointed out, the large-scale terrorist assassinations in the CIA's Phoenix program. The whole emphasis was on plans to kill foreign leaders. Other kinds of ambush, terrorism, and liquidation do not seem to count. Indubitably Lansdale had worked out plans for targeted killings, proposed chemical and biological warfare against the Cuban people, and sent in cowboys to blow up bridges, burn down structures, destroy crops, and cut down those hostiles unlucky enough to get in their way. And after all, he was ramrod of a secret outfit whose very name hinted that its targets were rodent-like natives. Lyndon B. Johnson exaggerated not at all when he reported learning shortly after he moved into the White House, "We had been operating a damned murder incorporated, in the Caribbean, AAP, p. 180n. The funny, relatively non-lethal side of the secret agent surfaced in one of his plans that was never implemented. Still drawing on his old hand knowledge of superstitious natives, Lansdale proposed to spook them by spreading word among Cubans of the imminent second coming of Christ and the no less imminent departure of Antichrist Castro. On a certain day there would be manifestations of his coming, and at that time, in the words of the SGA's secretary, just over the horizon there would be an American submarine which would surface off of Cuba and send up some star shells. And this would be the manifestation of the second coming, and Castro would be overthrown. Well, some wag called this operation elimination by illumination, AAP, p. 142n. Say, rather, another elimination by the children of light. 3. The Philippine Islands, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Cuba. Covered philanthropy under 3 presidents: Truman, Eisenhower, and Kennedy. And then Vietnam again, on November 2, 1963, on the very day Major General Lansdale had been retired from the Air Force, came the shock of Diem's assassination. As he explained on the last page of In the Midst of Wars, I had been shunted from Washington work on Vietnamese problems in 1961 and had been busy with other duties. The coup and murders in Saigon seemed incredible. Living his cover to the end, the agent was inexact. Despite those other duties we have just scrutinized, Lansdale, 439, had been advising the Joint Chiefs to the end of 1961 on how to go about getting Diem to play ball. Dodd, 11, 427, 12, 44,041. With the disbanding of his Mongoose program following the Cuban Missile Crisis of October 1962, he stayed on for a year as McNamara's special coin assistant, a vantage point from which he no doubt observed Diem's rapid trajectory toward the point of no return. Somewhere along the way he himself despaired of his too obstinate Friday ever learning how to play ball properly. On September 10, less than 2 months before the coup, Rufus Phillips, his longtime understudy, flew in from Saigon and brought to a meeting of the National Security Council the bad news that the strategic Hamlet program he was running had broken down and that Diem and New had lost touch with their people and with reality. In the turning around of Phillips, David Halberstam rightly remarked, a benchmark had been passed. It was a symbol of Lansdale turning as well. The people who had invented Diem were now leading the assault against him. And it was Lucien Conian, Lansdale's man who had since become a colonel, who played the major CIA role in the events leading up to the coup and the murders, AAP, pages 21,723. The senior secret agent may even have known that Konian had reported through the Saigon embassy to Washington that his old friend Duong Van Minh Big Min, the general who had long been a virtual auxiliary of the Lansdale team and the other plotters were considering, among their three alternatives, the assassinations of Diem's brothers New and Can, GPP, 2, 76,668. Given his own experience with special target operations, in any event, Lansdale could hardly have found the coup and the murders truly incredible nor have been truly shocked that Diem had been uninvented. Of course, still other patriots of sorts were waiting in the wings to be ruined by the West. By the time Lansdale finally got back to Saigon in August 1965, the whirligig of coups, demi-coups, and counter-coups had come to rest with a 10-general directorate nominally headed by Premier Nguyen Cao, who knew the secret agent by reputation as a kingmaker and who greeted him by saying, "Now that you are here, you will have no problems, because I have no intention of becoming a king." Lansdale quickly charmed his way into KY's confidence, and under his tutelage the young Air Force general shifted from expressions of admiration for Adolf Hitler's fighting spirit and iron-handed leadership expressions that matched his own actions and began to sound more like an Asian Tom Paine, dedicated to an unending quest for peace, an attack on hunger, ignorance and disease, land reform, and all the other laudable ends the secret agent helped. 440. Embed in the Declaration of Honolulu, the Great Society document issued by Johnson and KY in February 1966. But after General Nguyen Van Thi took over the reins of government, he refused to deal with Lansdale on the ground he was too close to KY. The secret agent, alias Major General Lansdale, U.S. Air Force, RET, thereupon returned to Washington in June 1968. He had backed the wrong Friday. Really none of his old magic had worked this second time around. He had come out in 1965 with a fresh team of young cold warriors, including Daniel Ellsberg, to breathe life into the moribund coin programs, but the war had already become massive, with almost 200,000 U.S. troops in the country and more to come, with General William C. Westmoreland readying his ponderous search and destroy missions, and with the ongoing Rolling Thunder bombings in the north. The Americanization of the war had produced a cancerous spread of U.S. agencies, services, missions, institutes, and programs, and had created a bureaucratic muddle that made Saigon seem Washington far east or farthest west. Aside from the CIA Phoenix program, the human hunt that Rip Robertson and some of the company cowboys came from the Caribbean to join, the rest of the war was for bombers and shellers and burners of villages, and not for grassroots cloak and dagger specialists. Under nominal cover as minister counselor to the U.S. Embassy, Lansdale had been pushed to the sidelines by Henry Cabot Lodge and limited to work on pacification, though that venerable undertaking word dated back to 1573, when Spain's Philip II ordered that it be used in place of conquest, currently was more elegantly called rural construction and development. Under whatever name, it was not possible in a countryside fast being destroyed, so the veteran agent stayed pretty much in his villa talking to cronies from the exciting first days of DM, to visiting firemen and correspondents, whom he could always fill in on the inside story of the latest disaster, and to the new generation of enthusiasts, who were enthralled by his talk of the Third Force and the mission of the West, Fay, pages 35,859, 482. It was only later that Daniel Ellsberg found the strength to shake off his fun and games addiction. Good colonialists, he wrote in Papers on the War, was what we were all trying to be. It was, and is, the wrong aspiration to have. 1972, p. 145. But for Lansdale and the vast majority of their compatriots, it was inconceivable that the American helpers had not been all that different from the French colons. After Ellsberg blew everyone's official cover by giving the secret history of Vietnam to the press, Lansdale sadly. 441. Edward G. Lansdale, 1965. Named Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge's special assistant on August 31. Lansdale was identified by the legend of this news photo as a retired Air Force officer and as a counterinsurgency expert. Appointed to head a mission seeking to revive the pacification program in South Vietnam. By permission of Wide World Photos. 442. Pronounced his erstwhile apprentice independent and brilliant but lacking in security discipline. For the secret outrider of empire, security discipline was his life, and the colonial aspiration his reason for existence. Just a few days before the NLF's Great Let Offensive in 1968, Lansdale sent a memorandum to Ambassador Ellsworth Bunker. At Let with the advent of the new year, he advised Lodge's successor. It would be useful to keep in mind that certain of the dates in the year ahead will be looked upon by most Vietnamese as inauspicious days. The dates are given below for the guidance of those who wonder at the Vietnamese reluctance to undertake new projects on such days. February 3, 12, 21. March 3, 12, 21. April 2, 11, 20. And so on into the really inauspicious days for the American mission after Let 1968. In his last days of Saigon, so to speak, the ministerial secret agent went out as he came in, still proposing astrology as the key to unlock the minds and hearts of childlike Asian natives. 443. Chapter XXX. The Problem of the West. Our fathers wrung their bread from stocks and stones and fenced their gardens with the redman's bones, embarking from the netherland of Holland, pilgrims unhouselled by Geneva's night, they planted here the serpent's seeds of light, and here the pivoting searchlights probe to shock the riotous glass houses built on rock, and candles gutter by an empty altar, and light is where the landless blood of Cain is burning, burning the unburied grain. Robert Lowell, Children of Light, 1944. In late April 1975, just a month shy of 21 years after the secret proconsul's arrival at the Tan Son Nhut airport, the United States airlifted its dedicated nation builders out of Saigon. Taking off from Tan Son Nhut and from such pickup points as Dodge City, as GIs called the annex of the Defense Attaché's office, they left behind the wreckage and craters from some 14 million tons of bombs and high explosive shells, some 5 to 6 million refugees, 1 million to 2 million dead bodies, expenditures of over $150 billion, and a countryside reminiscent of John Fiske's imaginary Wyoming moonscape, CP 232. They left the way they came, though by subtitle and text CIA analyst Frank Snepp suggested the contrary in Decent Interval, an insider's account of Saigon's indecent end, de. 1977. As in the last days of Hanoi 2 decades earlier, the party was over, not the city itself, and it had been an indecent happening from beginning to end. Just as on the way in, so on the way out the CIA by then grown to a contingent of 300 in Saigon alone frantically cast about for a serviceable man Friday to retrieve the irretrievable. Despite his close working relationships with Nguyen Van Theo and his staff, Station Chief Thomas Polgar decided this most recent figurehead had outlived his usefulness and was block. 444. Ing the possibility of negotiating with Hanoi and the National Liberation Front, NLF. Going over the head of Ambassador Graham Anderson Martin, Polgar secretly cabled Washington that Theo's days were numbered and implicitly requested authority to seek his replacement. To Polgar's despair, CIA Director William Colby vetoed his proposed coup d'état on grounds not of principle but of the adverse political fallout that could be expected at home and abroad if it ever became known the CIA was again in the business of overthrowing governments. De. Pages 132, 28,991, 31,921, 433. Waiting in the wings had been the customary cast of military statesmen, including Nguyen Caoky, whose cause had the support of Lansdale's old friend Robert Chapelin of The New Yorker, and Big Min, Duong Van Min, Theo's chief rival, the 3rd Force General who had been close to the Lansdale team and had played a leading role in the 1963 coup and the murders of Diem and Nhu. It was like old times, save for the absence of the master scene shifter himself and the company's apprehensiveness about its image as a guardian of life. In the final hours of the U.S. presence in Saigon, as Frank Snep's grim account made clear, the operative principle became "save the gentleman in the white skin," pages 51762. At the Hotel Duke, for instance, 100 or so locals or indigenous employees were abandoned when their CIA patrons took off by helicopter from the rooftop pad and went whirling off to the fleet. 4 blocks away, at the embassy, thousands of panic-stricken Vietnamese friendlies, lovers, camp followers, employees, and their families jammed up against the gate and the 10-foot-high wall. Caught in the crush, Keys Beach, dean of the American Press Corps, called for CIA help to get inside the compound. "Once we moved into that seething mass we ceased to be correspondents," Beach reported of his group of American, Vietnamese, and Japanese journalists. "We were only men fighting for our lives, scratching, clawing, pushing ever closer to that wall. We were like animals. Now, I thought, I know what it's like to be a Vietnamese. I am one of them. But if I could get over that wall, I would be an American again." Kicking nearby Vietnamese down, U.S. Marines lifted Beach and Bud Merrick of U.S. News and World Report over the top. "God damn it, though!" exclaimed Beach inside the embassy. "The Marines left our Vietnamese and Japanese friends outside the wall. They couldn't, or wouldn't, pull them over the wall." As the last chopper took off from the embassy roof, desperate locals came surging up over the edge of the pad and vainly plunged for the wheels. Left behind hopelessly awaiting evacuation, mostly in the courtyard below, were over 445. 400 natives, not all of whom were Vietnamese. According to one witness, there were a few Koreans and some others Filipinos, I think, in the group. Evidently no Anglo-Americans were among these relics of Lansdale's Operation Brotherhood. Embassy Administrative Counselor Henry Boudreau checked the parking lot just before his own evacuation and later reported with relief, "Didn't see any white faces out there." Indeed, the whole party had been a whiteface affair. True, there were other considerations. Each president from Truman through Nixon had feared the domestic consequences of losing Indochina. As Daniel Ellsberg has argued, each moved to counter the Soviet threat and Chinese expansionism, real or imagined, and each sought to advance national economic interests in the area and to enhance U.S. credibility and prestige. But all these aims were pursued within a historical context for which racism had never been peripheral. With the deepening disaster, policymakers took a last-ditch stand that reduced other considerations to a single supreme test of the national will. "Time and again I was told by men reared in the tradition of Henry L. Stimson that all we needed was the will, and we would then prevail," recalled James C. Thompson, Jr., one of the more reflective policy aides at State in the 1960s. Implicit in such a view, it seemed to me, was a curious assumption that Asians lacked will, or at least that in a contest between Asian and Anglo-Saxon wills, the non-Asians must prevail. It was a curious assumption, one with racist underpinnings, but still more curious was the collective unawareness, amounting to self-imposed ignorance, shared to some degree by even so insightful a scholar as Thompson, of the roots of that assumption. 3.5 centuries of conquest had made more self-evident than questionable the Anglo-American conviction that in any contest with non-whites, dusky natives would surely lose. "The United States is a Pacific power," wrote Richard M. Nixon in the October 1967 Foreign Affairs. "Europe has been withdrawing the remnants of empire, but the United States, with its coast reaching in an arc from Mexico to the Bering Straits, is one anchor of a vast Pacific community. Both our interests and our ideals propel us westward across the Pacific, not as conquerors but as partners." XLVI, 112. Propelled by the traditional westward thrust of their empire, Anglo-Americans were trying to take over. CP 411. John Stockwell, another CIA veteran of Vietnam, recorded that in the ignominious evacuation, the company left 250 of its Filipino employees behind at the mercy of the communists in search of enemies. A CIA Story, New York, W. W. Norton, 1978, p. 185. 446. From the departing Europeans without appearing as new masters but as partners and protectors. After the 1968 elections, the new Nixon doctrine set out to hide its whiteface origins while extending the U.S. imperial role in Asia at cut-rate costs in dollars and lives. But Vietnamization, as Ambassador Ellsworth Bunker reportedly declared, simply meant changing the color of the corpses. Far from being new, the doctrine was shop-worn, having been on the counter at least since the spring 1954 policy statement of the President's Special Committee on Indochina, to establish a Western-oriented complex in Indochina. The eventual goal must be the development of homogeneous indigenous units with a native officer corps. 9. 334. Lansdale's Saigon military mission had been only the first systematic attempt to reach the goal that still eluded Nixon 2 decades later. It always expressed, implicitly or explicitly, concern for the color of the corpses and the living bodies, beginning with Eisenhower's determination not to appear openly as a partner in a white man's party. His successor fully shared that repugnance. The war in Vietnam, Kennedy told Arthur Schlesinger, Jr., could be won only so long as it was their war. If it were ever converted into a white man's war, we would lose as the French had lost a decade earlier. But with first the French and then the American involvement, it had never been their war, and from that truth flowed the basic dilemma facing Washington policymakers. They believed every effort had to be exerted to keep the conflict from becoming a white man's war, yet their every step further into the conflict made it still more visibly a white man's war. In October 1961, for instance, William Bundy gave McNamara his candid assessment of their chances. It is really now or never if we are to arrest the gains being made by the Viet Cong, he argued. An early and hard-hitting operation has a good chance, 70% would be my guess, of arresting things and giving Diem a chance to do better and clean up sick. Yet everything depended upon Diem's very problematical effectiveness. The 30% chance is that we would wind up like the French in 1954, white men can't win this kind of fight. 11, 312. But subsequent steps, especially the U.S. sponsored overthrow of Diem 2 years later, put white men still more visibly into precisely that kind of fight. The odds had worsened by July 1965 when George Ball proposed to President Johnson that the United States try to find some way out of South Vietnam at minimal cost. No one can assure you that we can beat the Viet Cong or even force them to the conference table on our terms, no matter how many 100,000 white, foreign, U.S. troops we deploy. No one has demonstrated that a white ground force of whatever size can win a guerrilla war, which is at the same time a civil war between Asian scene jungle terrain in the midst of a population that refuses cooperation to the white forces, and the South Vietnamese, and thus provides a great intelligence advantage to the other side. GPP 4, 615, Ball's italics. Insofar as there were differences of opinion within the Johnson administration, Bundy and Ball were on opposite sides of the question of leaving or staying in Vietnam. In 1965, Bundy recommended holding on, GPP 4, 61,015. Yet Bundy and Ball essentially agreed on the crucial issue of the white man's chances in that kind of fight, and both agreed that the United States was fighting a white man's war. Now, the logic of those agreements inevitably cut the other way as well. Obviously only those of a certain identifiable complexion could wage a white man's war. Believing like Eisenhower and Kennedy that their views would remain secret, Bundy and Ball simply did not trouble to hide their historic assumption that the United States of America was a white man's country. Of course that key assumption was normally kept out of sight if not out of mind, hence application of the Magsaysay formula, CP 401, continued to exert its seductive appeal. In 1965, for instance, John T. McNaughton, who had worked closely with Lansdale as one of his nominal Pentagon superiors, granted that Vietnam was being lost but then was heartened by the thought of the secret agent's exemplary exploit. The situation could change for the better overnight, however. This happened in the Philippines. This is another reason for perseverance. GPP 3, 683. President Johnson and his successors did persevere in fighting a white man's war without appearing to do so, in having Asian proxies, as it were, nail their coonskins on the wall. But in the end the white war managers let even that fig leaf drop as they turned the full force of their frustration and fury against the ungrateful Vietnamese people, North and South. 2. From top Washington officials back in the world, as the invaders called their homeland, on down to cowboys out in Indian. 448. Country, the nation builders tested their free world teammates and not surprisingly found them unable or unwilling to affirm U.S. patterns of racism. Maybe, speculated Ambassador Maxwell Taylor, their utter lack of any national tendency toward team play was innate. GPP 3, 668. Maybe, it followed, they were no more fit for self-government than any of the other natives Anglo-Americans had encountered. On May 23, 1966, Taylor's successor also angrily commented on their internal squabbling. It is obviously true that the Vietnamese are not today ready for self-government, and that the French actively try to unfit them for self-government. One of the implications of the phrase internal squabbling is this unfitness. But if we are going to adopt the policy of turning every country that is unfit for self-government over to the communists, there won't be much of the world left. Simply substitute certain terms, and this literally could have been Senator Henry Cabot Lodge 6 decades earlier commenting on the Filipinos' utter unfitness for self-government. And exactly like his large policy grandfather, Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge was congenitally unprepared to believe natives might know what they wanted or what was best for them. Someday we may have to decide how much it is worth to deny Vietnam to Hanoi and Peking regardless of what the Vietnamese may think. GPP 4, 99,100. In the award-winning documentary film Hearts and Minds, 1975, Lodge's military counterpart, General William C. Westmoreland, appeared on the screen declaring authoritatively that Orientals placed a lower value on life than we do. In A Soldier Reports he complained that his filmed remarks on the Orientals' value of life were used completely out of context, juxtaposed on scenes of Orientals wailing for their dead, 1976, p. 414. But Westmoreland's contempt for Orientals pervaded his curious memoir of victory. He even held the South Vietnamese responsible for the final debacle and asserted the United States could still pride itself on never having lost a war. As for the enemies, they were the dehumanized wild varmints that had somehow followed the empire across land and sea to this tropical frontier, as the general had made plain in 1967 while explaining why the total number of U.S. forces in the tiny country had to be limited. If you crowd in too many termite killers, each using a screwdriver to kill the termites, you risk collapsing the floors or the foundation. In this war we're using screwdrivers to kill termites because it's a 449. Guerrilla war and we cannot use bigger weapons. We have to get the right balance of termite killers to get rid of the termites without wrecking the house. FF, p. 460. Merely the most recent in a long line of innocent pest exterminators, the general mounted massive search and destroy operations that eradicated the village culture not of humans called peasants but of enemies called termites. Like Pyle, Westmoreland could not see for all his body counts the dead bodies and the suffering produced by his attitudes and actions. To the end he could not see that Orientals wailing for their dead was exactly the right context for his anesthetizing remarks about the value they put on life. Expressions of fierce resentment at the squabbling, insensitive, backward, dirty, lazy, childish natives were no less characteristic of the middle levels of the U.S. mission. The Vietnamese peasant was at the end of the line politically and emotionally, said Embassy Public Affairs Officer John McClellan, the former Time Life correspondent Lansdale had praised for acting as a conduit for his CIA handouts, GPP, I, 581. In his Mission in Torment McClellan drew on the accumulated racial arrogance of 3 centuries to depict the illiterate peasant as cut off from civilization. He had an untrained mind that atrophies, like the shriveled leg of a polio victim. His vocabulary is limited to a few hundred words. His power of reason, the greatest of nature's gifts to mankind, develops only slightly beyond the level of an American 6-year-old, again because it is never trained. And like his friend the secret agent, Meckelin believed this pathetic creature ridden by superstition, incapable of distinguishing between truth and falsehood, except at the most primitive level, 1965, pages 74, 76. At what was illogically considered a still more primitive level, parallels with past natives were drawn still more explicitly. Testifying before a congressional subcommittee in 1971, Hugh Mank, head of the International Voluntary Service, cited the instance of a U.S. advisor in Pleiku who asserted that the Montagnards have to realize they are expendable, and who compared the Montagnard problem to the Indian problem and said we could solve the Montagnard problem like we solved the Indian problem. Outside the command structure, at least nominally, the U.S. press corps in Saigon expressed somewhat different attitudes from those directly engaged in fighting, bribing, and manipulating the Vietnamese. This was less true of such old hands as Keys Beach, for whom the Vietnamese at the last hour were like animals, and Meckelin himself when he still worked for Time Incorporated. It was more. 450. True of such younger correspondents as David Halberstam of the New York Times and Malcolm Brown of the Associated Press. When the accounts of the latter were not sufficiently positive, Ambassador Frederick E. Nolting enjoined them to stop looking for the hole in the donut. Halberstam recorded, and Admiral Harry Felt abruptly told Brown, "Get on the team." But the critics raised only minor questions and accepted the major premises of the official line that the United States was there to do good to the Vietnamese. Even when they complained against military censorship, they emphasized their indispensable, historic role as loyal auxiliaries. On August 7, 1962, Brown forwarded a list of reporters' complaints to General Paul D. Harkins, along with this reminder: like soldiers, we, too, have our traditions, in the light of which this is a strange war. The AP has been covering wars for 100 years, and has had its share of battle casualties. An AP correspondent died with Custer at the Little Big Horn, an ambush remarkably similar to some of the fights here, and there have been many others since. Brown's allusion to the Little Bighorn may not have been exactly encouraging to the U.S. mission, but it was surely revealing. That allusion and countless others like it put the Vietnam War into a definite historical and mythological perspective, as Frances Fitzgerald observed in her superb analysis of American prosperos in Fire in the Lake. The Americans were once again embarked upon a heroic and, for themselves, almost painless conquest of an inferior race. To the American settlers the defeat of the Indians had seemed not just a nationalist victory, but an achievement made in the name of humanity, triumph of light over darkness, of good over evil, and of civilization over brutish nature. Quite unconsciously, the American officers and officials used a similar language to describe their war against the NLF. FF, pages 49,192. Since instances abound, consider only a few names of their air and ground operations: Rolling Thunder, Prairie, Sam Houston, Hickory, Daniel Boone, and even Crazy Horse, a 1966 operation carried out appropriately by elements of the 1st Cavalry Division, GPP, 4, 280, 292, 412, 447, 453, **. 451. Yet where were the targets of such operations with their surefire names? Unobligingly, they would not stand up and fight but glided back into their leafy hiding places or into their villages. Spectral enemies, they were at once nowhere and everywhere in their land, with its mines and booby traps, rice paddies you sloshed through waist deep, and mountainous jungles you could hardly penetrate, with its heat and dust of the dry season and mud of the wet, with its clouds of flies and mosquitoes and its stench of animal and human dung, and with its dysentery, malaria, and other hazards Army Secretary Stevens had warned would be high for Caucasian troops. And not only where but who was the enemy in all of this? In one of the supposedly unpeopled wildernesses known as free fire zones, they were those who were there, or at least those who ran when pursued. Once bagged, they were statistics fed into Westmoreland's computer, with their severed ears on occasion tied to the antenna of a troop carrier as trophies and verifications of the body count. Alive in the villages, however, hostile and friendly natives were all one mass of little yellow peasants. The only certain identification came after the fact. Anything that's dead and isn't white is a VC, joked GIs in Quang Ngai province. Quang Ngai was Indian country on the northeast coast of South Vietnam. The village of Sun Mai on the Batanon Peninsula was a cluster of hamlets and subhamlets that included My Lai 4. On March 16, 1968, a company from the 11th Brigade of the Americal Division entered My Lai, searched the sub-hamlet and found 3 weapons, and destroyed at least 347 old men, women, children, and babies. Then the foot soldiers systematically burned homes and huts with the bodies lying around like ants. The official report stated that 128 North Vietnamese enemy soldiers had been killed in the intense firefight. Westmoreland congratulated the company for outstanding action. Officers up the chain of command knew at the time that it was slaughter and not a victory. They joshed one another about it that evening during. Footnote continued from the previous page. Houghton Mifflin, 1965, p. 544. A few years later, Robin Moore described the reaction of a South Vietnamese strike force to the showing of a Western at Nam Luang. Shown against the side of a building through a small projector, the cowboys and Indians appeared tall and thin. However, the strikers loved the action and identified themselves with it. When the Indians appeared, the strikers screamed VC, and when the soldiers or cowboys came to the rescue, the Nam Luang irregulars vied with each other in shouting out the number of their own strike force companies. Green Berets, New York, Crown, 1965, p. 122. And even the Americans' predecessors had played at being the conquerors of virgin territories, according to Jean Lardeguy's Yellow Fever, New York, Dutton, 1965, p. 251. Paul Rassengier, the French antagonist of the quiet American figure in the novel, had the distinction of being called cowboy. Out in the paddy fields, his Mekong commandos had adopted for their own the song of the American pioneers. The memory of a gallant pal scalped by the Indians in the war. 452. The cocktail hour at brigade headquarters. Nonetheless, the officers and men involved, with some help from their friends, kept the massacre secret for the next 20 months. It was revealed only after tenacious effort by an ex-GI named Ronald Ridenauer and after the November 1969 anti-war mobilization in Washington had encouraged the press to relax its self-censorship. In response to the first sensational revelations, the Pentagon appointed Lieutenant General William R. Pierce to head up a board of inquiry. When the Pierce panel finished its work in March 1970, charges were brought against 14 officers, including Major General Samuel W. Coster, former commander of the Americal Division and current superintendent of West Point. None was ever convicted of participating in the cover-up. Only First Lieutenant William Laws Calley was ever found guilty of murder at My Lai. In 1902, Chairman Henry Cabot Lodge of the Senate Committee on the Philippines had headed off calls for the appointment of a Blue Ribbon Committee by holding closed hearings of his own on atrocities in the islands, CP 315. In 1969 the response in Congress was identical, except that this time calls for an independent inquiry were bottled up in the other branch. Chairman L. Mendel Rivers of the House Armed Services Committee directed an investigating subcommittee headed by F. Edward Hebert to hold closed hearings on My Lai. On July 15, 1970, Hebert released a heavily censored report that concluded reassuringly. What obviously happened at My Lai was wrong. It was contrary to the Geneva Conventions, the rules of engagement, and the MACV Military Assistance Command, Vietnam directives. In fact, it was so wrong and so foreign to the normal character and actions of our military forces as to immediately raise a question as to the legal sanity at the time of those men involved. My Lai was obviously wrong, but so was the subcommittee's conclusion, hence obviously wrong about the current searching and destroying in Indochina, and hence obviously wrong about the normal character and actions of U.S. military forces. Massacres were at least as American as the time-worn assertions that they were foreign abnormalities. Over at the Pentagon, the Peers panel soon had incontrovertible proof that My Lai was not an isolated incident. On the very day of the butchery there, another company from the same task force entered the sister sub-hamlet Mikey 4 with one of its machine gunners firing his weapon from the hip, cowboy movie style. In this other massacre, members of this separate company piled up a body count of perhaps 100 peasants. Mikey was smaller than My Lai, just flattened that village by dynamite and fire, and then threw a few handfuls of straw on the corpses. The next morning this company moved on down the Batanon Peninsula by the South China Sea, burning every hamlet they came to, killing water buffalo, pigs, chickens, and ducks, and destroying crops. And as one of the Mikey veterans said later, what we were doing was being done all over. Said another, we were out there having a good time. It was sort of like being in a shooting gallery. Detailed evidence of this forgotten massacre remained a closely guarded secret until Seymour M. Hersh obtained a set of the 40 or so volumes of the Peers report and summarized them in Cover Up, 1972, the source of the above data and quotations. Presumed to be investigating a cover-up of My Lai, the Peers panel had added one of its own by suppressing evidence of another massacre. No one was tried for murder at Mikey. Up and down the chain of command, the routine response to allegations of war crimes, in these instances and others, was to elevate to an operative principle the old Army motto, cover your ass. But that had also been the tactic, if not the language, you will recall, of Secretary of War Elihu Root in handling charges of marked severities in the Philippines, CP 521. Official and military attitudes toward native victims of U.S. forces had changed glacially, if at all, over the intervening decades. Indeed, in 1902 General Jacob H. Smith had been court-martialed for his order to kill all the males on Samar over 10 years of age. In 1971 General Samuel W. Coster had the pleasure of learning that the charges against him had been dropped, though his men observed no such age limitation in the slaughter on the Batanon Peninsula, and though Army Secretary Stanley Reser admitted a great deal of information suggesting that a possible tragedy of serious proportions had occurred at My Lai was either known directly to General Coster, or was readily available in the operational logs and other records of the division. New York Times, May 20, 1971. Otherwise, the parallels were exact. Like General Smith, General Coster was let off with a reprimand and forced into early retirement. Native lives still came cheap. In fact, the cheapness of native lives gave rise to a rule that had real, if unofficial, standing in military justice. For ordering or encouraging his sergeant to shoot an unarmed prisoner, for instance, First Lieutenant James B. Duffy was found guilty of premeditated murder and then had his conviction reduced to involuntary manslaughter by a military court. The court didn't. 455. Want to make Duffy suffer that badly to get the Army off the hook, said a young law officer quoted by the New York Times, March 31, 1970. To a lot of us it looks like another example of the M.G.R. the mere Gook rule being applied. As reported the following day, Duffy's sentence indicated that one Vietnamese peasant cost 6 months in the stockade and forfeiture of $150 in pay, but not dismissal from the service. Duffy's sentence was virtually identical with that imposed in 1902 on another first lieutenant for precisely the same crime in the Philippines, CP 522. Though the going price of a gugu in the islands and of a slope, dink, or gook in Indochina may not have fluctuated much over the century. The MGR systematized white assessments of natives as less than full human beings. The Army's informal MGR was very nearly formalized by its original charge that Cali had murdered at least 102 Oriental human beings. How many Oriental human beings were equal to one real human being? In his useful Nuremberg and Vietnam, 1970, General Telford Taylor, a professor of international law and former chief U.S. prosecutor of Nazis at the original war crime trials, considered the disturbing implications of my lie and tried to place the massacre in its proper setting, as in the Philippines 65 years ago, he noted, U.S. forces were thousands of miles from home in dangerous and unfamiliar terrain that lends itself to clandestine operations in which women and children frequently participate. The hostile and the friendly do not label themselves as such, and individuals of the yellow race are hard for our soldiers to identify, p. 152. Hard for, say, a Japanese-American leatherneck from Los Angeles, natives whether Jefferson's merciless Indian savages in the Alleghenies 200 years ago, the volunteers Gugus in the Philippines 65 years ago, or the GIs Gooks, the Army's Oriental human beings, and tailors individuals of the yellow race in Indochina more recently looked alike only to those conditioned not to look at them closely or, sadly, to treat them respectfully. Sorely troubled by the onslaught against the Vietnamese people, and to his credit publicly wondering whether Westmoreland and the other war managers should not also be tried for war crimes, Taylor still revealed that he shared the conditioning that helped produce the terrible phenomena he was pondering. But were the soldiers at My Lai misfits, as the Pentagon claimed, or berserk, as a Bears subcommittee suggested? In his trial testimony and in his tape-recorded memoir, devious and self-serving as both were, Lieutenant Calley revealed himself to be hypnotizingly ordinary, a run-of-the-mill average guy, as he himself put it. At 5 feet 3 inches in height, Calley was an inch shorter than the late diminutive DM but nevertheless still felt like other Westerners in Vietnam. I felt superior there, he recalled. I thought, I'm the big American from across the sea. I'll sock it to these people here. But why was he there? Like Lansdale and the others who had taken the empire there in the first place, Calley really felt, I belong here. It may seem ridiculous saying this. Why in the world would a guy just commit himself to South Vietnam? Well, why would a guy commit himself to South Dakota? I'm an American officer and I belong in South Vietnam. And what had he done at My Lai? We weren't in My Lai to kill human beings, really. We were there to kill ideology that is carried by I don't know. Pawns. Blobs. Pieces of flesh, and I wasn't in My Lai to destroy intelligent men. I was there to destroy an intangible idea. Such leprous innocence qualified Rusty Calley as a scaled-down quiet American, the comic book counterpart of all the Alden Piles who could not see the wounds they inflicted on human bodies. The infantrymen in Calley's Charlie Company were also everyday grunts. Like the other soldiers in the Mikey shooting gallery nearby, they lived out their Indian-hating fantasies with relish. In Joseph Strick's interviews with My Lai veterans, the 1971 Academy Award-winning documentary, Vernado Simpson, Jr., a black anti-poverty worker in Jackson, Mississippi, James Bergthold, a white part-time truck driver in Niagara Falls, New York, and Gary Garofalo, the unemployed white son of a barber in Stockton, California, reminisced about their former messmates. Simpson, they would mutilate the bodies and everything. They would hang 'em. Or scalp 'em. They enjoyed it, they really enjoyed it, cut their throats. Bergthold, they cut ears off a guy, and stuff like this here, without knowing if they were VC or not. If they got an ear they got a VC. Garofalo, like scalps, you know, like from Indians. Some people were on an Indian trip over there. 457. Elsewhere a My Lai veteran equated wiping the whole place out with what he called the Indian idea. The only good gook is a dead gook. The Indian idea was in the air of Vietnam. Specialist for James Farmer, a soldier from a different battalion, put it this way, the only good dink is a dead dink. And from within the Marine Corps came this echo, the troops think that they're all fucking savages. We all belong to the unit Lieutenant Calley belonged to, said one of the 100 honorably discharged Vietnam veterans against the war at their Winter Soldier investigation in Detroit, January 31–February 2, 1971. When Senator Mark O. Hatfield read their testimony into the Congressional Record, Cr. of April 6 and 7, 1971, the westward march of atrocities was demonstrated beyond doubt for anyone who would look at the evidence, cr. Katai, 282-5900, 290,336. Had they been willing to place that evidence beside the Lodge Committee's 1902 hearings before the Senate Committee on the Philippine Islands, Congressman Hebert and his subcommittee would have had compelling proof of the normal character and actions of our military forces when mobilized against those seen as natives. As a sole example, consider the testimony of former foot soldier Robert A. Crush, who had been told by his colonel in mid-1969 that he did not want any more of your prisoners. "I want a body count." Crush said that after that he and his buddies had been told to, well, we were told we were in a free fire zone and anybody we saw that was over 12 years of age that we thought was a male, was to be considered the enemy and engaged as such, cr. Katai, 2928. If we lower the age of the male targets by a couple of years, Crush's colonel might well have been hell-roaring General Smith turning Samar into a howling wilderness 67 years earlier, CP 328. Need I pause here to acknowledge the obvious scarcely comforting truth that such atrocities were not invented by Anglo-Americans. One thinks of the Australians in Tasmania, the Germans at Lidice, the British over Dresden, the Russians in the Ukraine, the French in Algeria and Indochina, and so on, ad nauseam. But the massacres at My Lai and all the forgotten Maquis in Vietnam had a basic continuity with those of Moros on Jolo and of Filipinos on Samar at the turn of the century, and of Native Americans on the mainland earlier, all the Wounded Knees, Sand Creeks, and Bad Axes. That linkage of atrocities over time and space reveals underlying themes and fundamental patterns of the national history that lawmakers, generals, and so many of their compatriots were eager to forget. 458. Thus we spent the day, recorded John Underhill in the 1630s, burning and spoiling the country. In the 1960s the Zippo cigarette lighters of servicemen were handy for burning Vietnamese Hoot Chs. One company of leathernecks made a name for themselves as the Burning 5th Marines, with a Zippo inspection routine and the habit of burning at least half the villages they passed through, cr. Katai, 2883. Better yet for burning was a tank-mounted flamethrower, nicknamed Zippo by soldiers, shown in an Associated Press wire photo of August 8, 1970, as it fired a stream of napalm at foliage. To help clear possible enemy hiding places. An even more awesome spoiler was the Air Force's 7.5-ton command vault bomb that completely flattened an area the size of 2 football fields and killed everything within a square mile: people, monkeys, water buffalo, pheasants, everything. And the feared night, always the hiding place and friend of the hunted, was to be turned into day by electronic battlefields with sophisticated gadgetry for detecting enemy movements. High-flying Klieg Light of Aerosystems International Incorporated, that was planned to provide a battlefield illumination system, and the Air Force contract awarded to Westinghouse and the Boeing Company to study the feasibility of a mammoth space mirror to be blasted into permanent synchronous orbit 22,000 miles above Indochina to brighten this farther west's darkest hours. Even on the level of the foot soldier, there was no comparison between the firepower of Underhill's day and that of a GI with his M16 capable of firing 10 bullets a second. Terrified and furious teenagers by the tens of thousands have only to twitch their index fingers and what was a quiet village is suddenly a slaughterhouse, observed William Barry Gault in his thoughtful remarks on slaughter, American Journal of Psychiatry, 8th, October 1971, 45,054. Yet these spectacular advances in the technology of destruction merely embedded in modern hardware the traditional will to burn and spoil. With the will to destroy native peoples who stood between them and the West, the Saints and their descendants always found a way. Native Americans such as Navajo Ben Munita have perceived this continuity and readily remarked on parallels between the destruction of ecosystems on the mainland, in the Philippines, and more recently in Indochina, while Anglo-Americans have not been quick to see the same elementary phenomena. An exception was E. W. Pfeiffer of the University of Montana, a zoologist who was sent to Indochina by the American Association for the Advancement of Science and who returned to tell a session of his colleagues about the havoc wrought by the command. 459. Vault bomb, the tens of millions of craters created by other bombs, and the meaningful context of all this desolation, the present-day U.S. policy of massive defoliation, crop destruction, bombing, and plowing with giant bulldozers of Indochina can be viewed as a modern counterpart to the extermination of the bison in the American West, he perceived. This modern program has as destructive an influence on the social fabric of Indochinese life as did the ecocide, destruction of ecology, of the American West upon the American Indian. Washington Post, December 28, 1971. A century before the ecocide in Indochina, Kit Carson efficiently used the means at hand to devastate the land of Ben Munida's Navajo people, burning homes, farms, orchards, livestock, food stores. Akwesasne notes, early summer 1974, p. 26. Carson's long knives were forerunners of the burning 5th Marines, and so were General Winfield Scott Hancock's cavalrymen, who lacked Zippo lighters and flamethrowers but nonetheless made do with flaming torches to burn the Cheyenne village near Fort Larned at about the same time, whether burning hogans or teepees or hoots. All three sets of arsonists had common attitudes and assumptions that made their means relatively inconsequential. Moreover, not all their means had undergone spectacular change. Throughout, index fingers twitched triggers and hands held torches or lighters. In 1967, Herman Kahn of the Hudson Institute recommended substituting German police dogs for Vietnamese soldiers on night patrol, ff. p. 483, in his memoir Westmoreland even came up with a canine body count of 36 Kia and 153 wounded. But the ancestors of the Canine Corps were the bloodhounds used in the Second Seminole War, CP 201, the fierce best friends of frontier whites commemorated in Horatio Greenoff's Rescue Group, CP 121, and in fact the Mastiffs early English colonizers brought over to terrorize natives. My guess is that none of the scout dogs in Vietnam was the peer of Dugdale, the Indian killing hound immortalized by William Gilmore Simms as the Amasai, CP 142. And after all, wiping the whole place out, that Indian idea invoked by the My Lai veteran, had its paradigmatic expression when the technology of death was relatively backward. Yet in less than an hour, with firebrand and powder, musket and sword, the Saints leveled the Pequot fort and piled up a body count at Mystic in 1637 that equaled or exceeded that at My Lai in 1968. As John Underhill said at the time, we had sufficient light from the Word of God for our proceedings. 460. 3. 4 centuries after Columbus, Frederick Jackson Turner had pronounced the continental frontier gone, and with its going has closed the first period of American history. 3/4 of a century later the second period closed, with the westward course of empire rolling back from the Pacific Rim. I saw that we had overreached ourselves, said Look foreign editor J. Robert Miskin on his return from a trip to Vietnam. America's historic westward driving wave has crested, November 18, 1969. That wave has carried us along, and with its ebbing we can conveniently haul up here and bring to an end our own long passage to Indochina. But before turning about and facing home again, we had better cast an apprehensive glance over our shoulder. What Turner said of the second period applies with a vengeance to the third period of American history. He would be a rash prophet who should assert that the expansive character of American life has now entirely ceased. In the hauntingly evocative lines of his famous paper The Significance of the Frontier in American History, presented at the Columbian World's Fair at Chicago in 1893, Turner had made that expansive character the key to the origins of American democracy, the existence of an area of free land, its continuous recession, and the advance of American settlement westward, explain American development. Like James Hall before him, Turner had a single topic, the West. He also spent a lifetime ringing the changes on the same basic theme. In 1896 he returned to his theme with the problem of the West and repeated that expansion of the frontier was the key factor in the growth of the American economy and society, For nearly 3 centuries the dominant fact in American life has been expansion, he observed in words Theodore Roosevelt was to adopt as a refrain in the campaign of 1900. Though expansion had been checked at the Pacific coast, Turner wrote, the current call for a vigorous foreign policy, an interoceanic canal, and enhanced sea power, and for the extension of American influence to outlying islands and adjoining countries, are indications the movement will continue. The historian might have been laying out the course of our own Odyssey. Remember that Homer's hero also sailed westward to outlying islands and adjoining countries. Turner surely anticipated the gist of countless expressions of U.S. foreign policy, from John Hay's Open Door Notes to and beyond Richard M. Nixon's 1967 statement on In. 461. Dochina, both our interests and our ideals propel us westward across the Pacific. Despite his geographical determinism, gross exaggeration of the importance of free land, anti-intellectualism, and other rough edges that kept his frontier hypothesis from being the master key to American history, Turner saw clearly the direction the empire was headed in and even foresaw the inner identities of the new frontier and the old long before John F. Kennedy so christened the former. The enormously influential historian spoke so authoritatively and so prophetically because he was even closer than John Fiske to the heart of collective desires and could speak more directly from the heartland of conventional wisdom built up by 3 centuries of expansion. While invoking the perennial rebirth of American life on the ever-advancing frontier, Turner partook in the perennial revoicing of the national creation myth. In flight from Europe and from the bondage of the past, his white settlers had conquered a wilderness continent in West after West and in transit had conquered an identity for themselves as a people, with their dominant individualism, restless energy, practicality, and Davy Crockett-like exuberance which comes with freedom. But now, with the passing of the free land that had made all this possible, the problem was to find a substitute somewhere else in a remoter West, in education, in science. But this formulation of the problem of the West was itself symptomatic. It made dispossession of Native Americans who were the rightful owners of the country, said Cooper's leather-stocking defining and enabling experience of the Republic. From it flowed ineluctably the inference that the European immigrants had built their economy of possessive individualism and their relatively open polity of Lockean liberalism, popular sovereignty, representative government, on the red man's unfree grave and had fenced their gardens with his bones. That this inference did not bother Turner and his compatriots was why the West had become such a problem in the first place. The generic frontier was the magic margin of American history. It was, said Turner, the meeting point between savagery and civilization. Behind that moving line of most rapid and effective Americanization were the people. And who were the American people? They were the immigrants who planted Jamestown on Chesapeake Bay and built New Israel on Massachusetts Bay. They were their descendants who built the great Republic of the West, Jefferson and the other Enlightenment fathers who defined themselves as opposites of the savages indicted by their declaration and founded a middle-class European-derived state, a frag. 462. Meant culture in Lewis Hartz's terms, under which Native Americans were natives and not Americans. Proper Americans were not necessarily of English stock. Turner went out of his way to insist that they were of a composite nationality, cited the Scottish Irish and the Germans as illustrations, and warned against misinterpreting the fact that there is a common English speech in America into a belief that the stock is also English. Nevertheless, as his examples and melting pot metaphor made unmistakable, the sine qua non, the irreducible prerequisite of being an American, was to be of European stock. Each frontier, said Turner, was won by a series of Indian wars. Beyond each of those fundamental boundaries of American life was what had to be conquered, hostile Indians and the stubborn wilderness. Native Americans were strictly equivalent to Jefferson's Stony Mountains that had to be overcome. In Turner's pages they subsisted as natural objects, extensions of the nature that had to be subdued, impediments that had to be removed from the irresistible march to the west. Their primitive Indian life had to be destroyed, their savagery made to disintegrate so each territory along the way could progress onto the next higher stage. The most they could do was to be formidable obstacles, thereby making the white settlers' line of advance the sort of anticipation of the John F. Kennedy Special Warfare School that Turner proudly pronounced it, a military training school, keeping alive the power of resistance to aggression and developing the stalwart and rugged qualities of the frontiersman. The great backwoodsman Daniel Boone was a case in point. Boone was pure empire builder and hardly some sort of white Indian in Turner's hands, as the historian traced his route from Pennsylvania to the upper Yadkin, to the Red River country of Kentucky, and beyond to Missouri, then followed his son, who became a mountain man in a still farther west, and ended with his grandson, Colonel A.J. Boone, of Colorado, who was a power among the Indians of the Rocky Mountains, and was appointed an agent by the government. Kit Carson's mother was a Boone. Thus this family epitomizes the backwoodsman's advance across the continent. Impatient of restraints, scornful of older society, and antisocial in tendency, Turner's stalwart Boones were inland Crusoes who cut their way through Indians to ever more remote wilderness islands and repeated on their individual level the collective flight from Europe, from the multilayered historical process thought of as the bondage of the past, and from kith and kin. Turner's epic of migrations was the history of social escape. Without the avid rancor of genial James Hall, Turner added his 463 monumental chapter to the national metaphysics of Indian hating. At bottom, that doctrinal hate rested on the collective refusal to conceive of Native Americans as persons, a refusal Turner shared in full measure. No less than the judge did he glorify Indian killers as pathfinders of civilization, glorify their mastery over every dusky tribe, and throw sheaves of patriotic rhetoric over the real human bodies left behind. In truth, Turner's meeting point between savagery and civilization put Hall's inept formulations into a more sophisticated or civilized framework. His magic margin was an imperishably vivid expression of the color line that has whipped so tragically through American life. On one side were the children of light, the light of the gospel, of Enlightenment institutions, law and order, progress, philanthropy, freedom, Americanization, modernization, forced urbanization, the lot. On the other side were the children of darkness, savages who stood in the way of the redemption and the rationalization of the world, from the Puritans' fiends to be exorcised, to Turner's prime exhibits of savagery, and on to Lansdale's special targets, from those living in the darkness of heathenism or the gloom of ignorance, down to those carrying on the old nightmare of savagery. No doubt all peoples dehumanize their enemies to varying extents, but the children of light had a head start with those who seemed to them from the outset ferocious animals, ravening wolves, the color of evil, dark reminders of the wilderness they had set out to conquer in themselves and in the world. In short, Native Americans were to the Puritans and their descendants unwelcome mementos of their own mortality. Turner's color line was the supreme expression by a historian of all the other expressions before and since by novelists, poets, playwrights, pulp writers, painters, sculptors, and film directors. It separated the cowboys from the Indians by making the latter easily recognizable dark targets, especially if they had war paint on to boot. It unmistakably shaped national patterns of violence by establishing whom one could kill under propitious circumstances, and thereby represented a prime source of the American way of inflicting death. Herein resided the deeper significance of the frontier. In each and every West, place itself was infinitely less important, especially to those so alienated from the land, than what the white settlers brought in their heads and hearts to that particular place. At each magic margin, their metaphysics of Indian hating underwent a seemingly confirmatory perennial rebirth. Rooted in fears and prejudices buried deep in the Western psyche, their metaphysics became a time-tested doctrine, an ideology, and an 464 integral component of U.S. nationalism. I do not offer this reading of the significance of the frontier to take the place of Turner's as the master key to American life. To my mind, the intricate interrelationships among a society's subterranean emotions, its channeling of these into myths that seemingly give coherence to the past and bearing for the future, and its institutional means of making that destiny manifest, all these complex and reciprocal relationships foredoom any such attempt. I do suggest these metaphysics helped shape, and were shaped by, political, social, and economic structures, provided substance for fundamental declarations of doctrine, law, and policy, established core themes in literature, sculpture, painting, and film, and helped determine how individuals perceived their world and acted in it. It gave them their astonishing assurance, for instance, that they had a right to be in every West they could win, from Boone and Crockett in Kentucky and Tennessee, Custer and the 7th Cavalry in the Black Hills, Worcester and later Lansdale in the Philippines, and on down to the secret agent and Lodge and Cali in Indochina. Said the ambassador, "Someday we may have to decide how much it is worth to deny Vietnam to Hanoi and Peking regardless of what the Vietnamese may think." Said the lieutenant, "I'm an American officer and I belong in South Vietnam." "Why South Vietnam?" "Well, why South Dakota?" All along, the obverse of Indian hating had been the metaphysics of empire building. Backwoods captain in the vanguard of conquering civilization merely became the overseas outrider of the same empire. Far out on the boundless watery prairies of the Pacific, the twin metaphysics became nation building and native hating. But was there no terminus, no ultimately remote West beyond which the metaphysics lost their power to uproot and destroy? Not if one accepted Turner's definition in The Problem of the West. The West, at bottom, is a form of society, rather than an area. It was that final dimension of the problem that future legions of coin experts and nation builders seized upon in their attempt to make the Far East into the farthest West, as Herman Melville, with his uncanny foresight, had known they would. And in his 1893 essay, Turner had approvingly quoted F.J. Grund, who had predicted in 1836 that the universal disposition of Americans to emigrate to the western wilderness, in order to enlarge their dominion over inanimate nature, was destined to go on until a physical barrier must finally obstruct its progress. So it did go on, for some 12 decades, until it finally ran into a people barrier, with the horrifying momentum and consequences we have just witnessed. 465. The sober truth was that the white man's burden of winning the West was crushing global folly. The West was quite literally nowhere or everywhere, which was to say the same thing. For Homer's Greeks and North American tribal peoples alike, the West was the land beyond, spirit land, the land of mystery, of death, and of life eternal. It was not a dark and bloody ground to be won. But for Anglo-Americans it was exactly that, the latest conquest. Yet how could they conclusively win it? If the West was at bottom a form of society, as Turner contended, then on our round earth, winning the West amounted to no less than winning the world. It could be finally and decisively won only by rationalizing, Americanizing, westernizing, modernizing, the world, and that meant conquering the land beyond, banishing mystery, and negating or extirpating other peoples, so the whole would be subject to the regimented reason of one settlement culture with its professedly self-evident middle-class values. He would indeed be a rash prophet who should assert that the metaphysics of Indian hating will be lightly cast aside. The Vietnam veterans came home from the war to the Pentagon Papers, Watergate, the CIA scandals, and all the rest of which provided compelling evidence that the methods and instrumentalities designed originally for dealing with natives had beat them home, or rather had never left. Plausible deniability had become a way of life, or, more precisely, the standard operating procedure of successive administrations for telling lies to the people as though they were natives in a distant colony. As for those locals traditionally regarded as natives, W. Mark Felt, J. Edgar Hoover's close associate in the FBI, advocated in 1970 that the agency's activities against insurgent campus groups be stepped up. These violence-oriented black and white savages are at war with the government and the American people. Meanwhile, the FBI harassed and disrupted Native groups, Native American, Afro-American, Chicano, Puerto Rican, promoted violence among them, sought to discredit or destroy black nationalists and civil rights leaders, as in the case of Martin Luther King, Jr. provided the CIA with intelligence on Indian rights activities, and at one point issued a nationwide alert against the terrorists in the American Indian Movement, AIM. Under its Operation Chaos, 196,774, the CIA itself undertook domestic disruption and had already targeted AIM for infiltration and perhaps other activities. And during Wounded Knee 1973, the 71-day occupation by the Oglala Sioux and by AIM of the hamlet in South Dakota where so many of their people had been slaughtered in 1890, the Pentagon made available coin personnel, techniques, and WEAP. 466. ONS to help put down this latest Indian uprising. It had always been impossible to keep the empire off in distant colonies. On the night of April 26, 1973, the following radio transmission of a federal marshal was monitored and was later published in Voices from Wounded Knee, 1974. If we see one of them long-haired hippie dudes jump out of that bunker in front of us with long black hair with pigtails, we got a search party out there, and if we capture him, first off we're gonna cut off his hair. p. 206. As in John Endicott's day of long hairs and short hairs, jollity and gloom were contending for an empire, and now as then the firepower was all on gloom's side. Happily, however, there has always been a counter-tradition to brighten this gloom of the children of light, a subterranean tradition fittingly rooted in the emotions-driven underground and surfacing periodically as invasions of merry mounters, familists, millenarians, anarchists, flower children, and others from the remote recesses said to be the lurking places of nymphs and fauns. From the Puritans' howling wilderness to and beyond Turner's stubborn wilderness, this counter-tradition has perennially been reborn. Critical support for this counter-cultural underground came from such Ishmaels as Thomas Morton, Henry David Thoreau, George Catlin, Herman Melville, and Mary Austin. In varying measure, all were able to recognize the engine within, all challenged the metaphysics and thereby found strength to give of themselves to the land and its original indwellers. Even those dancing Indian-clad hippies and yippies in Central Park on May Day 1968, alluded to in the opening chapter of this book, were in their wayward way paying tribute to the first Americans and seeking to come to grips with the land. And for all his angularities and ambivalences, the poet Robert Lowell, alive when this work began and, sadly, dead now as it ends, re-examined the past and brought himself to recognize that his heritage included ancestors willing to fence their gardens with the red man's bones and to make 3,000 miles of continent a marsh of blood. Without comparable courage in facing the self and transcending the past, Lowell's heirs, all of us, will be condemned to go on Indian hating and empire building throughout the third and final period of American history. But Native Americans have lightened the gloom most of all. 467. And they have not yet vanished, as those who stood up at Wounded Knee in 1973 reminded the country. Enduring the projections of evil heaped upon them by whites, who in so doing exorcised their own demons, they were still willing to share with us their wisdom and rootedness in the earth, which for them was never a howling wilderness. Before the white man came, said Sioux Chief Standing Beer, the earth was bountiful and we were surrounded with the blessings of the great mystery. The lands wait, said Vine Deloria, Jr., 4 decades later, for those who can discern their rhythms. They still wait. So let us dance a new earth into being, proposed Lame Deer, the Sioux holy man. Now not only the Indians but everybody has become an endangered species. So let the Indians help you bring on a new earth without pollution or war. By word and example, Native Americans have been reminding Anglo-Americans of their lack of respect for all living things, of their lost communal sanity, and lost wholeness of how not to see with the eyes and mind only but, as Lame Deer put it, also with the eyes of the heart. With their help, Americans of all colors might just conceivably dance into being a really new period in their history. 469. Notes and Bibliographical Essay. Chapter I. The Maypole of Marymount. Following the lead of John Endicott's descendants, the family name was changed to Endicott in 1724, as it appears in Nathaniel Hawthorne's short story and in these pages. For Endicott and the Red Cross, see the trilogy The Old Glory, New York, Farrar, Straus, and Giroux, 1965. Just before opening night Lowell explained to Richard Gilman that the play had to do with basic American experience, more particularly with the tensions and antinomies rising from the hidden painfulness of our origins, the contradictions of our freedom and self-definition, the losses that all aggressive gains entail. New York Times, May 5, 1968. Michael Kamen quoted Lowell and celebrated him for this movingly befarious view of the North American experience and for setting Morton and Endicott as archetypal American rivals, libertine and Puritan, Dionysiac and Apollonian, the establishmentarian and the nonconformist people of paradox. New York, Vintage, 1973, p. 111. Largely absent from this enthusiasm for antinomies and paradoxes was the dimension of power, who coerced, deported, or exterminated whom under the colonial theocracy and later nation-state. Or more directly, our origins, our freedom? Whose? The painfulness of our origins was not in fact hidden from Morton or the Pequots. The Maypole of Marymount appeared in the token for 1836 before it was included in the first series of Twice Told Tales in 1837. Of all Hawthorne's many critics, Frederick C. Crews has seen most clearly the symbolic significance of his whipping post metaphor. C. Crews's Sins of the Fathers, New York, Oxford. 470. University Press, 1966. On the historical dimension, Hawthorne set his forest drama of jollity versus gloom within two incompatible views of nature and wildness, with one going back through these children of Pan to the Greek classics and the other through the saints to the Old Testament Hebrews. For a remarkable essay that traces these benign and malign traditions into our period, see Hayden White, The Forms of Wildness, Archaeology of an Idea, in The Wild Man Within, an Image in Western Thought from the Renaissance to Romanticism, ed. Edward Dudley and Maximilian E. Novak, Pittsburgh, University of Pittsburgh Press, 1972, pages 338. Chapter 2. Thomas Morton. Thomas Morton's New English Canaan or New Canaan was originally printed in Amsterdam by Jacob Frederick Stam in 1637. The 1883 edition of Charles Francis Adams, Jr., that appeared in Publications of the Prince Society, 14, is invaluable for both biographical and textual data, on which I have drawn freely, and for the inadvertent evidence the introduction and notes provide of the continuity of Indian hating. Editor Adams's view of the savages was of a piece with his great-grandfather's and with Bradford's. The defensive rumor, circulated by Governors Thomas Dudley and Bradford, among others, that Morton was under foul suspicion of murder in England was tracked down and put to rest by Charles E. Banks, Thomas Morton of Marymount, Proceedings of the Massachusetts Historical Society, Leine, December 1924, 14793. Samuel Maverick, like Morton, an old planter who knew the land well and was under no ideological compulsion to regard it as a desolate waste, held that the New English Canaan indeed was the truest description of New England, as then it was that you or I saw a brief description of New England and the several towns therein. 1660, New England Historical and Genealogical Record, 36, 1885, 40. On the crime of selling arms to the Indians, see Neil Salisbury's Red Puritans, The Praying Indians of Massachusetts Bay, and John Eliot, William and Mary Quarterly, XXXI, January 1974, 41, and also his Conquest of the Savage, Puritans, Puritan Missionaries, and Indians, 1620-1680, Ph.D. Dis, University of California, Los Angeles, 1972. As early as 1650 Eliot advocated arming the Christian Indians so they could defend themselves against savages. In the 1660s the commissioners of 471. The United Colonies actually allocated missionary funds for that purpose. So long as they enlisted on the side of civilization in its struggle against savagery, Indians might have arms after all. Chapter 3. John Endicott. Filial in the strictest sense was Lawrence Shaw Mayo's account of our Puritan ancestors in John Endicott, a biography, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1936, equally so was Stephen Salisbury's Antiquarian Papers, Memorial of Gov. John Endicott, Worcester, Massachusetts, Chas. Hamilton, 1879. Illuminating for Endicott's attitude toward women is Charles Francis Adams, Jr., ed. Antinomianism in the Colony of Massachusetts Bay, 1636-1638, Boston, The Prince Society, 1894, especially Governor Hutchinson's Appendix, The Examination of Mrs. N. Hutchinson at the Court at Newtown, pages 23,584, Her Trial in the Boston Church, pages 285,336, and of course John Winthrop's short story of the rise, reign, and ruin of the Antinomians, Familists, and Libertines, pages 67,233. William Bradford's Wickedness Breaks Forth was dated 1642 of Plymouth Plantation, ed. Samuel Eliot Morrison, New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1952, pages 31,623. For Freud's discussion of the barriers without which sexual instinct would break all bounds and the laboriously erected structure of civilization would be swept away, see A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis, New York, Perma Books, 1955, p. 321. His damn metaphor appeared in 3 essays on the theory of sexuality, 1905. One gets an impression from civilized children that the construction of these dams is a product of education, Standard Edition, ed. James Strachey, London, Hogarth Press, 195,374, 7, 17,778. For some of the consequences of all these repressions, see Civilization and its Discontents, New York, W. W. Norton, 1962, also Herbert Marcuse, Eros and Civilization, Boston, Beacon Press, 1955. Winthrop's remarkable relation of his religious experience, dated January 1637, is in Winthrop Papers, Boston, Massachusetts Historical Society, 1943, 3, 33,844. Other of his writings that I have quoted or cited are easily located by date in the papers or in Winthrop's journal, ed. James Kendall Hosmer, New York, Charles Scribner's Sons, 1908, 2 volumes. For the motives that led him to emigrate, see Edmund S. Morgan, The Puritan Dilemma, The Story of John Winthrop, Boston, Little, Brown, 1958. For his English. 472. Counterpart, see Thomas Carlyle, ed., Oliver Cromwell's Letters and Speeches, New York, Wiley and Putnam, 1845, 2 volumes. Conversations with Mark Newman, colleague and English historian, and the arguments of Neil Salisbury in an unpublished conference paper, Inside Out, Perception and Projection in the Puritans' Encounter with Indians, may have helped me avoid what the latter laments as the general tendency of American scholars to play down the settlers' backgrounds, emphasizing instead that new psychological responses were generated by the perception of unfamiliar people in unfamiliar settings. The Saints did indeed arrive in New England with a fully articulated ideology and with particular origins in the English class structure. Still, the best single statement of what that meant is Max Weber's astonishingly durable Protestant ethic and the spirit of capitalism, trans. Talcott Parsons, New York, Charles Scribner's Sons, 1958 Rig 19045. Weber saw that Calvinism's tendency to form a community worked itself out very largely in the world outside the church organizations ordained by God. Here the belief that the Christian proved his state of grace by action in majorum Dei gloriam was decisive, and the sharp condemnation of idolatry of the flesh and of all dependence on personal relations to other men was bound unperceived to direct this energy into the field of objective, impersonal, activity, p. 224n. Here the backed up or surplus energy, libidinal energy in Freudian terms, took the route Bradford thoroughly approved of instead of the one that so horrified him. And thus redirected, it helped the saints gain their reputation as coldly self-righteous colonizers, though it broke out of this new channel on occasion in flash floods of killings and hurtings. But within the channel of impersonal activity, this energy flowed toward modern capitalism, toward our mechanized, bureaucratized violence, and toward the concurrent exaltation of the natural sciences. Robert K. Merton explored the origins of this third branch in Puritanism, Pietism and Science, Social Theory and Social Structure, Glencoe, Ill, Free Press, 1949, pages 32946. See also Michael Walzer's Revolution of the Saints, New York, Athenaeum, 1968. For Christopher Hill's work, see The Century of Revolution, Edinburgh, Thomas Nelson, 1961, Society and Puritanism in Pre-Revolutionary England, New York, Schocken Books, 1964, and The Breathtaking World Turned Upside Down, Radical Ideas During the English Revolution, New York, Viking Press, 1972, on which I have drawn freely. My understanding of what it meant for the colonies to be established by a middle-class fragment from English society has also benefited from Lewis. 473. Hart's Founding of New Societies, New York, Harcourt, Brace and World, 1964. Chapter 4. The Pequot War. Crucial for any understanding of the war are the contemporary narratives of John Mason, John Underhill, Philip Vincent, and Lyon Gardner, published in the collections of the Massachusetts Historical Society and conveniently assembled by Charles Orr, ed., History of the Pequot War, Cleveland, Hellman Taylor Company, 1897. Captain Edward Johnson's account was virtually contemporary, since it was originally published in 1653, C. J. Franklin Jameson, ed., Johnson's Wonder-Working Providence, 16281651, New York, Charles Scribner's Sons, 1910. Published originally in 1677 but useful for the continuity of Indian hating is William Hubbard's The History of the Indian Wars in New England, 2, ed. Samuel G. Drake, Roxbury, Massachusetts, W. Elliott Woodward, 1865. Elias Canetti's fine discussion of first victims is in Crowds and Power, trans. Carol Stewart, New York, Viking Press, 1963, p. 138. Survival as a passion has obvious relevance to the Puritan sense of elation at seeing all the dead bodies at the Pequot Fort, pages 227, 392. Canetti also dealt with the way rulers manipulate fear of hostile packs, p. 457, and as if in illustration of his analysis, Herbert Milton Sylvester in Indian Wars of New England, Boston, W. B. Clark Company, 1910, I. 294, quoted Hubbard on those savage wolves and himself referred to the Pequots as a pack of hungry wolves. Useful for placing the tribe in its proper context is T.J.C. Brasser, The Coastal Algonquians, People of the First Frontiers, in North American Indians in Historical Perspective, ed. Eleanor Burke Leacock and Nancy Estrike Lurie, New York, Random House, 1971. The traditional account of Pequot origins I outline in the text has been questioned recently by scholars who believe Pequot and Mohegan to have been interchangeable terms and doubt they were a branch of the Hudson River Mohicans. See Bert Salwen, A Tentative in Situ Solution to the Mohegan-Pequot Problem, in an Introduction to the Archaeology and History of the Connecticut Valley Indian, ed. William R. Young, Springfield, Massachusetts Museum of Science, 1969, I. 8188. The late Perry Miller. 474. Contended, I think wrongly, that Roger Williams was the only colonist in New England who could and did treat Indian culture with respect. See Roger Williams, His Contribution to the American Tradition, New York, Athenaeum, 1962. That contention was elaborated upon by Jack L. Davis, Roger Williams Among the Narragansett Indians, New England Quarterly, Slyin, 1970, 593,604. Chapter V. The Legacy of the Pequot War. For John Underhill's subsequent career as a professional Indian killer, see John W. DeForest, History of the Indians of Connecticut, Hartford, WMJAS Hamershey, 1853. In Fathers and Children, Andrew Jackson and the Subjugation of the American Indian, New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1975. Michael Paul Rajan described the primitive accumulation of Creek and Cherokee lands, a process completed much earlier of course in the Pequot country. In addition, my indebtedness to Roy Harvey Pierce will be clear to anyone who has read Savages of America, a study of the Indian and the idea of civilization, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins Press, 1953. In 1537 Pope Paul III forbade Christians to think of Indians as less than men. A century later Winthrop recorded that we received a letter at the General Court from the magistrates of Connecticut and New Haven and of Aquitaine, wherein they declared their dislike of such as would have the Indians rooted out, as being of the cursed race of Ham. Journal, October 1640. Though Winthrop went on to note that the Massachusetts authorities had agreed with the other magistrates, he had himself shortly before, as we have seen, taken as a given that all Indians were a common enemy. But the point here is that both items more than suggest that Christians had in fact commenced to think of Indians as a separate species or cursed race as Freud said somewhere. There was never a need to prohibit something no one desired to do. Louis Hanke discussed Paul's bull in Pope Paul III and the American Indians, Harvard Theological Review, XXX, 1937, 65102. Hanke dealt at length with Las Casas and the debate at Valladolid in Aristotle and the American Indians, London, Hollis and Carter, 1959. This important mid-16th century controversy over whether Indians were truly men was largely neglected by Margaret T. Hodgin in early anthropology in the 16th and 17th centuries, Philadelphia, University of Pennsylvania. 475. Press, 1964. Her survey, ably researched and most useful, was from my point of view badly misconceived, especially in its acceptance of the conventional wisdom that racialism in its familiar 19th and 20th century sense of the term was all but non-existent. It is likely that precisely the sense of the term is badly in need of revision. Though published too late for me to draw on, Ronald Sanders's Lost Tribes and Promised Lands, The Origins of American Racism, Boston, Little, Brown, 1978, is a welcome step toward that necessary revision. By tracing the roots of American racism back to the 15th and 16th centuries, Sanders provides evidence from Spain and Portugal that supports arguments I advance here. Carried abroad by the first colonizing powers, racism as a reality predated by centuries racism as a word. The problem is terribly important and terribly tangled. Part of the tangle stems from the fact that, as Winthrop Jordan has remarked, racism is terribly hard to define for the best study of its origins, though the term does not appear once. See Jordan's White over Black, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina Press, 1968. In Race Relations, London, Tavistock, 1967, Michael Banton attempted to clear away terminological troubles by distinguishing between racism, as the theory, and racialism, as the practice. This distinction is enticing, but as I have argued, both were present in the first Anglo-American settlements, though to be sure theory was not there in its fully developed form. On the relative unimportance of theory, see Otore Manini's fascinating Prospero and Caliban, New York, Frederick A. Prieger, 1964. For one of the most untheoretical racists of all time, see George L. Moss's discussion of Adolf Hitler in Toward the Final Solution, A History of European Racism, New York, Howard Fertig, 1978, pages 20-29. Philip Mason's Prospero's Magic, Some Thoughts on Class and Race, London, Oxford University Press, 1962, Probes for Origins in the Unconscious. The concurrent dispossession and subjugation of the Black Irish furnish instructive parallels and contrasts, As early as 1700 one writer said the Irish in our western plantations were distinguished by the ignominious epithet of white Negroes, quoted by Edward D. Snyder, The Wild Irish, a study of some English satires against the Irish, Scots, and Welsh, Modern Philology, 17, April 1920, 14785. The English assumption of racial superiority over the Irish did not lead to full-blown racism because the Irish were never really black, never more than white Negroes. Their ethnocentric assumption owed part of its appeal to the contrast drawn by adventurers during the Tudor and Stuart periods. L. P. Curtis, Jr., maintained in his Penetrating Anglo-Saxons and Celts, a study of anti-Irish prejudice. 476. Udique in Victorian England, Conference on British Studies at the University of Bridgeport, Con. 1968. And though the English were centuries away from colonizing Australia, when they ultimately went down under they acted not unlike the Puritans of Massachusetts Bay, parallels across time and space suggesting not so much the importance of chronology and theory as the permanency of English forms of treating, feeling, and viewing non-white people. C. F. S. Stevens, ed., Racism, The Australian Experience, Sydney, Australia and New Zealand Book Company, 1971, 2 volumes. In fine, I think the evidence overwhelming that racism long antedated its 19th and 20th century formulations, but trust the reader will make charitable allowances for my provisional definition. Relevant to this argument are 2 essays that appeared after it was written, G. E. Thomas, Puritans, Indians, and the Concept of Race, New England Quarterly, Slay 8 March 1975, 327, and Philip L. Berg, Racism and the Puritan Mind, Philon, 30 March 1975, 17. In Puritanism in America, New Culture in a New World, New York, Viking Press, 1973, Lars Erzif helpfully related the Puritans' economic and political interests to their needs to have sinners under the lash and to find an outlet for righteousness baffled during the controversy over Anne Hutchinson and the Antinomian heresy. His discussion of their cold violence is less persuasive. Edgar Wynn's Pagan Mysteries in the Renaissance, London, Faber and Faber, 1958, does much to unearth the hidden mysteries in Morton's New English Canon. As the Abiezer Kopp quotation suggests, there was virtually a point-to-point correlation between Morton's royalist libertarianism and the radical views of the group, 164,951, contemporaries called ranters. Both were in fundamental opposition to the body-denying Protestant ethic, of course, and through Dionysiac orgies with plenty of sack or beer, lascivious songs, and in the words of a ranter critic, downright bawdry and dancing. Ranters drew directly on familism, thus indirectly on German Anabaptism, and as Christopher Hill observed, may or may not have taken some ideas second-hand from Italian Neoplatonism. Morton, I have ventured, probably drew directly on the latter. He evinced values associated with the aristocracy but possibly was influenced as well by the underground, lower-class radicalism from which the ranters emerged. Though he was dead and there is no evidence ranters knew of his New English Canon, Hill's discussion of the political links between ranters and royalists in the 1650s underlines the affinities. The World Turned Upside Down, New York, Viking Press, 1972, pages 161, 27375, 294, 332. 477. Chapter 6. Timothy Dwight of Greenfield Hill. Timothy Dwight's Greenfield Hill, a poem, was originally published in New York by Childs and Swain in 1794. The major poems of Timothy Dwight, Gainesville, Florida, Scholars' Facsimiles and Reprints, 1969, makes it easily accessible, along with The Conquest of Canaan and America. Vernon Lewis Parrington's Connecticut Wits, New York, Harcourt, Brace, 1926, is still worth consulting, as is his section on Dwight in Main Currents in American Thought, New York, Harcourt, Brace, 1927, 1930, I. 36,063. See also Kenneth Silverman, Timothy Dwight, New York, Twain Publishers, 1969. Chapter 7. John Adams. The uncompleted draft of Adams's letter to Jefferson may be found by date, February 2, 1813, as may their completed correspondence, in Lester J. Cappon's ably edited The Adams-Jefferson Letters, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina Press, 1959, 2. For Adams's letters to Benjamin Rush, also easily located by date, see the convenient collection The Spur of Fame, ed. John A. Schutz and Douglas Adair, San Marino, California, Huntington Library, 1966. The letter to Judge Tudor, September 23, 1818, is in the works of John Adams, ed. Charles Francis Adams, Boston, Little, Brown, 1856, X, 35962. In his justification of the colonists' land policy, Adams echoed an important address of his son John Quincy, delivered in 1802. The younger Adams's formulations were discussed by Glenn Tucker in Tecumseh, Vision of Glory, Indianapolis, Bobbs Merrill, 1956, p. 141. For evidence that the Adams family was not abnormal in their dedication to slashing down forests, see Hans Huth, Nature and the American, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1957. In The Writer and the Shaman, A Morphology of the American Indian, trans. Raymond Rosenthal, New York, Harcourt Brace Jovanovich, 1973, Elamir Zala noted that Adams came up with a striking intuition in seeing similarities between the Indians and the Platonists. An Italian scholar, Zala himself had striking intuitions that more than retrieve his work from its occasional crotchetiness. 478. I must add a qualifying word. Comparisons between the thought of native peoples and that coming out of Greek philosophy are tricky. See Stanley Diamond's Plato and the Definition of the Primitive, In Search of the Primitive, A Critique of Civilization, New Brunswick, N.J., Transaction Books, 1974, pages 176,202. Adams's quarrel was not with the statism of the Republic and the laws but with Plato's theory of ideas or forms as the meta-reality. This mystical theory, as Adams saw it, had some affinity with Indian religion, for after all, contrary to current conventional wisdom, native peoples did think in abstractions. But they firmly grounded their abstractions in their sensuous experience and thereby avoided any sharp Platonic split between perceptions and conceptions. This not insignificant difference suggests that Adams exaggerated the similarity of outlooks he so detested. Chapter 8. Thomas Jefferson. The parenthetical references after Jefferson's papers are to the writings of Thomas Jefferson, Memorial Edition, ed. Andrew A. Lipscomb and Albert Ellery Berg, Washington, Thomas Jefferson Memorial Association, 19,034, 20 volumes. Despite its known weaknesses, this memorial edition remains the most inclusive completed collection. Unfortunately, the great Jefferson industry at Princeton only recently reached March 31, 1791, with its 19th volume, Julian P. Boyd et.al., eds., The Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Princeton University Press, 1950-. Thus the textual citations, usually date, volume, and page, are to the memorial edition, save for the Adams-Jefferson letters, cited by date only, and to the latter's notes on the state of Virginia, for which see William Pettin's definitive edition, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina Press, 1955. Vernon Lewis Parrington built his monumental Main Currents of American Thought, New York, Harcourt, Brace, 1927, 1930, on the cornerstone of his devotion to Jeffersonian liberalism. Merrill D. Peterson traced reverberations of the tradition in Parrington and others in his more recent rhapsody, The Jeffersonian Image in the American Mind, New York, Oxford University Press, 1960. Leonard Lovey's Irreverence in Jefferson and Civil Liberties, The Darker Side, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1963, was anticipated by Henry Adams in History of the United States during the 479 administrations of Jefferson and Madison, New York, Charles Scribner's Sons, 188,990, 9 volumes. The irony verges on satire in Adams's discussion of Jefferson and the Indians. Not hypocrisy but benevolence is the theme of 2 recent assessments of Jefferson's Indian policy. Francis Paul Prucha, American Indian Policy in the Formative Years, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1962, and Bernard W. Sheehan, Seeds of Extinction, Jeffersonian Philanthropy and the American Indian, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina Press, 1973. 2 older studies remain, I think, more forthright and penetrating. Annie Heloise Abel, The History of Events Resulting in Indian Consolidation West of the Mississippi, Annual Report of the American Historical Association, 1906, Washington, Government Printing Office, 1908, I. 233,450, and George Dewey Harmon, 60 Years of Indian Affairs. 1789180, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina Press, 1941. Winthrop Jordan's White Over Black was first published by the same press in 1968. I have been quoting the Pelican edition of 1969. David Bryan Davis's Problem of Slavery in the Age of Revolution, 1770183, Ithaca, Cornell University Press, 1975, pages 16884, 19495, presents Jefferson as a trimmer. At best, on anti-slavery, it deals less satisfactorily with his racism, perhaps in part because Indians are left out of the discussion. For Virginia Laws on Miscegenation, see William W. Henning, Statutes at Large, Richmond, 181,023. Jefferson said nothing, of course, about amalgamation with Indian slaves or slaves with an Indian parent. For what is still the best study of this obscure subject, see Almon Wheeler Lauber, Indian Slavery in Colonial Times Within the Present Limits of the United States, New York, Columbia University, 1913, especially pages 25,254. James Hugo Johnston's Race Relations in Virginia and Miscegenation in the South, 1776180, Amherst, University of Massachusetts Press, 1970, originally a 1937 University of Chicago PhD Dis, contains a wealth of data on colonial and early national racial attitudes. See Indian Relations, pages 26,992, wherein he argued that legal marriages with the Indians became as unthinkable for the average white man as were legal marriages with the Negro, since red and black both shared the antipathies of the white man. Winthrop Jordan, who contributed the foreword to Johnston's study, still maintained the contrary, finding no pervasive tension in the sexual union of red and white, but instead colonists willing to allow, even advocate, intermarriage with the Indians, an unheard of proposition concerning Negroes. Patrick Henry pushed a bill through 2 readings in the Virginia House which offered bounties, if that is the proper term, for children of Indian white mar. 480. Riech's, White Over Black, p. 163. True, in 1784 Henry supported his extraordinary bill during a time of Indian troubles, but the act died in the Assembly. John Marshall had supported it strongly as advantageous to the country and was bitterly disappointed by its failure. In December 1784 he spoke directly to the question of whether tensions were aroused by unions of red and white. Our prejudices, however, he wrote James Monroe, oppose themselves to our interests, and operate too powerfully for them. Albert J. Beveridge, Life of John Marshall, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1916, I. 24041, also Robert Douthit Mead, Patrick Henry, Practical Revolutionary Philadelphia, J. B. Lippincott, 1969, pages 26,465. For the Marriage Act, Bill No. 86, reported out by Jefferson's Committee of Revisers, See Julian P. Boyd, ed., The Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1950, 2, 55,658, it nullified marriages between free whites and slaves, among whom were Indians, and mulattoes, among whom were also many Indians or persons of Indian ancestry. Manifestly Jefferson did not seize the opportunity to promote amalgamation and at no point cared or dared to take a step like Henry's. Byrd's advocacy of intermarriage appeared in his History of the Dividing Line, see Lewis B. Wright, ed., The Prose Works of William Byrd of Westover, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1966, pages 16,061. Chapter 9. Jefferson, 2. Benevolence Betrayed. For biographical data on Tenskwatawa I have leaned heavily on Glenn Tucker's Voice in the Wilderness, in Tecumseh, Vision of Glory, Indianapolis, Bobbs Merrill, 1956, pages 89,104 et passim. Indian biographer John M. Oskison provided other evidence in Tecumseh and His Times, New York, G. P. Putnam's Sons, 1938. See also Benjamin Drake, Life of Tecumseh and His Brother the Prophet, New York, Arno Press, 1969 Orig 1841, Moses Dawson, A Historical Narrative of the Civil and Military Services of Major General William H. Harrison, Cincinnati, M. Dawson, 1824, and Freeman Cleaves, Old Tippecanoe, New York, Charles Scribner's Sons, 1939. For Smohola and the Columbia River Dancers, see Click Relander, Drummers and Dreamers, Caldwell, Idaho, Caxton Printers, 1956. For the influence of the Shakers still farther west, see H. G. Barnett, Indian Shakers, Carbondale, Southern Illinois University Press, 1957. 481. Anthony F. C. Wallace, Revitalization Movements, Some Theoretical Considerations for Their Comparative Study, American Anthropologist, Le'ayin, April 1956, 26481, is the primary source for the revitalization concept, but see also his introduction to James Mooney's Ghost Dance Religion and the Sioux Outbreak of 1890, Chicago, Phoenix Books, 1965, and of course his Death and Rebirth of the Seneca, New York, Vintage Books, 1972. For the global context of the reaction of Aborigines to white racism and exploitation, see the Italian scholar Vittorio Lanterneri's Religions of the Oppressed, A Study of Modern Messianic Cults, trans. Lisa Sergio, New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1963. My understanding of Jefferson's paternalism and Prospero-like relationship with the Indians owes much to K. M. Abenheimer, Shakespeare's Tempest, A Psychological Analysis, Psychoanalytic Review, XXXIII, October 1946, 399,415. On this topic two other works cited earlier are also illuminating, Odore Manini, Prospero and Caliban, New York, Frederick A. Prieger, 1964, and Philip Mason, Prospero's Magic, London, Oxford University Press, 1962. Michael Paul Rajan in Liberal Society and the Indian Question, Politics and Society, 2, May 1971, 269,312, used psychoanalysis to probe for the meaning of such paternalism in Jacksonian America. Carl L. Becker's Declaration of Independence, New York, Vintage Books, 1958, remains the best overall study. Julian P. Boyd's Declaration of Independence, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1945, is a careful study of the evolution of the text. Boyd's notes in the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1950, I. 299,308, 41,317, incorporate discovery of additional information on Jefferson's drafting of the document. Chapter X. Driving Indians into Jefferson's Stony Mountains. In Society and Puritanism in Pre-Revolutionary England, New York, Schocken Books, 1964, p. 85, Christopher Hill found it one of history's little ironies that the liberty poles of the American Revolution descended from the Maypole. Reactions within the Monroe Cabinet to Jackson's Florida caper are best followed, by date, in the Memoirs of John Quincy Adams, Philadelphia, J. B. Lippincott, 1875, 4, 87,212. Passam Adams's devout hope he would prove equal to the task of justifying Jackson was entered on November 8, 1818, 4, 168. The Dis. 482. Patch to Minister Irving of November 28, 1818, is in the writings of John Quincy Adams, New York, Macmillan, 1916, 6, 474,502. Letters and orders to and from Jackson may be found, by date, in the correspondence of Andrew Jackson, ed. John Spencer Bassett, Washington, D.C., Carnegie Institution, 1927. Most of the Florida papers are in Volume 2. Bassett's Life of Andrew Jackson, New York, Macmillan, 1931. Arig 2 volumes, 1911, grants that the Indians might have made peace if Americans had not coveted Florida, p. 251, but is useful primarily for tracing into the 20th century attitudes toward the mercilessness of sullen savages, p. 237. By contrast, relatively free of cant is James Parton's Life of Andrew Jackson, New York, Mason Brothers, 1860, 3 volumes. General David B. Mitchell, the Creek agent, made his deposition on white and red aggressions, prior to the attack on Foultown, before a Senate committee in February 1819, 2, 430 n. For Old Hickory as the embodiment of the image and spirit of his countrymen, see John William Ward, Andrew Jackson, Symbol for an Age, New York, Oxford University Press, 1955. More satisfactory on Jackson and the Indians, and unequaled for understanding his inner demons, is Michael Paul Rogin's Fathers and Children, New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1975. Jackson's view of himself as like one of the Israelites of old in the wilderness is another datum on the massive continuity with the colonial past. Self-anointed heirs of ancient Israel, John Endicott and the saints sought to establish a Redeemer nation in the West. 2 centuries later, Andrew Jackson was a secularized version of their mission. Given his upbringing in the South, he was not as neat an illustration of the legacy as John Quincy Adams, and probably the pervasiveness of the myth of America was more uneven than Sake van Berkovich's study of rhetoric would suggest. See The Puritan Origins of the American Self, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1975. Still, had Berkovich not relied exclusively on hermeneutics and looked further for ties between the Puritanism of the 17th century and the nationalism of the 19th, he would have found evidence in Jackson to buttress his discussion of Emerson and Lincoln. Alexander Arbuthnot made the mistake of liking Indians. They have been ill-treated by the English, read one of his diary entries, and robbed by the Americans quoted in Marquis James, Andrew Jackson, The Border Captain, New York, Literary Guild, 1933, p. 310. He was sympathetically discussed in Parton's Life of Andrew Jackson and in Edwin C. McReynolds', The Seminoles, Norman, University of Oklahoma Press, 1957, pages 7886. For Hillis Hadjo and his execution, see Carolyn Thomas Foreman, Indians. 483. Abroad, 14931938, Norman, University of Oklahoma Press, 1943, pages 11418. For his relationship with Tecumseh, see John Dunn Hunter, Memoirs of a Captivity Among the Indians of North America, ed. Richard Drinnon, New York, Schocken Books, 1973, pages 2731, 108, 242 n. Among historians who see the national government's humane Indian policy as having been scuttled by greedy frontier rogues, Francis Paul Prucha is best known, see American Indian Policy in the Formative Years, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1962. The contrary is argued in Richard Drinnon's White Savage, The Case of John Dunn Hunter, New York, Schocken Books, 1972. The working partnership of Adams and Jackson in 1818 was like the earlier one of Jefferson and Harrison, and like that of a number of later figures for a revealing glimpse into the symbiotic relationship of capital and countryside on Indian dispossession. See Secretary of War Lewis Cass's private and confidential letter to His Excellency Wilson Lumpkin, Governor of Georgia, December 24, 1832, Record Group 75, Microfilm 7, Roll 1, National Archives. For a discussion of the White Paper as Adams's great gun that cleared the air everywhere, see Samuel Flagg Bemis, John Quincy Adams and the Foundations of American Foreign Policy, New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1949, p. 328. For Monroe's Statement of Administration Objectives, see his letters to Madison, February 7, 1819, and to Richard Rush, March 7, 1819, in Writings of James Monroe, ed. Stanislaus Murray Hamilton, New York, G. P. Putnam's Sons, 1902, 6, 8792. See also Harry Ammon, James Monroe, New York, McGraw-Hill, 1971, pages 40,925. Jefferson's letter to Monroe of January 18, 1819, about Adams's White Paper, is not in the Memorial Edition but in Paul Lester Ford, ed., Writings of Thomas Jefferson, New York, G. P. Putnam's Sons, 189,299, x. 122. On Adams and Native Americans after he left the White House, see Lynn Hudson Parsons, A Perpetual Harrow Upon My Feelings, John Quincy Adams and the American Indian, New England Quarterly, XLVI, September 1973, 33,946. Madison's undated letter to Lafayette is in Letters and Other Writings of James Madison, New York, R. Worthington, 1884, 3, 23940. This 4-volume congressional edition also contains his other letters to Lafayette and his letters to Monroe, Francis Wright, et.al., easily located by date. The Federalist No. 10 may be conveniently read in Jacob E. Cook, ed., The Federalist, Middletown, Con, Wesleyan University Press, 1961, pages 5665. For a celebration of Madison's profundity as a political economist, see Charles A. Beard, The Economic Basis of Politics, New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1945, pages 1619 et passim. Beard was a fine historian. 484. And flexible enough to see that military power might disturb or overturn property-based politics. He never seems to have realized, however, that the model he took from Madison came out of the European experience and thus fitted European class conflicts but meshed not at all with fundamental cultural and racial divisions in the Americas. The Monroe Doctrine's underside was explored long ago by Richard Roland Stenberg's American Imperialism in the Southwest, 18001837, Ph.D. Dis, University of Texas, 1932, pages 14669. Richard W. Van Alstyne, in his more recent Rising American Empire, Chicago, Quadrangle Books, 1965, depicted the Monroe Doctrine as the cornerstone of United States' assumption of hegemony in the New World. For the sources and patterns of this national ideology, see also his Genesis of American Nationalism, Waltham, Massachusetts, Blaisdell, 1970. For a discussion of the Monroe Doctrine and its potent thrust into Texas and Mexico, see Richard Drinnon, The Metaphysics of Empire Building, American Imperialism in the Age of Jefferson and Monroe, Massachusetts Review, 16, Autumn 1975, 66688. Chapter 11. Westward Ho! With James Kirk Paulding. Horatio Greenough's explicit intention in the rescue group, as recounted in a letter by a friend of his family and quoted by Roy Harvey Peirce, addressed itself directly to the merciless savage theme we have been pursuing. See The Savages of America, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins Press, 1953. Abraham Lincoln's Indian-hating Uncle Mordecai was sympathetically discussed by John C. Nicolay and John Hay. Abraham Lincoln, New York, Century, 1890, I. 21. The instinct that impelled the pioneers to people Kentucky was later identified as that Anglo-Saxon lust of land which seems inseparable from the race. I. 1516. John Filson's The Discovery, Settlement, and Present State of Kentucky, originally published in 1784 and many times reprinted, was reissued in 1966 by University Microfilms at Ann Arbor. For the Fearless Buffaloes and Bloody Footsteps references, see pages 51, 80. Paulding's letter to George Bancroft and those two other correspondents discussed in this chapter may be easily located by date in Ralph M. Adderman, ed. Letters of James Kirk Paulding, Mady. 485. Sun, University of Wisconsin Press, 1962. For biographical details and bibliography, see Amos L. Harold, James Kirk Paulding, Versatile American, New York, Columbia University Press, 1926. For his works discussed here, see The Backwoodsman, Philadelphia, M. Thomas, 1818, The Dutchman's Fireside, New York, J. and J. Harper, 1831, and Westward Ho! New York, J. and J. Harper, 1832. In the last, Paulding acknowledged his particular obligations to Timothy Flint's recollections of the last 10 years, passed in occasional residences and journeyings in the Valley of the Mississippi, Boston, 1826. Arlen Turner, James Kirk Paulding and Timothy Flint, Mississippi Valley Historical Review, 3rd Civ, June 1947, 10511, maintained Paulding must have written Westward Ho! With the recollections open before him. He may as well have drawn on Flint's Indian fighter that appeared in the token for 1830. G. Harrison Orions, The Indian Hater in Early American Fiction, Journal of American History, XXVII, 1933, 3444, discussed Flint, Paulding, James Hall, N. M. Hance, and others, and concluded surprisingly that, like many other persons whose energies flow in a single channel, the Indian hater was not an unmitigated force for good. No, not unmitigated, but as Sir William Johnson said, he had his uses. Joel R. Poinsett, Van Buren's Secretary of War, was a South Carolinian slaveholder who saw himself as the apostle of liberty to Spanish America. An analysis of his attitude toward Indians and Mexicans and his role in United States expansionism. See Richard Drinnon, White Savage, New York, Schocken Books, 1972. Pages 18793. Lieutenant Wilkes's instructions and the Dred Scott MS are in Paulding's letters, pages 22332, 39293. For Wilkes's account, see his Narrative of the United States Exploring Expedition, 5 volumes. Philadelphia, Lee and Blanchard, 1845. William H. Getzmann summarized the undertaking in Exploration and Empire, New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1966, pages 23340. Best for placing it in its appropriate context is Richard W. Van Alstyne's Rising American Empire, Chicago, Quadrangle, 1965, pages 1067. 12627, 17374. Chapter 12. An American Romance in Color, William Gilmore Simms. William Gilmore Simms's Daniel Boone, The First Hunter of Kentucky was originally published in the periodical he edited. 486. The Southern and Western Magazine, I. April 1845, 22,542, and included with literature and art among the American Aborigines, the writings of James Fenimore Cooper, and other pieces in Views and Reviews in American Literature, History, and Fiction, ed. C. Hugh Holman, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1962. His perception of the nature of white prejudices, paralleling Montesquieu's, appeared in his essay on Indian literature and art. The First Hunter contained equally brilliant lines, most notably his realization that Boone was not merely a hunter. He was on a mission. The spiritual sense was strong in him. He felt the union between his inner nature and the nature of the visible world, and yearned for their intimate communion, pages 15,657. Unhappily, Sims did not develop this to the further realization that Boone was yearning for what the Indians had. In his extraordinary The Discovery of Kentucky, William Carlos Williams pursued the point, maintaining that if the land were to be possessed it must be as the Indian possessed it. Boone saw the truth of the red man, not an aberrant type, treacherous and anti-white to be feared and exterminated, but as a natural expression of the place, the Indian himself as right, the flower of his world. More relevant here than whether Boone actually saw the Indian as the natural flower of his world is the fact that Sims sensed man's natural yearning to be at one with the land. 80 years after Sims, at all events, William Carlos Williams followed in his footsteps, first by using Filson, then by denouncing him as an asinine chronicler, and finally by demonstrating how deeply he had been moved by the archetypal narrative E.C. in The American Grain, New York, New Directions, 1956, pages 13,039. Oderayman and I discussed Robinson Crusoe and the Lure of a World Without Men in Prospero and Caliban, New York, Frederick A. Prieger, 1964, pages 97,105. Sims was quite capable of thinking of Boone as a sort of land Crusoe. In his essay on Cooper he used seagoing imagery in his consideration of Hawkeye, the land sailor of Mr. Cooper, Views, p. 272. For Sims's City Gazette denigration of the Indian as he is, see Mary Oliphant, Alfred Odell, and T.C. Eves, eds, The Letters of William Gilmore Sims, Columbia, University of South Carolina Press, 1952, I. 2930. For a modern edition of the Yamasee, see that edited by Alexander Cowie, New York, American Book, 1937. J. V. Ridgely's William Gilmore Sims, New York, Twain Publishers, 1962, is a useful recent survey, though it stresses his later emphatic role as a Southron at the expense of his earlier nationalism and insistence on Americanism in literature. Views, pages 729. 487. Chapter 13. Nix in the Woods, Robert Montgomery Bird. For the doubleness of Boone's legend, see Henry Nash Smith's important chapter Daniel Boone, Empire Builder or Philosopher of Primitivism. In Virgin Land, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1950. The best biography is John Bakeless' Daniel Boone, Master of the Wilderness, New York, William Morrow, 1939. Daniel Bryan's epic Mountain Muse, comprising the adventures of Daniel Boone. Harrisonburg, Virginia, Davidson and Bourne, 1813, cast his relative by marriage as the advance agent of progress, bringing civilization to wilderness Kentucky when naught but beasts and bloody Indians dwelt throughout the mighty waste. Good on the relationship of Boone and other pathfinders to Colonel Richard Henderson and other land speculators is Arthur K. Moore's Frontier Mind, a cultural analysis of the Kentucky frontiersman, Lexington, University of Kentucky Press, 1957. W. Eugene Holland's Frontier Violence, Another Look, New York, Oxford University Press, 1974, merits mention for the thesis that the violent society in the settlements produced violence on the frontier, and not vice versa. D. H. Lawrence might have asked of Model Boone what he asked and hauntingly answered about Cooper's Natty Bumppo, what sort of a white man is he? Why, he is a man with a gun. he is a killer, a slayer. Patient and gentle as he is a slayer. Self-effacing, self-forgetting, still he is a killer. Studies in Classic American Literature, New York, Doubleday Anchor, 1953, p. 69. Natty was a reluctant killer in the tradition of Boone, as were so many strong silent men from the Wild West since, including Owen Wister's Virginian. C. Leslie Fiedler's Love and Death in the American Novel, Cleveland, World, 1962, pages 25556. Fiedler pointed out that the theme was plagiarized by the movie High Noon, in which Gary Cooper, in whom myth after myth has become flesh, incarnates the Virginian. 2. In the film Sergeant York, Cooper also fittingly incarnated in celluloid the World War I hero whose great-great-grandfather hunted coon with Davy Crockett in the Valley of Three Forks of the Wolf. See Sergeant York, His Own Life Story and War Diary, ed. Tom Scahill, Garden City, N.Y., Doubleday, Doran, 1928. I am indebted to Fiedler for his insights into the legend of gentle killers. Colonel Frank Triplett's Conquering the Wilderness, New York, N. D. Thompson, 1883. 488. Has long been a prime source for such eagerly unreluctant killers as Adam Poe. Biographical data on Robert Montgomery Bird may be found in Cecil B. Williams, ed., Nick of the Woods or the Gibbonanacy, A Tale of Kentucky, New York, American Book, 1939. Williams competently traced the evolution of the novel in the Bird manuscripts and placed it in the context of Bird's life and other writings, though he failed to pin down the novelist's indebtedness to John Filson's Kentuck. For identification of the novelist as a Pennsylvanian, see, for example, R. W. B. Lewis, The American Atom, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1955, p. 105, where he appears as Robert Montgomery Bird of Philadelphia. A physician of restless temperament. Constance Rourke's remark in American Humor, New York, Doubleday Anchor, 1953, that Bird tapped a deep fund of Western comic talk and character inadvertently emphasized the callousness and sadism of that humor. Elsewhere in her study she developed the insight that the frontiersman's prevailing hysteria was shown in his insensate habit of killing more game than sick he needed, or of shooting the hundreds of pigeons that blackened the sky from a blind wish to exhibit power or a blinder purpose to obliterate the wilderness, pages 42-160. That Indians, blacks, Mexicans, and Chinese were so often the butts of this exuberant blindness led B. A. Botkin to comment on the essential viciousness of many of our folk heroes. See his Treasury of American Folklore, New York, Crown, 1944, for the Mike Fink stories discussed in the text. See also Walter Blair, Native American Humor, New York, American Book, 1937, for a discussion of Thomas Bangs Thorpe, John S. Robb, et.al., and especially for an analysis of the box-like structure of genteel realism that framed the frontier tales. I have suggested the same device provided a civilized frame for classic Indian haters. Mark Twain was of course master of the technique in his art, the culmination of southwestern humor, and fittingly enough an absolute Indian hater himself. See Leslie Fiedler, The Return of the Vanishing American, New York, Stein and Day, 1968, pages 12224. The euphemism of emptying the eastern states of Indians is Francis Paul Prutch's In American Indian Policy in the Formative Years, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1962, Chapter 10. Some years back, one of the major influences on my generation's understanding of the United States was Vernon Lewis Parrington's Main Currents in American Thought, New York, Harcourt, Brace, 1927, 1930. It still deservedly ranks as a monument to the tradition of Jeffersonian and Jacksonian liberalism, only in the 489. Present study have I become aware of the extent to which it also stands as a monument to that tradition's blindness to racism and its openness to the implicit assumptions and attitudes of Indian hating. Harrington's staggeringly insensitive comments on birds' bloodletting were of a piece with his failure to invite Miantonimo, Metacom, Pontiac, Logan, Tecumseh, Sequoia, Sitting Bull, Chief Joseph, or any other Indians into his 1,300 pages of main currents. Decades ago Thomas Rainsford Lounsbury observed in James Fenimore Cooper, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1884, p. 55, that most of the novelist's Indians were depicted as crafty, bloodthirsty, and merciless. But critics continued to ignore this truth, so that in April 1906 W. C. Brownell exclaimed in Scribner's how extraordinary it was that Cooper's assumed idealization of the Indian had become a firmly established convention quoted in Gregory Lansing Payne, The Indians of the Leather-Stocking Tales, Studies in Philology, XXIII, January 1926. 37. Since Cooper's typical Indian was bad like Magua and not good like Uncas, it was and is extraordinary, and it has to do with conventions about primitivism and noble savages that produce what amounts to literary Indian hating. The attack is always on Cooper's idealized Delawares and Pawnees and not on his maligned Iroquois and Sioux. For a first-rate analysis of the novelist's dependence on John Heckewelder, see Paul A. W. Wallace, Cooper's Indians, in James Fenimore Cooper, A Reappraisal, ed. Mary E. Cunningham, Cooperstown, N.Y., New York State Historical Association, 1954, pages 42,346. My understanding of Cooper's ambivalences has also benefited from Smith's chapter on leatherstocking in Virgin Land and from Roy Harvey Pierce's earlier The Leatherstocking Tales Re-Examined, South Atlantic Quarterly, XLVI, October 1947, 52,436. As governor of the Michigan Territory and negotiator of treaties relieving the Indians of millions of acres of land, General Lewis Cass enjoyed an unearned reputation as an Indian expert. The lines of his onslaught against Cooper shaped those since see his Indians of North America, North American Review, XXII, January 1826, 67, Review of William Rawls A Vindication of the Rev. Mr. Heckewelder's History of the Indian Nations, Ibid, XXVI, April 1828, 357,403, and Removal of the Indians, Ibid, XXX January 1830, 62,121. For Francis Parkman's Attack, see Ibid, Lciv, January 1852, 15,052. Since Parkman himself thought of the Indians as forest beasts, as man, wolf, and devil, all in one, he spoke sympathetically of Bird-Spirited Nick for its thematic development of that unquenchable, indiscriminate hate which Indian. 490. Outrages can awaken in those who have suffered them. Conspiracy of Pontiac, Boston, Little, Brown, 1929, 2, 127. The best discussion of Parkman's Indians is David Levin's History as Romantic Art, Stanford, California, Stanford University Press, 1959, pages 13,241. See also Robert Schulman, Parkman's Indians and American Violence, Massachusetts Review, 12, 1971, 22,039. See Richard Drinnon's White Savage, New York, Schocken Books, 1972, pages 23,346, for a discussion in greater detail of Cooper's indebtedness to Heckewelder and also to John Dunn Hunter, and for the hostile reactions of Parkman and in particular of Cass. Chapter 14. Friend of the Indian, Colonel McKenney. Abbreviated references in this and the next chapter are to the following sources. T. Thomas L. McKenney, Sketches of a Tour to the Lakes, of the Character and Customs of the Chippewa Indians, and of Incidents Connected with the Treaty of Fond du Lac, Baltimore, Fielding Lucas, Jr., 1827. M. Thomas L. McKenney, Memoirs, Official and Personal, with sketches of travels among the northern and southern Indians, embracing a war excursion, and descriptions of scenes along the western borders, New York, Payne and Burgess, 18462nd ed., 2 volumes in 1. ITNA. Thomas L. McKenney and James Hall, The Indian Tribes of North America with Biographical Sketches and Anecdotes of the Principal Chiefs, ed. Frederick Webb Hodge TAL, 3 volumes. Edinburgh, John Grant, 1933 Orig 183,644. H. James D. Horan, The McKenney Hall Portrait Gallery of American Indians, New York, Crown, 1972, Some Useful Information. V. Herman J. Viola, Thomas L. McKenney, Architect of America's Early Indian Policy, 18161830, Chicago, Swallow Press, 1974, uncritical but contains valuable biographical data and quotations from Indian office correspondence. 491. Date. Charles Francis Adams, ed., Memoirs of John Quincy Adams, Philadelphia, J. B. Lippincott, 1875. Date. Letters and Other Writings of James Madison, Congressional Edition, New York, R. Worthington, 1884, 3, 48788, 51516. In the microfilm of the James Madison Papers, First Series, Volume Lziv, Folio 85, in the Library of Congress, is a McKenney letter of April 26, 1825, that establishes him as the author of the Washington Daily National Journal article of that date quoted in the text, an unsigned contribution that is a good summary of what McKenney meant by civilization. In White Savage, New York, Schocken Books, 1972, p. 65, I erroneously thought him the probable author of a National Intelligencer article of the same date. N.A., RG 75, M21, R3, 328. National Archives, Record Group 75, Microcopy 21, Roll 3, page 328, or of course other roll and page numbers. The microcopy number of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, letters sent, is 21, of letters received it is 234. McKenney's civilization program must be placed in perspective. The bill of 1819 appropriated $10,000 annually to that end. Congress appropriated $27,000 or thereabouts for the single treaty Cass and McKenney negotiated at Fond du Lac, v. 139. His tour appeared under the amiable guise of Letters to a Friend, who was in fact the Secretary of War. The dedication underlined his sycophancy by extolling Barbour as a citizen and patriot, and as a public functionary. McKenney was only nominally the senior author of Indian Tribes of North America. Hall did most of the writing but worked up materials supplied him by McKenney and paraphrased or quoted the latter on individuals and events, including the Treaty Council with the Creeks, the Self-Reliance Test of Lecompte, the Yuchi, and the like. The tour was reviewed in the North American Review, XXV, October 1827, 33,452, editor Jared Sparks of that journal reviewed the first numbers of Indian Tribes, Ibid, Slai, July 1838, 13,448, and the Memoirs, Ibid, Lz. October 1846, 48,196. For a biography of the famous castaway and evidence of Daniel Defoe's use of him as a model for life and adventures of Robinson Crusoe, 1719, see John Howell, Life and Adventures of Alexander Selkirk, Edinburgh, Oliver and Boyd, 1829. The Commissioner's Pa. 492. Triotic grimness, rage for order, and drive for military ascendancy contrasted sharply with the Ojibways' pleasure in games and unrestrained movements of their bodies. But that is not to say their festival dances were frivolous or lacking in their own kind of seriousness. The concept of play merges quite naturally with that of holiness, Yuan Huizinga observed. Any prelude of Bach, any line of tragedy proves it. Primitive, or let us say, archaic ritual is thus sacred play, indispensable for the well-being of the community, fecund of cosmic insight and social development. Homo Ludens, a study of the play element in culture, Boston, Beacon Press, 1955, p. 25. For Huizinga's discussion of the dance as the purest form of sacred play, see pages 16465. But Cass and McKenney had deliberately buried the child within themselves, or so they thought, and thus had alienated themselves from the sensual world in which the child and the poet are at home with the savage, p. 26. In American Indian policy in the formative years, the Indian Trade and Intercourse Acts, 17901834, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1962, Francis Paul Pruchas seemingly assigned a later date for McKenney's dramatic shift from incorporation to removal. The tour of the Indian country that he made in 1827 opened his eyes to the degradation of the eastern tribes, and when asked to report in 1830 on the previous 8 years of operation of the program of civilizing the Indians, he no longer considered salvation possible in the present location of the tribes. This deepened the chronological error and wrenched McKenney from his institutional context. As head of the Bureau of Indian Affairs in the War Department bureaucracy, he implemented and sometimes helped shape, as in 1819, but never made administration policy toward native peoples. Bernard Sheehan more cautiously dated McKenney's shift in the mid-1820s. He solidified his change of opinion while touring the tribal areas in 1826 and 1827, after which he lobbied publicly in favor of removal seeds of extinction, Jeffersonian philanthropy and the American Indian, New York, W. W. Norton, 1974, p. 250. McKenney's change of opinion was seemingly firm enough before 1826 and was publicly expressed prior to his tour of 1827. Otherwise, Sheehan followed the general lines of Pruchas' interpretation. McKenney's estimate of Cass as the best informed man in the United States on Indian affairs was quoted by William T. Hagan, The Sac and Fox Indians, Norman, University of Oklahoma Press, 1958, p. 135. The best biography remains Andrew C. McLaughlin's laudatory Lewis Cass, Boston, Houghton, Mifflin, 1891. Frank B. Woodford's Lewis Cass, The Last Jeffersonian, New. 493. Brunswick, N.J., Rutgers University Press, 1950, is pathetic but still contains some valid data for Cass's reference to auxiliaries as pet Indians, see pages 9394. The best sources for Cass's ideas about and attitudes toward Native Americans are his 3 North American Review articles cited on page 489. In Notes on the State of Virginia, ed. William Pedden, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina Press, 1955, Thomas Jefferson had pronounced the position of Native American women unenviable. The women are submitted to unjust drudgery. This I believe is the case with every barbarous people. With such, force is law. The stronger sex imposes on the weaker. It is civilization alone which replaces the women in the enjoyment of their natural equality, p. 60. McKenney made this a main prop of his civilization program and thereby gave a feminist dimension to his attack on Indian cultures. It was also one of the Indian customs taken up in the mission schools. Robert F. Birkhofer, Jr., quoted the English composition of one native girl, "The Indian man never works. His wife always does all the work. The Indian woman has hard times when she has to do all this work." From all this you would think white women in Jefferson's native Virginia and in McKenney's Maryland reveled in the enjoyment of their natural equality. This revealing misplaced concern also recurred like a refrain in the McKenney Hall Indian tribes, example ITNA, I, 46, 249. A modern discussion of sex roles among the Iroquois appears in Anthony F. C. Wallace's Death and Rebirth of the Seneca, New York, Vintage Books, 1972, pages 2148. For an amusing and important illustration of how whites unwittingly revealed their own patriarchal attitudes in their multiple misunderstandings of Native women, see Paul A. W. Wallace, Cooper's Indians, in James Fenimore Cooper, A Reappraisal, ed. Mary E. Cunningham, Cooperstown, N.Y., New York State Historical Association, 1954, pages 42,346. For other sources, see Beatrice Medicine, The Role of Women in Native American Societies, A Bibliography, Indian Historian, 8, August 1975, 5054. No less than McKinney did Cass take a stand against forcible removal and express confidence that the great body of the Indians within our states are anxious to remove. Woodford, p. 182. But he moved into the administration as Secretary of War shortly after McKinney was forced out, and to him fell responsibility for implementing the first phase of forcible removal. By 1835 he had to know the majority were unwilling to go, for Major W. M. Davis, appointed to enroll the Cherokees, wrote him a strong letter pointing out that 9/10 of them would reject the Treaty of New Echota if it were referred to them. James Moo. 494. Ni, Myths of the Cherokees, 19th Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Washington, Government Printing Office, 1900, p. 126. Auburn Prison was the deadly flower of Puritan and Enlightenment efforts to rationalize the world. McKinney was heir of this tradition not only through Madison and Jefferson but also through David Brainerd and John Eliot, back to the Pilgrims of Plymouth. Who can doubt that Providence guided them to that spot? Ask the Colonel, M. 270. McKinney linked that past with the present that shared his gushing enthusiasm for institutions of total control. Philanthropy has become for them, observed Gustave de Beaumont and Alexis de Tocqueville, a kind of profession, and they have caught the monomany of the penitentiary system, which seems to them the remedy for all the evils of society. See on the penitentiary system in the United States, Philadelphia, Carey, Lee and Blanchard, 1833. For the larger context of this attempt to banish impulse, disorder, irregularity, and unreason from the world, see Michel Foucault, Madness and Civilization, A History of Insanity in the Age of Reason, trans. Richard Howard, New York, Random, 1965. Still more directly relevant is Foucault's Discipline and Punish, The Birth of the Prison, trans. Alan Sheridan, New York, Pantheon Books, 1977. For the American context, see David J. Rothman, Discovery of the Asylum, Social Order and Disorder in the New Republic, Boston, Little, Brown, 1971, ESP. The Invention of the Penitentiary, pages 79,108. Regimented reason in Auburn had the same bright, shining, Anglo-Saxon face it showed in McKinney's mission schools, where the identical Puritan virtues were compulsory. See Robert F. Birkhofer, Jr., Salvation and the Savage, Lexington, University of Kentucky Press, 1965, pages 1643. For insight into parallels between the correctional treatment model for prisoners and for Indians, see American Friends Service Committee, Struggle for Justice, New York, Hill and Wang, 1971, pages 4344. The parallels extended to the public schools, of course, for the values indoctrinated therein demonstrated the same massive continuity with the Puritan past. See Ruth Miller Elson, Guardians of Tradition, American School Books in the 19th Century, Lincoln, University of Nebraska Press, 1964. A study remains to be written of the inner identities of the Great Confinement, as Foucault called Itoff the mad and the errant and the young, and of the efforts of McKinney and his compatriots to expatriate blacks and remove reds. In each instance white society moved to sequester, expel, or remove the many faces of unreason, and in each instance the end was to rid the world of its human idiosyncrasies. The underlying model was the army. 495. McKinney showed shrewdness but little originality in his hostility to the Indian tongue. In the late 16th century the Bishop of Avila had put the point bluntly to Queen Isabella, "Your Majesty, language is the perfect instrument of empire," quoted in Stephen J. Greenblatt's Extraordinary Learning to Curse, Aspects of Linguistic Colonialism in the 16th Century, in First Images of America, ed. Freddie Chiapelli et al. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1976, 2, 56180. McKenney was thus in the mainstream of colonialism and within that larger context might be considered a contributor to the unwritten manual on old colonial behavior, as Stanley Diamond called it, from which a British director of a Nigerian tin company read him a lesson in 1959. Africans, he said, were children in search of the primitive, a critique of civilization, New Brunswick, N.J., Transaction Books, 1974, p. 85. Like McKenney, colonial officials in Africa waged war on the real family by pulling native children out of it and subjecting them to the pseudo-paternal authority of civil structure. Diamond designated this ongoing worldwide phenomenon kin-civil conflict, pages 180, 363. In The Attack on the Family, that psychic transmission belt between the generations, and then on human nature itself, we recognize civilization, pages 121, 180, 209. My understanding of American imperialism owes much to Diamond's discussion of the colonial mentality in Africa and elsewhere. Notwithstanding obvious differences, the parallels between McKenney's paternalistic attitudes toward the Indians and toward Ben Hansen and other blacks should be underlined. He treated both reds and blacks as childlike and thereby denied them full humanity. For an analysis of such white paternalism, see Herbert G. Gutman's impressive Black Family in Slavery and Freedom, 17501925, New York, Pantheon, 1976, pages 291,303. As Gutman noted, neither the Civil War nor the 13th Amendment emancipated Northern whites from ideological currents that assigned inferior status to 19th-century blacks, women, and working-class men. But the same also held for Reds, and their putative infantilism predated that of the others in North America. In this context even a historian as able as Gutman wrote as though the Indians really had vanished, though he himself later quoted the main resolution from the prestigious First Lake Mohonk Conference on the Negro Question, 1890. The Christian home is the civilizer. Ultimately, in the homes of the colored people the problem of the colored race will be settled. The one-room cabin is the social curse of the Negro race, as is the reservation teepee that of the Indian, and the overcrowded tenement room that of R. 496. City Slums, p. 539. Gutman missed an opportunity here to relate this assertion to others no less egregious that came out of preceding Mohonk conferences on the Indian problem. Lake Mohonk House was run by the Quaker Smiley brothers, one of whom, Albert K., was on the board of Indian commissioners. Of critical importance in gaining acceptance of forcible allotment of Indian lands under the Dawes Act, 1887, was the Conference of 1885, attended by well-known philanthropists who were in a very real sense McKenney's heirs. An adequate survey appears in Larry E. Burgess, The Lake Mohonk Conferences on the Indian, 18831916, Ph.D. Dis, Claremont Graduate School, 1972. Historians of the Afro-Americans and of the Native Americans need to come together more frequently to compare notes on the white racism that has victimized both blacks and reds. Color defined the problem for McKenney. Whence comes this decay, and final disappearing of the red before the white man? It comes not of the color, nor of physical or moral malformation, nor of destiny. M. I. 332. Engagingly unself-conscious, the Colonel affirmed the importance of color even while denying its relevance. "You are a full-blooded Choctaw," read his letter to a student at a mission school, "and yet, although some men say Indians, to learn, must have white blood in them, yet your letter proves that the Indian's blood is no blacker or thicker than the white man's." V. 189. Indian tribes repeatedly posited a correlation between darkness of skin and depth of savagery, with William Gilmore Sims's Yamassees, or rather the survivors, being darkest of all, and a band of Seminoles, who are descended from them, betray their origin by the dark color of their skins, ITNA, 2, 336. Not surprisingly, the especially dark Seminoles were especially fierce and may have owed their very outcast origins to their impatience of the restraints even of savage life, ITNA, 2, 201. Such dark plumage and utter unrestraint made them blend in especially well with the other fauna of their swamps and deep woods, and helped in what Hayden White called the hidden, or repressed, identification of the natives of the New World with natural objects, that is to say, their dehumanization, to be used, consumed, transformed, or destroyed, as their conquerors, or owners, desired. The noble savage theme as a fetish, First Images of America, I. 124. Such natural objects were Mackenney's fledglings of the forest, and they were in every sense our Indians. Pet Indians. 497. Chapter 15. Professional Westerner, Judge Hall. An explanation of the abbreviated references appears on page 490. Stanley Diamond's reference to museums as imperial warehouses is in his In Search of the Primitive, New Brunswick, N.J., Transaction Books, 1974, p. 216. For Johnson Jones Hooper's Crafty Backwoods Confidence Man, see Adventures of Captain Simon Suggs, Louisville, Kentucky, Lost Cause Press, 1958. Orrig, Philadelphia, 1843. The McKenney Hall Indian Tribes may be instructively contrasted with George Catlin's 2-volume Letters and Notes on the Manners, Customs, and Condition of the North American Indians, New York, Wiley and Putnam, 1841. The 400 illustrations and painstaking field notes therein provided truly authentic materials on the Trans-Mississippi tribes, and revealed why Hall was so anxious to have Catlin join him and McKenney in their makeshift venture. For Catlin's experiences exhibiting his work abroad, see his notes of 8 years' travels and residences in Europe, New York, George Catlin, 1848. The best biography remains Lloyd Haberley's Pursuit of the Horizon, A Life of George Catlin, painter and recorder of the American Indian, New York, Macmillan, 1948, the primary source of my biographical data. Unlike the Colonel and the Judge, Catlin approached Indian cultures with respect, and that made him a very rare white man indeed. Modern anthropologists regard his Okipa, a religious ceremony, Philadelphia, J. B. Lippincott, 1867, as a classic in the ethnology of North America. In 1855, collecting data for his Cyclopedia of American Literature, Everett A. Dukink wrote the most prominent writers in the United States for biographical information. Judge Hall replied at length, with much more about himself than Dukink could use. David Donald found the document in the New York Public Library and edited it as the autobiography of James Hall, Western literary pioneer, Ohio State Archaeological and Historical Quarterly, LVI, 1947, 295,304. Other biographical data appear in John T. Flanagan, James Hall, literary pioneer of the Ohio Valley, Minneapolis, University of Minnesota Press, 1941. Mulford Q. Sibley had an illuminating discussion of Thomas Aquinas and the notion of a just war in political ideas and ideologies, New York, Harper and Row, 1970, pages 22,952. On the pervasiveness of Indian hating in Judge Hall's adopted state, c. 498. Cecil Ebby's Searing That Disgraceful Affair, The Black Hawk War, New York, W. W. Norton, 1973. Lincoln's biographers John C. Nicolay and John Hay provided valuable evidence on Indian hating in Illinois, as they had on the earlier years in Kentucky, and on the continuity of the phenomenon down to the 1890 C. Abraham Lincoln, A History, New York, Century, 1890, in the 10 volumes of which Indians mattered so little they had no index entry of their own, while there appeared of course Lincoln, Mordecai. Hatred of the Indians, I. 21. Unlike his uncle, Lincoln was not an active hater, though he grimly ordered Governor Alexander Ramsey of Minnesota to attend to the Indians when the starving Sioux, defrauded by agent Lucius C. Walker, went on the warpath in the summer of 1862. Roy P. Baller, ed., Collected Works of Abraham Lincoln, New Brunswick, N.J., Rutgers University Press, 1953, v. 39697. Following this uprising, some 300 of the Sioux were condemned to death. Lincoln showed mercy, or rather relative mercy, by commuting the sentences of all but 38, whom he ordered hanged. Their mass execution at Mankato in December 1862 was an overture to the Plains Indians' wars that were to continue down to Wounded Knee in the last days of 1890. For Lincoln's Indian policy generally, see Collected Works, v. 397n, 493n, 52526, 54243, 6, 67, see especially his message to the Senate, December 11, 1862, on the late Indian barbarities in the state of Minnesota, v. 5051. For a useful survey of this hitherto neglected topic, see David A. Nichols's Lincoln and the Indian, Civil War Policy and Politics, Columbia, University of Missouri Press, 1978. In the Department of Interior, to which the Bureau of Indian Affairs had been moved, Lincoln appropriately placed the Reverend James Mitchell of Indiana, another philanthropist, as his agent for emigration of the blacks. Though Lincoln's colonization projects went further than the schemes of Jefferson and Monroe, they were equally vacuous and equally revealing for Lincoln's views of black inferiority and of the necessity of making the United States a white man's country. See Collected Works, 2, 25,556, 3, 14,546, 17,886, v. 37,075. Lincoln's racism was discussed under the interesting heading White Nationalism by George M. Frederickson in The Black Image in the White Mind, New York, Harper & Row, 1971, pages 14,951. That during the Seminole War the United States became a trafficker in human flesh was the sad conclusion of Andrew C. McLaughlin in Lewis Cass, Boston, Houghton, Mifflin, 1891, p. 159. Fairfax Downey, a modern military historian, contended. 499. The Seminole War presented an example of guerrilla warfare as fought today, that is, in Indochina and elsewhere, and drew the lesson that only after the Army adopted counter-guerrilla tactics, did it prevail. Indian Wars of the United States Army, 17761865, New York, Doubleday, 1963, pages 11,617. On Major Stephen Harriman Long's famous map, the vast area between the Rockies and the Missouri was labeled the Great Desert and bore the legend, "The Great Desert is frequented by roving bands of Indians who have no fixed place of residence but roam from place to place in quest of game." But even their cartographical contradictions appeared, in the Pawnee Village and Otoe and Missouri Village located on the Platte. In Edwin James's narrative of the expedition, Major Long more cautiously declared the region west of Council Bluffs almost wholly unfit for cultivation, and of course uninhabitable by a people depending upon agriculture for their subsistence. James' account of an expedition from Pittsburgh to the Rocky Mountains performed in the years 1819, 20. In Reuben Goldthwaite's, ed., Early Western Travels, 17481846, volumes. Zivksii, Cleveland, Arthur H. Clarke, 1905, 17, 147. But Long's contemporaries quickly translated this to mean that if it was wholly unfit for cultivation, it was, as Hall put it, uninhabitable by human beings and therefore just the place for the roving bands of Indians. Of Yankee Sergeant Prentice as the ideal Mississippian, W. J. Cash in the Mind of the South, New York, Vintage, 1960, p. 75, wondered, do I need to add that the politician universally succeeds in the measure in which he is able to embody, in deeds or in words, the essence, not of what his clients are strictly, but of their dreams of themselves? With these careful qualifications, Cash might have been discussing Easterner Hall in Illinois embodying in himself the dreams of clients in the Old Northwest. The title of John T. Flanagan's James Hall, literary pioneer of the Ohio Valley, ironically echoed the many titles of the Judge's quintessential book on the West. For a listing of those titles that leaves the bibliographical problem undisturbed, see pages 2078. Hale's Letters from the West, London, Henry Colburn, 1828, is available in a modern reproduction, Gainesville, FLA, Scholars Facsimiles and Reprints, 1967. For The Indian Hater Who Made His First Appearance in 1828, see Wilderness and the Warpath, New York, Wiley and Putnam, 1846. Wilderness and the Warpath was recently reprinted, New York, Garrett Press, 1969. Melville's chief source on Indian hating and on Moredock was Hall's Sketches of History, Life, and Manners in the West, 2 volumes. Philadelphia, 1835, it was reprinted as The Romance of Western History, Cincinnati. 500. R. Clark, 1885, Chap. XXVI, and is perhaps more accessible under that title. In Worcester v. Georgia, 6 Peters 50 1596, 1832, Chief Justice John Marshall said for the majority of the Supreme Court that the Indian nations had always been considered as distinct, independent, political communities, retaining their original natural rights, as the undisputed possessors of the soil, from time immemorial. The very term nation, so generally applied to them, means a people distinct from others. Hall refused absolutely to view them as a distinct people, as nations with their own governments, though he deviously maintained he was not disposed to dissent from the high authority of Marshall's opinion, ITNA, 3, 22428. In reality his might makes right position was identical with Jackson's and for that matter McKinney's, when as superintendent of the Indian Service the colonel had acted to keep the Cherokees from framing their own constitution. Furthermore, notwithstanding Marshall's opinion, Hall's denial of Indian humanity had the ample precedents discussed earlier. Relevant on this point was Joseph Story's enormously influential commentaries on the Constitution, Boston, Hilliard and Gray, 1833. In the beginning, maintained Marshall's colleague, European nations had granted Indians a mere right of occupancy. As infidels, heathen, and savages, they were not allowed to possess the prerogatives belonging to absolute, sovereign, and independent nations. The territory over which they wandered, and which they used for their temporary and fugitive purposes, was, in respect to Christians, deemed as if it were inhabited only by brute animals, section 152. That was Hall's position exactly and, despite the Marshall Court, Jackson's and the country's. From before William Bradford to beyond James Hall, the illusion of unpeopled wilderness had the term territorium nullius as its direct counterpart in international law. Unpeopled lands, uninhabited or inhabited only by isolated individuals incapable of united political action, were territoria nullius and thus might be seized without legal, or moral, qualms by members of the civilized family of nations. The centuries-long debate over when territory was vacant always revealed more about the debaters' assumptions and attitudes than it did about native peoples living in vacuo. In the increasingly frenetic scramble of the imperial powers for Africa and Asia, hardline racist views such as Hall's became increasingly respectable. For example, John Westlake, the distinguished English authority on international law, defined nations as only those with governments recognized by the international family of nations, and that meant all the states of European. 501. Blood, that is all the European and American states except Turkey, and of Japan. Apart from these awkward exceptions to European blood, civilization was thus visibly white, and the nation-state what Rudyard Kipling would call the white man's burden for Westlake. See International Law, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1910, Part I, Chapter 5, Collected Papers of John Westlake on Public International Law, ed. L. Oppenheim, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1914, Chapter 9. For a useful survey of this most revealing terrain, see M. F. Lindley's Acquisition and Government of Backward Territory in International Law, London, Longmans, Green, 1926. My parenthetical page references to Melville's novel are To the Confidence Man, His Masquerade, ed. Elizabeth S. Foster, New York, Hendricks House, 1954. Foster's notes are very helpful, but her misreading of Hall led her astray in dealing with the critically important metaphysics of Indian hating. I have benefited most from Edwin Fussell's reading of the novel in Frontier, American Literature and the American West, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1965, pages 30,326. Fussell mentioned the Western steamboat Fidelity listed in Hall's Statistics of the West, 1837. In addition to the discussion of Melville in Roy Harvey Pierce's Savages of America, a study of the Indian and the Idea of Civilization, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins Press, 1953, see also his Metaphysics of Indian Hating, Ethno-History, 4, Winter 1957, 2740. Chapter 16. The American Rhythm, Mary Austin. Stevenson's chapter Despised Races was first published by Longmans Magazine in 1883 and then in Across the Plains, London, Chatto and Windus, 1892. But see James D. Hart, ed., From Scotland to Silverado, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1966, pages 10,047, where it appears restored by materials deleted from the first edition. The passage on Crusoe and the expurgated sentence are on p. 108. Philosopher Josiah Royce assigned responsibility for the viciousness of the early days in California to two factors, a general sense of irresponsibility, and a diseased local exaggeration of the common national feeling towards foreigners. California from the Conquest in 1846. Boston, Houghton, Mifflin, 1886, p. 276. What Stevenson found typical of all Western America was indeed a regional exaggeration of the common national ennui. 502. Maussade we have thus far traced to the Midwest, but white treatment of dark-skinned peoples went beyond xenophobia to a racism that became more inflamed as it bumped across the continent and down the Pacific slope. The massacres of Native Americans, there were extensions and accelerations of patterns formed some 3,000 miles back. Of the most conservatively estimated 100,000 Indians in California at the time of the gold rush in 1974, Sherburne Cook estimated the aboriginal population as 375,000. Some 70,000 were killed or exterminated by disease and starvation 10 years later, a slaughter so wholesale Hubert H. Bancroft called it one of the last human hunts of civilization, and the basest and most brutal of them all. For an analysis of race prejudice against Indians, Mexicans, and Chinese, see Bancroft, Works, San Francisco. History, 188,290, XXV, 561 et passim. For a more recent analysis of the human hunt, see Sherburne Cook, The Conflict Between California Indians and White Civilization, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1976, especially Part 3, The American Invasion, pages 255,361. Manifestly westward the course of epithets took their way. The ravening wolves of Endicott's Massachusetts became the consumptive wolves of Boone's Kentucky and the wild varmints of Glass's Upper Missouri. As Indian hating went westward in space, the metaphor became more disdainful. I have already quoted John House on his murder of an Indian baby at the mouth of the Bad Axe in 1832, Kill the Nits, and you'll have no lice, see text, p. 199n. To the west those words were echoed in 1864 by Colonel J. M. Chivington, who commenced butchery of the Cheyennes at Sand Creek by ordering his Colorado militiamen, kill and scalp all, big and little, nits make lice, quoted by William Meyer, Native Americans New York, International Publishers, 1971, p. 32. Still farther west, in the foothills of Mount Lassen that same year, Yanas were exterminated to the same refrain, "We must kill them big and little," said a pest controller, "Nits will be lice," quoted by Theodora Kroeber, Ishii in Two Worlds Berkeley, University of California Press, 1964, p. 76. Hence the deflected epithet hideous vermin hit the despised Chinese with transcontinental momentum. Frank M. Pixley's testimony of 1876 before the Congressional Committee was quoted by Jacobus ten Broek, Edward N. Barnhart, and Floyd W. Matson, Prejudice, War, and the Constitution, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1954, p. 21. For a good analysis of the racist underpinnings of the anti-Japanese heritage in California, see Ibid, pages 1167. Still more critically important are Roger Daniels's The Politics of Prejudice, New York, Athenaeum. 503. 1968, and Concentration Camps USA, New York, Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston, 1971. Of Mary Austin's 30-some books, and over 200 articles, her first was perhaps the best, The Land of Little Rain, Boston, Houghton, Mifflin, 1903. Her autobiography, Earth Horizon, Boston, Houghton, Mifflin, 1932, revealed her curious blend of acute sensitivity and no less notable obtuseness. Her stress on the pioneer women in her background reflected her feminist rebellion against the male-dominated 1880s and 1890s, and her later participation in the suffrage and birth control activities of Mabel Dodge Lujan and her circle in Manhattan. From 1912, Mary Austin divided her time between Carmel and New York until she moved permanently to Santa Fe in 1924. Her awesome capacity to misunderstand people and what they stood for was illustrated by her Marxian socialist label for anarchist Emma Goldman, whom she said she liked. For Emma, modern history began with Marx, a contention roughly equivalent to saying that for an atheist, modern history began with Christ. On the other hand, she probably quite rightly remembered that William James evidenced quick interest in Paiute prayer techniques when she told the philosopher about them in an Oakland interview, and that he did confirm my own experience that prayer is not merely an emotional reaction but a creative motion, pages 28,283. Perhaps she was right as well that as a woman her times helped lead her to the American rhythm, studies and re-expressions of Amerindian songs, New York, Cooper Square Publishers, 1970. Erig Houghton, Mifflin, 1923, 1930. For a summary of the views therein, see her American Indian Dance Drama, Yale Review, 19, June 1930, 73,245. For a medicine man's corroboration that Indian dancing was Indian praying, see John Fire/Lame Deer and Richard Erdos, Lame Deer, Seeker of Visions, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1972, pages 24,344. E.T. Passim, see also Sioux Chief Standing Bear's Land of the Spotted Eagle, Boston, Houghton, Mifflin, 1933. For a critical but sympathetic assessment of her ideas, see Dudley Wynne, Mary Austin, Woman Alone, Virginia Quarterly Review, 13, Spring 1937, 24,356. Elamire Zala has a thoughtful discussion of her in The Writer and the Shaman, New York, Harcourt Brace Jovanovich, 1973, pages 18,792. The best source of biographical data is her autobiography. T. M. Pierce's Mary Hunter Austin, New York, Twain, 1965, contains information rendered less useful by elementary errors of chronology. An important new study has recently appeared whose subtitle underlines Mary Austin's theme, Reginald and Gladys Laubin. 504. Indian Dances of North America, Their Importance to Indian Life, Norman, University of Oklahoma Press, 1976. Though the Laubins appear unaware of it, they demonstrably follow the path she blazed, as their epigraph shows. Observation and study of Indian dances in earlier days might have revealed the very soul of the people, for they were at one and the same time the focal point of all their material culture and the highest expression of their mystical yearnings. p. 9. Chapter 17. The Manifest Destiny of John Fiske. By now the reader would expect John Fiske to have said a word or two about Crusoe's Island as he passed through that moonscape in Wyoming. He did not, but had earlier on a swing through Maine that turned up a number of family friends. Can't find much Robinson Crusoe in these days, he wrote his wife, L. p. 418, all the desolate islands are colonized with your next-door neighbor's second cousins, this. And parenthetical references in the text are to the letters of John Fiske, ed. Ethel F. Fiske, New York, Macmillan, 1940. Deficiencies in this selection of letters may be partly overcome by use of John Spencer Clark's Life and Letters of John Fiske, 2 volumes. Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1917. Manifest Destiny was published in Harper's New Monthly Magazine, LXX, March 1885, 57,890, and in American Political Ideas Viewed from the Standpoint of Universal History, API, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1885, the edition of 1913, ed. John Spencer Clark, included The Story of a New England Town, pages 14,784, published first in the Atlantic Monthly, LSCC, December 1900, 72,235. Fiske's story recapitulated ideas set forth in the beginnings of New England, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1889, and earlier historical writings. In some analogies between Calvinism and Darwinism, Bibliotheca Sacra, XXXVII, January 1880, 4876, George Frederick Wright, the Calvinist editor and noted geologist, perceptively focused on the parallels of these supposedly antithetical doctrines and rightly observed that long before Darwin the Calvinist had stood in the breach, and defended the doctrine that order is an essential attribute of the divine mind. Wright was quoted by Milton Berman in his outstanding John Fiske, The Evolution of a Popularizer, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1961, p. 183. Berman was especially good in placing Fiske within the changing configurations of Protestant denominations and sects. He was not 505. Effective in dealing with his subjects' nativism and racism. The passages from Fiske's letters on Native Americans figured not at all in his considerations. Fiske's sole contribution to Darwinism, The Meaning of Infancy, appeared in Excursions of an Evolutionist, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1883, pages 27,991, a collection of essays that also included Our Aryan Forefathers, pages 6,896. Still useful for the period is Richard Hofstadter's Social Darwinism in American Thought, Boston, Beacon Press, 1955, though it exaggerates the impact of evolution on ways of thinking and feeling in the United States. Clearly Darwinism and Christianity were not the implacable enemies they appeared to alarmed souls at the time. With a few relatively minor adjustments, Protestants and Catholics accommodated themselves to the new doctrine, with the help of such reconcilers as Fiske, in large measure because it was, like Locke's tabula rasa, a blank sheet on which anyone could write virtually at will. That they did, theists and atheists alike, nationalists and anti-statists alike, such laissez-faire champions as Fiske and William Graham Sumner, and such socialists as Karl Marx, who quickly found in the origin a basis in natural science for the class struggle in history quoted by Gertrude Himmelfarb in Darwin and the Darwinian Revolution, Garden City, N.Y., Doubleday, 1959, p. 398. She demonstrated that the so-called crisis of faith antedated Darwinism, making it a very conservative revolution indeed for such supporters as Thomas Henry Huxley, Spencer, and Fiske, who really experienced not the shock of discovery but rather the shock of recognition. They were so easily converted because there was little to be converted to, p. 423. That applied with vengeance to the United States in the age of the spoilsman. Darwinism merely provided Andrew Carnegie and other robber barons with a rationale in natural science for what they were already doing so well. Henry Ward Beecher's preference for such design by wholesale was quoted by Himmelfarb, p. 373. In The Dark-Skinned Savage, the image of primitive man in Evolutionary Anthropology, Race, Culture, and Evolution, New York, Free Press, 1968, pages 11,032, George W. Stocking, Jr., sensitively traced Darwin's dependence on the stage of society theorists of the 18th century, related his biological evolutionism to current polygenist race notions, and concluded, in turn of the century 1900 evolutionary thinking, savagery, dark skin, and a small brain and incoherent mind were, for many, all part of the single evolutionary picture of primitive man, who even yet walked the earth. If so, then evolutionary thinking had not changed racism all that much. A wealth of evidence in Part 1 of 506. The present study demonstrates that savagery and dark skin were parts of a single image for the Puritans, and in Parts 2 and 3 that savagery, dark skin, and incoherent, childish, mind were parts of a single image for Anglo-Americans from Timothy Dwight to McKenney and Hall. As for the 1900 stress on a small brain, that was part of the message John Augustine Smith of Virginia had brought back from Europe in 1808 along with his newly earned medical degree. He assured students in New York, Winthrop Jordan wrote, that the Negro's brain was firmer and smaller, by 1/13, than the European's white over black, Baltimore, Penguin, 1969, pages 5056. Even the relatively recent at least implicitly organic stress on races instead of nations or peoples had all sorts of precedents in the anti-Darwin past, as when Henry Clay told John Quincy Adams and the rest of his cabinet that the Indians were not, as a race, worth preserving. He considered them as essentially inferior to the Anglo-Saxon race, which were now taking their place on this continent. They were not an improvable breed. Text, p. 179. Clay's assertion of Anglo-Saxon superiority and imputation of Indian inferiority were more than implicitly organic. Attracted to William Paley's arguments from design that is, as a watch implied a watchmaker, the creation implied a designer, the diatabicos of their logic and Euclidean clarity, Darwin had a view of civilization and of savagery such as that of the scarcely human Fuegians that never changed in its essentials. On his visit to Sydney in January 1836, for instance, he was pleased by the progress Europeans had brought to backward Australia, especially liked the regular streets and roads built on the macadam principle, and wrote admiringly to his sister, "This is really a wonderful colony. Ancient Rome, in her imperial grandeur, would not have been ashamed of such an offspring." Quoted by Bernard Smith in European Vision and the South Pacific, 17681850, London, Oxford University Press, 1960, p. 216, a remarkable work that showed how the European rage for order went hand in hand with hatred for the dark-skinned Aborigines. The consequence was an Antipodean manifest destiny with a racist core. Racism, declared Humphrey McQueen, is the most important single component of Australian nationalism. A New Britannia, Melbourne, Penguin, 1970, p. 42. For what progress did to native peoples on that continent, C.C. Rowley, The Destruction of Aboriginal Society, Canberra, Australian National University Press, 1970, and F. S. Stevens, ed., Racism, The Australian Experience, 2 volumes. Sydney, Australia and New Zealand Book, 1971. 507. As many writers have pointed out, Darwin had in mind pigeons when he formulated his origin subtitle, The Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life, 1859. But as previously noted, he himself applied the principle to human races in The Descent of Man, 1871. In the latter work he shifted from natural selection to sexual selection to account for racial differences. Sexual selection was based on standards of beauty that over generations established characteristics distinguishing one race from another. Color was basic to the standards. Himmelfarb quoted Darwin's ready sympathy for readers who might think it a monstrous supposition that the jet blackness of the Negro has been gained through sexual selection, but so it was. Darwin, p. 344. In similar fashion and no less scientifically, William Gilmore Simms had invoked aesthetic criteria in 1835 and highlighted color, perceptible to our most ready sentinel, the sight, to explain the formation of inferior castes. Text, p. 145. Despite his aversion to slavery, Darwin found the Negro's jet blackness no less monstrous than had Simms. Like his biology, Darwin's racism evolved out of his background as Simms's had out of his. For an account that placed Darwinian racism within its Victorian context, see L. P. Curtis, Jr., Anglo-Saxons and Celts, Bridgeport, Con. University of Bridgeport, 1968. My quotation of Edward Augustus Freeman's proposal for getting rid of Irishmen and Negroes comes from Curtis's valuable chapter Anglo-Saxonist Historiography, p. 81. Curtis accepted the proposition that race was perhaps the strongest supporting mechanism of the British Empire, p. 149, a view that dovetails with evidence set forth in the present study on the rise of the Anglo-American Empire. See also Bradford Perkins, The Great Rapprochement, England and the United States, 1895-1914, New York, Athenaeum, 1968, pages 5152, 7488. Fiske was one of the key figures in bringing this rapprochement about. For the manifest destiny of the Canadian branch of the English-speaking race, as the evolutionist would have it, see Palmer Patterson, The Colonial Parallel, A View of Indian History, Ethno-History, 18, Winter 1971, 117, and his Canadian Indian, A History Since 1500, Don Mills, Ontario, Collier Macmillan, 1972, both of which emphasize the continuity of an imperial conquest that left behind internal colonies of native peoples from coast to coast. For imperialism and Afro-Americans in this period, see Rayford W. Logan, The Betrayal of the Negro, From Rutherford B. Hayes to Woodrow Wilson, New York, Collier, 1968, especially pages 24275. And for the ongoing assault against First Americans, see the convenient collection of documents edited by Wilcom E. Washburn, The Assault on Indian Tribalism, The General Allotment Law. 508. Dawes Act, of 1887, Philadelphia, J. B. Lippincott, 1975. The attack was spurred on by the Reverend Dr. Lyman Abbott, who frequently quoted and praised Fiske. Berman, John Fiske, p. 180, Abbott was editor of the influential Christian Union, later The Outlook, and forcefully insisted the reservation must go in the issue of July 16, 1885, barbarism has no rights which civilization is bound to respect. At the end of the century he was still hammering away at the need for complete abolition of reservations and exposure of Indians to the marketplace economy, treat them as we have treated the Negro. As a race the African is less competent than the Indian, but we do not shut the Negroes up in reservations and put them in charge of politically appointed parents called agents. Our Indian Problem, North American Review, CLCI, December 1898, 71928. Concurrently Abbott enthusiastically approved annexation of the Philippines and hailed McKinley's policy as the new Monroe Doctrine, the new imperialism, the imperialism of liberty. Outlook, August 27, 1898. For an overview of Abbott and other Lake Mohonk liberals, see Wilbert A. Ahern, Assimilationist Racism, The Case of the Friends of the Indian, Journal of Ethnic Studies, 4, Summer 1976, 2332. For U.S. Indian Policy After the Turn of the Century, see Robert F. Birkhofer, Jr., The White Man's Indian, New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1978, pages 17697. In fine, Darwinism did for racism in the United States precisely what it did for the possessive individualism of the marketplace: it legitimated ongoing prejudices, practices, and policies. I do not deny, of course, that it led to reformulations of racist thought in more explicitly biological terms, nor that its presumably neutral base in the natural sciences encouraged the spread of racist concepts in the social sciences and humanities. I do assert that the racism, along with insatiable acquisitiveness, spread-eagle patriotism, and religious bigotry that took the United States out to those rich and fertile islands in the Pacific, was of a piece with the racism that went back far beyond Darwin to the beginnings of the imperial conquest of North America. See my discussion of racism in the 1600s, pages 4853. Only in the superficial sense that its implementation took soldiers, missionaries, and businessmen across salt water was it a new imperialism. Rich irony lies in the fact that John Fiske had a keener sense than Richard Hofstadter, Walter Lafeber, George M. Fredrickson, and other more recent historians of the unbroken continuity of fundamental attitudes bequeathed by our Aryan forefathers. For example, in the Standard Expansionists of 1898, the acquisition 509 of Hawaii and the Spanish Islands, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins Press, 1936, Julius W. Pratt had a chapter titled The New Manifest Destiny that might more accurately have been titled The Extension of Manifest Destiny. In Manifest Destiny and Mission in American History, New York, Vintage, 1966, Frederick Merck, Frederick Jackson Turner's successor at Harvard, stated baldly, the appearance of a demand for overseas colonies coincided in time with the revival of racism in the United States, p. 237. Like the old-time religion, racism revived on suitable occasions, apparently a curious view of a continuous phenomenon. Merck even questioned, somewhat contradictorily, whether racism did in fact flourish during the 1890s, and submitted a reading of Fiske that can only be termed an exercise in mystification. Merck contended that for Fiske's benign concept of world federalism his Manifest Destiny title was merely a foil. Actually it was derisive of Manifest Destiny in the sense in which the term had been used in the 1840s. It devoted some paragraphs to poking fun at the idea of a United States extending from pole to pole, p. 239. Actually Fiske solemnly and reverentially incorporated the expansionism of the 1840s on his way to a millennium when the English race, so-called, would rule the world. His enthusiastic audiences from coast to coast heard very differently than the professor read. For Fiske's nativism, see his extended defense of his presidency of the Immigration Restriction League, L. pages 66,671. He believed the new immigrants were beaten men from beaten races, but never went as far as James H. Patton of the League, who later called them kindred or brownish races and thus threats to white America, quoted by Barbara Miller Solomon, Ancestors and Immigrants, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1956, p. 126, the best source on the League and Fiske's connection with it. See also John Hyam, Strangers in the Land, New Brunswick, N.J., Rutgers University Press, 1955, Thomas F. Gossett, Race, The History of an Idea in America, New York, Schocken Books, 1965, pages 287,338. Fiske's view of the Capitol at Hartford from sacred ground and his nationalization of Calvin may perhaps be better understood in the light of Robert N. Bell as Civil Religion in America, Dedalus, XCVI, Winter 1967, 121. For a symposium on this provocative theme, see Russell E. Ritchie and Donald G. Jones, eds, American Civil Religion, New York, Harper & Row, 1974. See also The Problem of National Destiny, Newberry Library Bulletin, 4, August 1957, 16591. 510. Chapter 18. Outcast of the Islands, Henry Adams. Abbreviated references in this chapter are to the following sources. Cater. Harold Dean Cater, ed., Henry Adams and His Friends, a collection of his unpublished letters, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1947. E. The Education of Henry Adams, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1961 Rig 1918. L. Worthington Chauncey Ford, ed., Letters of Henry Adams, 2 volumes. Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1930, 1938. Rem. John Lafarge, Reminiscences of the South Seas, Garden City, N.Y., Doubleday, page, 1912. Passages from Lafarge's travel diary were published earlier in Scribner's Magazine, XXIX, January-June 1901, 67,084 and XXX, July-December 1901, 6,983. Samuels. Ernest Samuels, Henry Adams, The Major Phase, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1964, The Best Biography, but see also Elizabeth Stevenson, Henry Adams, New York, Collier, 1961, and, For Adams's Working Ideas, William H. Geordie, Henry Adams, Scientific Historian, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1952. T.D. Tyler Dennett, John Hay, From Poetry to Politics, New York, Dodd, Mead, 1934. W.R.T. William Roscoe Thayer, The Life and Letters of John Hay, 2 volumes. Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1915. Adams's Nutshell History Lesson stuck, for Lafarge later declared emphatically, in his own voice, the Pacific should be ours, and it must be, Ram, p. 278. Meanwhile, his instructor's view of the importance of the Western Sea had changed. In terms no less sweeping than his previous dicta, Adams wrote Henry Cabot Lodge from Sydney. On the whole, I am satisfied that America has no future in the Pacific. She can turn south, indeed, but after all, the west coast of South America offers very little field. Her best chance is Siberia. 511. Russia will probably go to pieces, she is rotten and decrepit to the core, and must pass through a bankruptcy, political and moral. If it can be delayed another 25 years, we could Americanize Siberia, and this is the only possible work that I can see still open on a scale equal to American means. August 4, 1891, L. I. 511. Siberia turned out to be beyond American means, but destiny offered up instead those Pacific islands as stepping stones to the fabled China market and to the hundreds of millions waiting to be Christianized and Americanized. Nevertheless, Tyler Dennett concluded that John Hay, who listed as one of his great disappointments not having joined Adams and Lafarge in touring a part of the world that had always fascinated him, may well have found in the former's expert opinion, just quoted, the basis for his Far Eastern policy, T.D., p. 289. The very title of one of Gauguin's paintings of native women, Non dépourvues de sentiment, not devoid of feeling, rebuked Adams's contention that they had no longings and very brief passions. Gauguin had the wisdom to know that man trails his double after him, unlike Adams, who never stopped fleeing from that fact. He faced it directly, acknowledging in himself 2 natures, the Indian and the sensitive man. He was a savage in spite of myself, a formulation that calls to mind Henry David Thoreau's still more felicitous phrasing, inside the civilized man stands the savage still in the place of honor. Gauguin's writings were studded with insights into missionaries, government officials, and the Crusoe theme we have pursued. See Paul Gauguin's Intimate Journals, trans. Van Wyck Brooks, New York, Crown, 1936. Useful for biographical data is Lawrence and Elizabeth Hanson's Noble Savage, The Life of Paul Gauguin, New York, Random, 1954. See also Wayne Anderson's Gauguin's Paradise, New York, Viking Press, 1971. Chapter 19. The Open Door of John Hay. Abbreviated references in this chapter are to the following sources. Addresses of John Hay, New York, Century, 1907. CPW. The Complete Poetical Works of John Hay, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1917, therein appeared Hay's Pike County Ballads and Other Pieces, originally published in Boston by James R. Osgood in 1871, with Banty Tim appearing in the Poetical Works on pages 1013. 512. E. The Education of Henry Adams, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1961. KJC. Kenton J. Clymer, John Hay, The Gentleman as Diplomat, Ann Arbor, University of Michigan Press, 1975, a recent and more useful supplement to the other biographies than Howard I. Kushner and Ann Hummel Sherrill, John Milton Hay, The Union of Poetry and Politics, Boston, Twain, 1977. L. Worthington Chauncey Ford, ed., Letters of Henry Adams, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1930, 1938. T.D. Tyler Dennett, John Hay, From Poetry to Politics, New York, Dodd, Mead, 1934, the subtitle misleads, but this is still the standard biography written by a former State Department advisor sympathetic to his subject and to the official point of view. W.R.T. William Roscoe Thayer, The Life and Letters of John Hay, 2 volumes. Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1915, invaluable for Hay's letters, since the 3-volume collection edited by his widow, 1908, is untrustworthy, and for the biographer's expression of ethnocentric and racist views similar to his subjects and on occasion even more frankly put, as in his dismissal of the altruism of the white man's burden. In reality, the white man was not a philanthropist, he would treat the black, yellow, or brown man humanely if it was convenient, but if the dark-skinned resisted, the white man would destroy him. 250. Like his biography, Kenton J. Clymer's Anti-Semitism in the Late 19th Century, The Case of John Hay, American Jewish Quarterly, LX, June 1971, 34,454, related to but did not deal with Hay's diary passage on the Viennese ghetto. Clymer pointed out that Hay did not have the vitriolic anti-Semitism of his friend Adams, that as Secretary of State he brought pressure on Romania on behalf of Jews, and that the Jewish community in the United States regarded him as a champion, with B'nai B'rith proposing after his death a monument in his memory. But as Clymer also observed, Hay hoped Jews would support the Republican Party and in every instance involving them acted under pressure, reluctantly, and without the sympathy they attributed to him, as a 1902. 513. Letter to a subordinate showed, Roosevelt was greatly pleased over the protest to Romania, Hay wrote, and the Hebrew spoordeers. All over the country think we are bully boys, KJC, p. 77. In the division of labor with Nicolay, Hay was responsible for the first draft of the biographical chapters of Lincoln, New York, Century, 1890, and that meant he was the responsible or most responsible author for the saga of the Lincoln family in Kentucky and Illinois, and for the lines on Uncle Mordecai, CFTD, pages 13,738. Hay's Crusoe letter to Adams pledging to search till death for the Garden of Eden is quoted in Thurman Wilkins's Clarence King, New York, Macmillan, 1958, pages 31,516. On his trip to Florida in 1864 Hay referred to blacks as niggers, darkies, and contrabands, as well as Negroes, WRT, I, 161, 166, 157, 162. Contrabands were blacks who had become contrabands of war by escaping to or being brought within the Union lines. Thus in 1871 Hay wrote Nicolay that Banty Tim Touches the contraband, WRT, I, 359. In addition to Hayes' later references to Dagos and to Chinks, mentioned in the text, in his diary Japanese were of course Japs, WRT, 2, 374. In Hayes' novel Unwholesome was everything not white and middle class and sexually repressed. But no matter how hard he tried to denigre, to blacken his self-villain, he could not effectively put him beyond the pale of white society. And although 19th-century class and sexual beliefs reinforced racial prejudices, as Herbert G. Gutman maintained in The Black Family in Slavery and Freedom, 17501925, New York, Pantheon, 1976, pages 29596, race was not subsumed by class, as Gutman's approving quotation from sociologist Lewis Copeland would indicate. Beliefs that Afro-Americans lack restraint and are without the benefits of high culture, Copeland has observed, are simply another form of those fictions almost universally applied to the lower classes of society. Wherever one social class looks down upon another as inferior, members of the latter are regarded as brutish in nature and vulgar. True enough, but racial prejudice is not simply another form of class bias, and the mess Hay made of the breadwinners, I venture, illustrated that truth when he tried to merge the two, overloaded his circuit, and blacked out his light show. If Hayes' partnership in beneficence of the United States and Great Britain was inevitable, so in the very nature of things that no man and no group of men can prevent it, then one wonders why he had to work so hard to strengthen the bonds of union among the two great branches of our race. For the classic account of such fantastic geopolitical determinism, see Albert K. Wine. 514. Berg, Manifest Destiny, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins Press, 1935, ESP. The White Man's Burden, pages 283323. Predestined empire conveniently meant dispossession and destruction without individual or collective responsibility. If responsibility had to be placed somewhere, then Providence was the guilty party, as in McKinley's Declaration, Congress can declare war but a higher power decrees its bounds and fixes its relations and responsibilities, quoted by David Healy in his Useful U.S. Expansionism, The Imperialist Urge in the 1890s, Madison, University of Wisconsin Press, 1970, p. 65. For McKinley's War Message, April 11, 1898, see papers relating to the foreign relations of the United States, 1898, Washington, Government Printing Office, 1901, pages 75,060. For Cleveland's message before leaving office, see the same source for 1896, published in 1897, pages 30. For sources by and about John Quincy Adams, CP 483. Samuel Flagg Bemis was the biographer, you will recall, with sufficient insight to see Adams's Monroe Doctrine as a voice of manifest destiny. Bemis was also the authority who labeled the 1890s the Great Aberration. See his Diplomatic History of the United States, New York, Reinhardt and Winston, 1955, pages 46,375. For the fundamental continuity of U.S. expansionism on through that decade, see Richard W. Van Alstyne, The Rising American Empire, Chicago, Quadrangle, 1965. As the text indicates, I accept the argument of Van Alstyne, Tyler Dennett, and others that the open-door policy had been adopted long before Hayes' publicity stunt at the end of the century. For Seward, see George E. Baker, ed., The Works of William H. Seward, 5 volumes. Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 185,384, ESP. I, 24,749, and 4, 124, 319. For Seward's veneration of Adams, see his Life and Public Services of John Quincy Adams, Auburn, N.Y., Derby, Miller, 1849, see also his autobiography with a memoir. By his son, Frederick W. Seward, 3 volumes. New York, Derby and Miller, 1891. My understanding of Seward leans heavily on the analysis of Van Alstyne, pages 17677, of Walter Lafeber, The New Empire, Ithaca, Cornell University Press, 1963, pages 2432, and of Charles Vivier, American Continentalism, An Idea of Expansion, 18451910, American Historical Review, LXV, January 1960, 32335. Vivier saw the reciprocal relationships of the internal continental empire and the overseas empire of markets and strategic bases, and helpfully related Seward's expansionism to that of other mid-century champions of the westward-moving empire, such as William Gilpin, Asa Whitney, Perry McDonough Collins, et al. 515. For Thomas Hart Benton's remarkable 1846 speech, see Congressional Documents, 29th CONG, First Session, pages 851,919. For samples of Benton's views of the inferior merciless savages, see his 30 Years in the U.S. Senate, New York, D. Appleton, 1854, 1856, I. 5864, 16366, 62426, 69094, and 2, 7282. Since women were denied formal political participation, they rarely figure in discussions of the rising empire. Nevertheless, those such as Charlotte Perkins Gilman and the others who joined in extolling the advance of superior over inferior peoples surely were not without influence for Gilman's racism. See her suggestion on the Negro Problem, American Journal of Sociology, 14, July 1908, 7885. In a quieter way, Clara Stonehay regularly attended meetings of the Home Missionary Society, TD, pages 15657, and no doubt shared and reinforced her husband's views of native peoples. Ida Saxton McKinley was perhaps still more religious and, despite her invalidism, actively concerned about the pagan Igorotes, a mountain tribe of northern Luzon we shall have occasion to discuss in another context. The president's wife was eager to convert these heathens and may well have hardened her husband's determination to hold on to the Philippine Islands. See Julius W. Pratt, Expansionists of 1898, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins Press, 1936, pages 316, 334. Chapter XX. Insular Expert, Professor Worcester. Abbreviated references in this chapter are to the following sources: KJC. Kenton J. Clymer, John Hay, Ann Arbor, University of Michigan Press, 1975. Not. Professor Dean C. Worcester, Knotty Problems of the Philippines, Century Magazine, LVI, October 1898, 87379. Phil. Professor Dean C. Worcester, The Philippine Islands and Their People, New York, Macmillan, 1898, 1899. ppnp. Professor Dean C. Worcester, The Philippines, Past and Present, New York, Macmillan, 1914, 1921. To the posthumous 1930 edition, Joseph Ralston Hayden, James Orrin Murfin, Professor of Political Science at the University of Michigan, added 4 new chapters and on pages 379 a biographical sketch of Worcester. The latter contains indispensable data. Arthur Stanwood Pier's chapter on Worcester in American Apostles to the Philippines, Boston, Beacon Press, 1950, pages 6982, is derivative and of interest merely as an exhibit of how the days of empire came down into the mid-20th century as an inspiration for young Anglo-Americans. The biography by Hayden, 18871945, is important in its revelation of the continuity of influential attitudes toward Filipinos. An understudy of Worcester, Hayden himself went into the insular government as vice-governor, 193,335, and with his Philippines, A Study in National Development, New York, Macmillan, 1942, 1945, 1955, became an insular expert in his own right. Albeit with certain modifications of his discussions of the backward Malay nation, Hayden remained a Worcesteran retentionist into the 1940s, as the concluding sentence of his Philippines showed, the United States dare not leave its task in the Philippines half done, p. 805. 516. Rep. Report of the Philippine Commission to the President, or the Sherman Report, January 31, 1900, Washington, Government Printing Office, 1900. For McKinley's Confession to the Methodist Ministers, see Charles S. Alcott, Life of William McKinley, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1916, 2, 10911. Walter Millis discussed McKinley's intercourse with Providence and his off-year election tour in the martial spirit, New York, Literary Guild, 1931, pages 38,284. H. Wayne Morgan argued in William McKinley and His America, Syracuse, N.Y., Syracuse University Press, 1963, pages 388,412, that the President was inclined from the first to keep the islands. President Taft's assessment of Worcester was passed on to James H. Blount, a former aide of General Arthur MacArthur and former district judge in the Philippines. See his chapter Non-Christian Worcester in the American Occupation of the Philippines, 18981912, New York, Oriole Editions, 1973. Orig 1912, pages 57,186. Blount was not fond of the professor, calling him with some exaggeration the direst calamity that has befallen the Filipinos since the American occupation, and also the P.T. Barnum of the non-Christian tribe industry. Despite its occasional inaccuracies, Blount's work remains valuable for its insights, his own belated anti-annexationism, and his views of non-whites. Worcester's doubt that many generations of European or Anglo-American children could be reared in the Philippines. Sug. 517. Just he had been reading Benjamin Kidd's Control of the Tropics, 1898, except the Englishman's book was published concurrently with his own, Kidd's influential essay, The United States and the Control of the Tropics, appeared in Atlantic Monthly, LSCE, December 1898, 72,127. Kidd advanced a variant of John Fiske's Old Manifest Destiny and of Hay's current partnership in beneficence. The United States and Great Britain had to take control of non-white tropical peoples, who were childishly incapable of governing themselves. Their burden was complicated by the fact that whites could not successfully transplant themselves to the physically degenerating torrid zone, hence the need for white males to return home periodically to their own kind and clime, or to develop another alternative, such as the insular government's summer capital at Baguio. Since I have discovered no evidence Worcester read Kidd, the chances are he developed his views of the tropics independently. Like Anglo-Saxonism and the white man's burden, such racist notions were in the air. For an important contemporary analysis of their relation to imperialism, see the economist Henry Parker Willis's Our Philippine Problem, A Study of American Colonial Policy, New York, Henry Holt, 1905, pages 128. The quotation of Jean-Paul Sartre is the first sentence of his preface to Frantz Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth, trans. Constance Farrington, New York, Grove Press, 1968. Noteworthy is the fact that Fanon's lines on the colonial vocabulary might have been written with Worcester in mind. When the latter described Filipinos as indolent children, he saw them as settlers or colonizers have always seen natives, as those children who seem to belong to nobody, that laziness stretched out in the sun, that vegetative rhythm of life wretched, pages 4243. For a discussion of Merritt, Otis, and the other career officers who had been Indian fighters, see Leon Wolfe, Little Brown Brother, America's Forgotten Bid for Empire, which cost 250,000 lives, London, Longmans, 1961. The U.S. Consul Wildman quotation on treating Filipinos as if they were Indians is from Wolf, p. 112. The parallels extended to tactics, as General Emilio Aguinaldo observed in his account of the famous incident in which General Gregorio del Pilar lost his life defending a mountain pass in northern Luzon. The boy general was killed by a soldier from an American company of sharpshooters who had, Indian fighting fashion, clambered up the cliff. Aguinaldo and Vicente Albano Paces, A Second Look at America, New York, Robert Speller and Sons, 1957, p. 110. With a final ironic twist, the Macabebes, descendants of Mexican Indians brought to the Philippines by the Spanish, also served the United States as mercenaries who made 518 excellent scouts. Usha Mahayani, Philippine Nationalism, External Challenge and Filipino Response, 15651946, St. Lucia, Queensland, University of Queensland Press, 1971, p. 198, Aguinaldo and Paces, Second Look, p. 124. For Colonel Charles Denby, Worcester's ally on the Sherman Commission, see Richard W. Van Alstyne, The Rising American Empire, Chicago, Quadrangle, 1965, pages 18183. For 13 years following his appointment in 1885, Denby had served business interests in China from his diplomatic post in Peking. Fancy what would happen to the cotton trade if every Chinese wore a shirt, he once exclaimed. Well, the missionaries are teaching them to wear shirts. In the February 1899 issue of the Forum he was blunt about the white man's burden. The cold practical question remains, will the possession of these islands benefit us as a nation? If they will not, set them free tomorrow and let their peoples, if they please, cut each other's throats. Quoted by Moorfield Story and Marshall P. Licaco, The Conquest of the Philippines by the United States, New York, G. P. Putnam's Sons, 1926, p. 43. For Sherman's views, see his Philippine Affairs, A Retrospect and Outlook, New York, Charles Scribner's Sons, 1902. As Mahayani pointed out, Sherman later deplored use of the term tribes for Filipinos, preferring instead the Philippine nation. Philippine nationalism, p. 229n. But that was after he brought himself to sign the report that commonly bore his name and gave the term wide and lasting circulation. Mahayani's excellent analysis of the report itself appears on pages 22,529. Aguinaldo's careful misreading of the U.S. Constitution was understandable. It was, after all, identical with that advanced on December 6, 1898, by Senator George G. Vest of Missouri in his joint resolution affirming that the United States had no power under the Constitution to acquire territories to be held and governed permanently as colonies. Vest's resolution went down to defeat after a debate in which he was answered by Senators Orville H. Platt of Connecticut and Henry Cabot Lodge of Massachusetts with the same arguments as those advanced in the Sherman Report. See the Congressional Record, XXXII, 20, 9396, 28788. This view of the virtually absolute power of Congress to legislate for territories was then ratified by the Supreme Court in the Insular Cases, a series of decisions, 19,015, that in effect allowed the United States to become a colonial power so long as it called its colonies territories. The court also ruled the Constitution did not follow the flag into territory that was not incorporated. In Dorr v. United States, 195 U.S. 138, 1904, it ruled the Philippines not incorporated and therefore without the constitutional protect. 519. Shin of Trial by Juracy Frederick R. Coudert, The Evolution of the Doctrine of Territorial Incorporation, American Law Review, LX, November-December 1926, 80164. In 1905 Filipinos had about the same legal position as that of the Sioux on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota. They too were not citizens but subjects of a colonizing power that could extend or withhold basic human rights as it saw fit. For McKinley's October 14, 1899, declaration that the United States was opposed by only a portion of one tribe, see Mahayani, Philippine Nationalism, pages 16667. That month Root said the same thing in Chicago in a concoction that was pure Worcestershire sauce. See Blount, American Occupation, p. 528. In 1901 Governor-General Taft finally admitted that the word tribe gives an erroneous impression. There is no tribal relation among the Filipinos. I cannot tell the difference between an Ilocano and a Tagalog or a Visayan. To me all Filipinos are alike. Quoted by Story and Licaco, Conquest of the Philippines, p. 173. Yet the following year in the hearings before Lodge's Committee on the Philippines he fell back into Worcester's ethnology. For Theodore Roosevelt's speech in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and his issues of 1900, the widely circulated letter accepting the Republican vice presidential nomination, see Herman Hagedorn, ed., Works of Theodore Roosevelt, New York, Charles Scribner's Sons, 1926, 14, 53,760, see also his strenuous life speech in Chicago on April 10, 1899, 15, 26,781. The Rough Rider had his own Fisk and Hay-like version of the light show. Peace has come through the last century to large sections of the earth, he declared, because the civilized races have spread over the earth's dark places. Quoted by Howard K. Bale, Theodore Roosevelt and the Rise of America to World Power, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins Press, 1956, p. 72. As David Healy pointed out in U.S. Expansionism, Madison, University of Wisconsin Press, 1970, in 1902 William T. Stead, English editor of the Review of Reviews, entitled a special supplement of his review The Americanization of the World, p. 30. This theme, already advanced by Anglo-American writers discussed earlier, was picked up in one guise or another by U.S. court historians and of course by Worcester. His biographer Joseph Ralston Hayden built it into the subtitle of his authoritative work on the Philippines, A Study in National Development. Most recently Peter W. Stanley put it in his title in slightly varied form, A Nation in the Making, The Philippines and the United States, 18991921, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1974. Stanley preferred modernization to Americanization but evidenced the 520. Same bland assumption that what was good for the United States was good for the world. In 1902 the name of Worcester's Bureau of Non-Christian Tribes became the Ethnological Survey for the Philippine Islands. It eventually wound up in the Bureau of Science, where it remained under his direction. Joseph Ralston Hayden incorrectly contended that the Bureau of Non-Christian Tribes established under the Jones Act of 1916, Sec. 22, had no connection with the first bureau of that name, PPNP, p. 425n. The name was the conceptual connection that demonstrated the longevity of Worcester's tribal misanalysis. For Worcester's articles that help perpetuate this misanalysis, see the following: The Malay Pirates of the Philippines, with observations from personal experience, Century Magazine, LVI, September 1898, 690,702, The Non-Christian Tribes of Northern Luzon, Philippine Journal of Science, I, 1906, Field Sports Among the Wild Men of Luzon, National Geographic Magazine, XXII, March 1911, Most Picturesque of All, Headhunters of Northern Luzon, Ibid, XXII, September 1912, 833,930, and The Non-Christian Peoples of the Philippine Islands with an account of what has been done for them under American rule, Ibid, XXIV, November 1913, 11571256. Needless to say, the last three articles were profusely illustrated with photographs of spear-wielding, dog-eating warriors, of pygmies, and of nubile native maidens bare to the waist. R. F. Barton's reference to the colonial attitude of Filipinos toward tribespeople appeared in his autobiographies of Three Pagans, New York, University Books, 1963 Arig 1938, P. Sly. Barton went out to the Philippines in 1906 and shortly thereafter commenced his life work with the mountain tribes of northern Luzon. Though his first years there overlapped Worcester's, he brought to his study of tribes very different attitudes and ideas. The fascinating autobiographies revealed him capable of treating natives with respect as persons, they in turn shared their life worlds with him. The three Ifugayos, for instance, obviously divided the life of their tribe into before and after Worcester periods or eras before and after order, which was what the professor's non-Christian policy was all about. Formerly a priest was seldom or never called to officiate for non-related persons, explained Njijalo, an Ifugayo priest, but now that the Americans have established order it is becoming more frequent to invite priests from outside the kinship group, pages 112,113, cf 3839, 93. For the Kalinas, see Barton's posthumous The Kalinas, Their Institutions and Custom Law, Chicago, University of Chi. 521. Kago Press, 1949. A more recent study by a Native American is Edward P. Dozier's Mountain Arbiters, The Changing Life of a Philippine Hill People, Tucson, University of Arizona Press, 1966. For a survey of ethnological evidence on these and the other tribes, see Marcelo Tanco, Racial and Cultural History of the Filipinos, Philippine Social Science Review, X, May 1938, 11027. For more recent data, see Nina Vreeland et.al., Area Handbook for the Philippines, Washington, Government Printing Office, 1976. Worcester's project of discovering new tribes came on down into the 1970s, when outsiders chanced upon the gentle Tosidaes in the caves of Mindanao. Chapter XXI. The Strenuous Life Abroad. Abbreviated references in this and the following chapter are to the following sources. Dill. John Bassett Moore, A Digest of International Law, Washington, Government Printing Office, 1906, 7. M.S. Moorfield Story and Julian Codman, Mark Severities in Philippine Warfare, Boston, G.O.H. Ellis, 1902. Once an assistant of Senator Charles Sumner and a former president of the American Bar Association, Story was a distinguished and committed opponent of the Philippine-American War. This contemporary analysis of Root's attempts to minimize, conceal, and palliate U.S. atrocities remains most helpful, especially for those without the time or the stomach for plowing through the hearings listed below. See also Story and Marshall P. Licaco, The Conquest of the Philippines by the United States, 18981-925, New York, G. P. Putnam's Sons, 1926. SD 205. Senate Document 205, Charges of Cruelty, etc. Letter from the Secretary of War relative to the reports and charges in the public press of cruelty and oppression exercised by our soldiers toward natives of the Philippines, 57th CONG, First Session, 1902. In the face of mounting charges against the Army, Lodge requested and received this letter from Root. It was in two parts, the larger, 2, consisting of trials of Filipinos for cruelty against Filipinos. But see especially Exhibit F in Part I, 4244, for a table showing the token courts-martial of a total of 10 officers. One was convicted of firing into town, and looting and sentenced to a reprimand. Lieutenant Bissell Thomas was found guilty of assaulting prisoners and cruelty. The court remarked that his cruelty had been very severe and amounted almost to acute torture. His sentence was a fine of $300 and reprimand. More appropriate was the disposition of the case of First Lieutenant Preston Brown, who was found guilty of killing a prisoner of war and sentenced to dismissal from the service and confinement at hard labor for 5 years. Root contemptuously did not inform the senators or the public that Brown's sentence had already been commuted, January 27, 1902, to a loss of 35 places in the Army list and forfeiture of half his pay for 9 months. Story and Licaco, Conquest, pages 13637. Murder of natives came cheap if the army was on trial for the marked severities that even General Nelson A. Miles charged. It and the Secretary of War were not exactly contrite defendants. 522. SD 331. Senate Document 331, Hearings before the Senate Committee on the Philippine Islands, 57th CONG, First Session, 1902. This invaluable document is in 3 parts with consecutive pagination. For ease in locating testimony and other materials, the abbreviated references list the parts as though they were volumes, thus, 2984. Usha Mahayani, Philippine Nationalism, External Challenge and Filipino Response, 15651946, St. Lucia, Queensland, University of Queensland Press, 1971. W.F. The World's Fair, comprising the official photographic views of the Universal Exposition held in St. Louis, 1904. Commemorating the acquisition of the Louisiana Territory. With introduction and descriptions by Walter B. Stevens, Secretary Louisiana Purchase Exposition, St. Louis, N. D. Thompson, N. D. 1904. For the Rough Riders' Strenuous Life Sermon, see Herman Hagedorn, ed., Works of Theodore Roosevelt, New York, Charles Scribner's Sons, 1925, 15, 281. Albert Jeremiah Beveridge's Star of Empire is in his Meaning of the Times, Indianapolis, Bobbs Merrill, 1908, p. 128. 4 K. M. Abenheimer's Insight into Omni. 523. Scient and Omnipotent Fathers Who Wind Up Playing the Devil, see his Shakespeare's Tempest, A Psychological Analysis, Psychoanalytic Review, XXXIII, October 1946, 405. Still the point of departure for serious consideration of the opposition to overseas empire is Fred Harvey Harrington's The Anti-Imperialist Movement in the United States, 1898190, Mississippi Valley Historical Review, XXII, September 1935, 21130. Useful for the New England Anti-Imperialist League is Daniel Boone Schirmer, Republic, or Empire, American Resistance to the Philippine War, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Skunkman, 1972. See also Robert L. Beisner's 12 Against Empire, The Anti-Imperialists, 1898190, New York, McGraw-Hill, 1971. For the expansionist leanings of the anti-annexationists, see David Healy, U.S. Expansionism, The Imperialist Urge in the 1890s, Madison, University of Wisconsin Press, 1970, pages 5556. Of importance for their racism is Christopher Lash's Anti-Imperialists, the Philippines and the Inequality of Man, Journal of Southern History, XXIV, August 1958, 31931. See also Rayford W. Logan, The Betrayal of the Negro, New York, Collier, 1965, pages 27273, Reuben Francis Weston, Racism in U.S. Imperialism, The Influence of Racial Assumptions on American Foreign Policy, Columbia, University of South Carolina Press, 1972, pages 17, 78, 113, E.T. Passim. For an outstanding account of blacks and the issue of imperialism, see Willard B. Gatewood, Jr., Black Americans and the White Man's Burden, Urbana, University of Illinois Press, 1975, especially pages 180,260. Charles Francis Adams's Imperialism and the Tracks of Our Forefathers, Boston, Dana Estes, 1899, revealed a historical imagination capable of summarizing in a few pages the killings and hurtings we have pursued across the continent and beyond. Without Morton to chastise, as I have remarked, Adams unflinchingly faced and embraced the racial antipathy that led the forefathers and their sons to exterminate non-whites. Irving Winslow's denial of any analogy between acquisition of the Philippines and acquisition of mainland territories was quoted by John W. Rawlins, The Anti-Imperialists and 20th-Century American Foreign Policy, Studies on the Left, 3, 1962, 924. Schirmer, Republic or Empire, pages 811, discuss the Pilgrim and Puritan background of leaders of the New England Anti-Imperialist League. Senator Hoare's correspondent, who found he had been misled about the Filipinos being savages no better than our Indians, went on to observe that half his regiment had gone with General Lawton to Santa Cruz. The boys came back with different ideas, denied they were savages, and confessed that they did not want 524 to fight them anymore. After this trip neither the nigger nor Indian talk made them enthusiastic soldiers. Congressional Record, XXXIII, 714. For Whitelaw Reid's contention that the U.S. title to the Philippines was as indisputable as its title to California, see Thomas F. Gossett, Race, New York, Schocken Books, 1965, pages 31415. On November 3, 1898, Reid recorded that William Rufus Day, head of their delegation of peace commissioners, had argued against the United States laying claim to any territory by right of conquest. I told him, wrote Reid, it would not do to argue against the validity of such a title, since we had no other to the United States. H. Wayne Morgan, ed., Making Peace with Spain, The Diary of Whitelaw Reid, September-December, 1898, Austin, University of Texas Press, 1965, p. 134. For Beveridge's March of the Flag, see his Meaning of the Times, pages 4757. Beveridge of course saw continuity in that march, devoutly hoping the flag that was to float over the Philippines be the banner that Taylor unfurled in Texas and Fremont carried to the coast. Hoare's contrary view of the Monroe Doctrine was quoted by Robert L. Beisner, 12 Against Empire, p. 162, and the opposing views of Cleveland and Reid, by Harrington in The Anti-Imperialist Movement. For Roosevelt's rebuttal, see Hagedorn, ed., Works, 16, 551, 556, 557. On the black soldiers quoted in the text, see Gatewood, Black Americans and the White Man's Burden, pages 23,031, 26,192. The reference to Whalerian cruelty was to the policy of General Valeriano Weyler y Nicolau, who in February 1896 issued a proclamation that all Cubans were to reconcentrate themselves immediately in towns garrisoned by his troops. 8 days after the proclamation, natives found outside those towns were to be considered rebels and tried as such. U.S. generals went well beyond this Whalerian cruelty. The Roosevelt quotation on General Chaffee is from Howard K. Bale, Theodore Roosevelt and the Rise of America to World Power, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins Press, 1956, p. 67. For Lodge's handling of the hearings and suppression of evidence, see Carl Schriftgieser, The Gentleman from Massachusetts, Henry Cabot Lodge, Boston, Little, Brown, 1944, pages 20-23, and Claude G. Bowers, Beveridge and the Progressive Era, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1932, pages 17,982 and especially 202. In Henry Cabot Lodge, New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1953, pages 20,910, John A. Garrity invoked the merciless savage theme to palliate U.S. atrocities, when war degenerates into guerrilla fighting in tropical jungles against a cruel and savage foe, Civi. 525. List soldiers sometimes adopt the methods of their opponents. A variation of this palliation is the statement of Peter W. Stanley that the Philippine-American conflict dragged on through successive stages, punctuated by almost countless atrocities on both sides. A Nation in the Making, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1974, p. 51. Uncountable and unanalyzable atrocities on both sides thus seemingly cancelled themselves out, one way to avoid having to take them into account. Albert Camus mentions somewhere this phenomenon of atrocity trading. To his indictment of Stalin's slave labor camps, a French communist would respond by invoking the lynchings of black Americans. I should make clear my own distaste for this bartering of atrocities, by whomever committed. The water cure described in the text was despicable torture when utilized by U.S. forces in the Philippine-American War and when utilized against U.S. forces on the same archipelago in World War II. But the fact that Filipino atrocities occurred in their own land while they resisted subjugation by alien invaders has to be taken into account and the record scrutinized to see who was doing what to whom. That record bears out General Aguinaldo as both more balanced and more direct than Garrity and Stanley in his charge that U.S. troops had given his people the water cure and killed them after capture. They reconcentrated the population and killed able-bodied men. I cannot deny that some of my men might have committed comparable offenses against the Americans also. But the fact is that in general we meticulously followed civilized practices. Emilio Aguinaldo and Vicente Albano Paces, A Second Look at America, New York, Robert Speller and Sons, 1957, p. 79. And no trade of atrocities lies behind what may be stated flatly. No one at the time or since has produced kill and burn orders from generals of the Filipino guerrillas. Best for understanding George A. Dewey is his own testimony in the hearings, SD 331, 3, 222,684, with this one hardly need consult Aguinaldo's Dewey, Pratt, and I in Second Look, pages 2939. See also the Admiral's Autobiography, New York, Charles Scribner's Sons, 1913. For the careers of Generals Merritt, Otis, MacArthur, Chaffee, Bell, Smith, and all the other former professional Indian fighters, see F. B. Heitman, Historical Register and Dictionary of the United States Army, Washington, Government Printing Office, 1903. Before all the killings and hurtings started in earnest, Goldwin F. Smith had predicted in The Moral of the Cuban War, Forum, XXVI, November 1898, 28,490, that treatment of Indians would provide the pattern for subjugating Filipinos, if there were tribes. 526. Similar to the Apaches, said this prophet, Uncle Sam will handle them in his accustomed style. For the official report of the action at Balangiga, see Senate Document 331, 159,498, General Robert P. Hughes forwarded the report and list of the dead with a communication in which he mentioned some good news, a detachment that had killed more barefoots than any full company on the island, 1,599. For a recent shoddy attempt to discredit the testimony of William J. Gibbs, see Joseph L. Schott, The Ordeal of Samar, Indianapolis, Bobbs Merrill, 1964, pages 16,062. For the Fear of God in Samar, see James H. Blount, The American Occupation of the Philippines, 18981912, New York, Oriole Editions, 1973, pages 378, 391. Like other military men in the islands, Blount regarded General Jacob H. Smith as a scapegoat for the sins of General Chaffee et al. Pages 37,980, CFMS, p. 117. Smith's kill and burn orders went beyond anything that could be proved against General Tomoyuki Yamashita, the commander of the Japanese forces in the Philippines, yet at the end of World War II the military commission of another General MacArthur tried him as a war criminal for brutal atrocities and sentenced him to be not admonished but executed. C.A. Frank Reel, The Case of General Yamashita, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1949, pages 32, 106, 109. For an account of Major Waller's disastrous march and trial, see Schott's Ordeal of Samar. The ordeal in the title was not that of the natives nor even of the island but of Hero Waller and his Marines. Used cautiously, for it contains elementary errors of fact, The book is valuable for the Marines' role in the Burn and Kill campaign and as an exhibit of how Indian hating came on down into the 1960s. Of Brigadier General William H. Bisbee, who presided over Waller's court-martial, for instance, Schott observed admiringly that the old bald-headed ranker had shot his share of Indians in his career, p. 174. Heavy and misplaced reliance on Schott for data mars the otherwise suggestive essay of Stuart C. Miller, Armilla of 1900, Americans in the Philippine Insurrection, Transaction, 7, September 1970, 1728. For Sherman and the Fort Phil Kearny Massacre, see Robert G. Ahearn, William Tecumseh Sherman and the Settlement of the West, Norman, University of Oklahoma Press, 1956, pages 9899. An indulgent biographer, Ahearn maintained Sherman did not mean what he wrote to the commander of the army, a curious view of a general who is perhaps best remembered for his comment to the mayor of Atlanta, "War is cruelty, and you cannot refine it." For a penetrating essay on Sherman, see Edmund Wilson's Patriotic Corps, New York, Oxford University Press, 1966. 527. Pages 174,218. For William J. Fetterman as a hot-headed would-be Indian killer, see S. L. A. Marshall, Crimson Prairie, New York, Charles Scribner's Sons, 1972, pages 5773. For Washington's instructions to Major General John Sullivan, see John C. Fitzpatrick, ed., Writings of George Washington, Washington, Government Printing Office, 1936, 15, 18993. The best account of Sullivan's destruction in the lands of the Six Nations is William L. Stone, Life of Joseph Brant and Danigi, New York, George Dearborn, 1838, 2, 140. For a modern account of how the Iroquois lands were made into rural slums, see Anthony F. C. Wallace, The Death and Rebirth of the Seneca, New York, Random House, 1969, pages 14145. Chapter XXII. The Strenuous Life at Home. McKinley's comment on our priceless principles was quoted by Moorfield Story and Marshall P. Licaco, The Conquest of the Philippines by the United States, New York, G. P. Putnam's Sons, 1926, p. 7. His view of expositions as the timekeepers of progress appeared as the epigraph of World's Fair, W.F., for an explanation of this and other abbreviated references in this chapter, CP 521. The quotations from Tocqueville on the singular fixity of certain principles may be found in his Ouvres, Papiers et Correspondances, ed. J. P. Meyer, Paris, Gallimard, 195,170, I, Part 2, 264, 262. My translation generally follows but differs at points from that of Henry Reeve Talc Phillips Bradley, ed., Democracy in America, New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1945, 2, 257, 255. The fair statuary carried a message no open-eyed visitor could misinterpret, what Helen Hunt Jackson had called a century of dishonor, in her book of that title 1881, was really a century of glory, a national epic of subjugation and dispossession of natives, mainland and insular, that yet moved warm-hearted citizens of the Republic to feel something of the plaintive in it. For murals glorifying this progress, see the descriptions in Walter Williams, ed., The State of Missouri, an Autobiography, Columbia, E. W. Stevens, 1904, pages 58,284. For Governor Pennypacker's noteworthy speech, see James H. Lambert, The Story of Pennsylvania at the World's Fair, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Commission, 1905, I, 26,186. For the bids to rent Aguinaldo from the War Department, c. 528. Philip C. Jessup, Elihu Root, New York, Dodd, Mead, 1938, I. 335. I am much obliged to Frederick W. Turner III for pointing out that Kate Chopin, author of the hauntingly suggestive novel about mixed marriages and sex, The Awakening, 1899, attended the exposition regularly until she went home one day to die. Scott Joplin also presumably attended a gathering there of ragtime pianists. The sounds of the fair as well as its sights must have been fascinating, along with the beat of Indian and African drums. The polyrhythms of ragtime provided a fitting backdrop commentary on the noise of progress. For the historic meeting of Geronimo and the Igorotes, see Geronimo, His Own Story, edited by S. M. Barrett and newly edited by Frederick W. Turner III, New York, Ballantine Books, 1971, p. 176. Angie Debo had a good account of the Apache at the fair in Geronimo, The Man, His Time, His Place, Norman, University of Oklahoma Press, 1976, pages 40,817. While a prisoner of war at Fort Sill, Debo noted, Geronimo became a commercial property that was billed by showmen as the Apache Terror or the Tiger of the Human Race, p. 423. No doubt he was most grotesquely exploited in 1905 during the course of the annual meeting of the National Editorial Association. The editors took excursion trains out from Oklahoma City to the Miller Brothers 101 Ranch, where Geronimo was featured in the last buffalo hunt mounted on an automobile owned by a Chicago visitor. Geronimo and other last hunters killed animals hauled in from Colonel Charles Goodnight's ranch in the Texas Panhandle. And on that note sounded the last hurrah of the Wild West. No doubt the most historically significant exploitation of Geronimo was his command presence at Theodore Roosevelt's inaugural parade a year after the fair. I wanted to give the people a good show, explained the president-elect, and had no need to specify who the people were. The pageantry of his inaugural underlined the thesis of his winning of the West. Geronimo, Quanah Parker the Comanche, and 4 other traditional or wild Indians led off and were followed by a unit of civilization in the form of tamed, disciplined cadets from the Carlisle Indian School. Afterward Geronimo had an audience at the White House and there pleaded to be allowed to return to Arizona. I pray you to cut the ropes and make me free. Let me die in my own country, an old man who has been punished enough and is free. But given the Indian hating of the people in Arizona, the president feared his return would lead to bloodshed and had to refuse. It is best for you to stay where you are, ruled Roosevelt, and 529. Assured Geronimo he did so with no feeling against you. Debo, pages 41,721. In addition to the Igorotes, Negritos, and other tribespeople, some 40 distinguished Filipinos were in St. Louis as an honorary board of commissioners. Of the prominent Federalista members, Peter W. Stanley observed that they discovered what Taft had always known, that Americans didn't want colored and allegedly backward Filipinos as compatriots, a nation in the making. Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1974, p. 116. That was no doubt true, and Taft had already said as much. Usha Mahayani remarked that even Taft, under whose close supervision the statehood plank had been adopted, opposed the plan at the Senate hearings in 1902 on the grounds that it had no value in the Philippines. Pages 33,031. Philanthropists at the 1911 Lake Mohonk Conference of Friends of the Indian and Other Dependent Peoples were enthusiastically invited by Edward B. Bruce, the Manila businessman, to invest their money in the islands, since prosperous conditions prevailed there and Americanization had extended to the infrastructure. To use Stanley's term, see pages 14,243, 295. For Twain's biting comments on the killing of 600 Moros, see Maxwell Geismar, ed., Mark Twain, and the 3 R's, Race, Religion, Revolution, Indianapolis, Bobbs Merrill, 1973, pages 20-28, see also Geismar's Mark Twain, An American Prophet, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1970, pages 22,022. For Stimson's and Hoover's determination to carry the white man's burden on past 1932, see Richard Nelson Current, Secretary Stimson, A Study in Statecraft, New Brunswick, N.J., Rutgers University Press, 1954, p. 120. Chapter XXIII. The Occident Express, From the Bay Colony to Indochina. Abbreviated references in this chapter are to the following sources. GPP. Gravel edition, Pentagon Papers, Boston, Beacon Press, 1971, 4 volumes. Neff. Alden T. Vaughan, New England Frontier, Puritans and Indians, 16201675, Boston, Little, Brown, 1965. NYT. New York Times edition, Pentagon Papers, New York, Bantam, 1971. 530. pp. Alden T. Vaughan, Pequots and Puritans, The Causes of the War of 1637, William and Mary Quarterly, XXI, April 1964, 25669. The Lyndon B. Johnson epigraph is from his Johns Hopkins University speech, Department of State Bulletin, Lee, April 26, 1965, 60610. N. Scott Momaday's essay The Morality of Indian Hating appeared in Ramparts, 3, Summer 1964, 2940. William Wood's New England's Prospect, published originally in 1634, was reprinted in the Prince Society Publications, I. 1865, and by B. Franklin in New York, 1967. Vaughan listed Wood in the bibliography of New England Frontier and quoted him in the text but never acknowledged his rare good words about the Pequots. Francis Jennings pointed out that the killer of John Oldham was identified by Roger Williams as the Narragansett Sachem Auditsa and that the suspect probably took refuge with the Narragansett's tributary Eastern Nyantics. The Invasion of America, Indians, Colonialism and the Cant of Conquest, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina Press, 1975, p. 209, for decisive criticism of Vaughan's handling of his copious sources. See pages 187n, 194n, and especially 267n. On the racially segregated Christian Indians in the Bay Colony, see Neil Salisbury's important Red Puritans, The Praying Indians of Massachusetts Bay and John Eliot, William and Mary Quarterly, XXXI, January 1974, 2754, for a first-rate analysis of Eliot. See Salisbury's Conquest of the Savage, Puritans, Puritan Missionaries and Indians, 16201680, Ph.D. Dis, University of California, Los Angeles, 1972, pages 15267. Edmund S. Morgan's review had to be especially gratifying to Vaughan, since Vaughan had taken a stand in his text beside those who had labored so hard to dispel misconceptions about the Puritans, Samuel Eliot Morrison, Perry Miller, Edmund Morgan, and others, p. 323. Certainly Vaughan was in the same tradition as Morgan and for that matter Morrison, who introduced Douglas Edward Leach's Flintlock and Tomahawk, New England in King Philip's War, New York, W. W. Norton, 1966 Rig 1958, by stressing its timeliness, in view of our recent experiences of warfare, wrote the Admiral, and of the many instances today of backward peoples getting enlarged notions of nationalism and turning ferociously on Europeans who have attempted to civilize them, this early conflict of the same nature cannot help but be of interest. Behind King Philip's War was the clash of a relatively advanced race with savages, an occurrence not uncommon. 531. In history, all too evidently savages are like the poor, but Morrison's observation was prescient, in a way, for in 1958 Vietnam was hardly more than a cloud on the most distant horizon. For thorough on Indian-hating historians, see Bradford Torrey and Francis H. Allen, eds, Journal of Henry D. Thoreau, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1949, 11, 43,738. Of course Melville's observation comes from his Indian-hating chapter in The Confidence Man, CP 501. In Pragmatic Illusions, The Presidential Politics of John F. Kennedy, New York, David McKay, 1976, p. 144, Bruce Maroff wrote that to protect the process of modernization from those who would seek to wreck it, a new military strategy counterinsurgency was developed. Wrong about its brand newness, Maroff was quite right about the confluence of coin and modernization. Walt Whitman Rostow was a case in point, of course. Another was Eugene Staley, builder of strategic hamlets and author of The Future of Underdeveloped Countries, New York, Praeger, 1961, one of the standard texts on economic and social development. Pragmatic Illusions, p. 313n. Maroff's discussion of global liberalism, pages 11,066, is first-rate. Also helpful is Richard J. Walton's Cold War and Counter-Revolution, The Foreign Policy of John F. Kennedy, New York, Viking Press, 1972. For the Test of Will Temper of the New Frontier, see Kennedy's Profiles in Courage, New York, Harper & Row, 1964. For the View from His White House, see Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., 8,000 Days, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1965, and Theodore Sorensen, Kennedy, New York, Bantam, 1966. On Richard Giles Stilwell as a former CIA man, see David Halberstam's Best and the Brightest, Greenwich, Kahn, Fawcett, 1973, pages 3089, 34,244. L. Fletcher Prouty reproduced the Stilwell document in The Secret Team, the CIA and its allies in control of the United States and the world, Englewood Cliffs, N.J., Prentice Hall, 1973, pages 44,279. In The Acquisition and Government of Backward Territory in International Law, London, Longmans, Green, 1926, M. F. Lindley pointed out that historically trusteeship and wardship had been construed in a broad ethical sense to mean the duties which the advanced peoples collectively owe to backward races in general. The white man's burden, or, as the Covenant of the League of Nations puts it in the Mandates article, a sacred trust of civilization, p. 329. While understandably not stressing the ethics involved, Stilwell strenuously urged assumption of that burden by advanced Westerners and in effect treated less developed peoples as wards. The behavioral science jargon of Stilwell. 532. And of Vaughan made their language different from that of the drafters of the Covenant of the League of Nations, otherwise their assumptions were fundamentally similar. And other evidence aside, insofar as the historian and the general identified civilization and the West all the states of European blood, in the words of John Westlake, CP 500, their views were ab initio racist. The stockade-like camp of the Army Special Forces at Nhatrang was described by Horace Sutton in The Ghostly War of the Green Berets, Saturday Review, October 18, 1969. In the style of a Norman Rockwell cover or a Frederick Remington drawing, editor Harold H. Martin of the Saturday Evening Post invoked the past with the strategic hamlet stockades, with references to Stone Age hill tribesmen who look more like American Indians than Orientals, and they are the most skillful hunters and trackers since the Apaches, and with an assertion about the guerrilla war that was true even if it did appear in the Post. Contrary to popular belief, wrote Martin, it is not a type of war that we are by temperament and training ill-prepared to fight. Throughout history Americans have fought as guerrillas and against guerrillas, CCXXXV November 24, 1962, 1417. The alleged standing orders of Rogers's Rangers posted outside Admiral Felt's Honolulu headquarters were reproduced by John Meckelin in Mission in Torment, an intimate account of the U.S. role in Vietnam, New York, Doubleday, 1965, pages 2728. For the original standing orders and discussion of their context, see John Ellis, A Short History of Guerrilla Warfare, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1976, p. 50, and F. Sully, Age of the Gorilla, New York, Avon, 1968, pages 19899. Maxwell Taylor's testimony before the Fulbright Committee in 1966 was reproduced by Senator Wayne Morse in The Truth About Vietnam, Report on the U.S. Senate Hearings, San Diego, California, Greenleaf Classics, 1966, pages 26667. On Taylor generally the Pentagon Papers are best, but see his Swords and Plowshares, New York, W. W. Norton, 1972, it is misleading factually but inadvertently revealing about the imperial mood of the new frontier. Francis Fitzgerald's characterization of the CIA Phoenix program is from Fire in the Lake, The Vietnamese and the Americans in Vietnam, New York, Vintage Books, 1973, p. 550, see also Morton H. Halperin et al., The Lawless State, The Crimes of the U.S. Intelligence Agencies, New York, Penguin Books, 1976, p. 46. Halberstam quoted the exchange of General Curtis E. LeMay and McGeorge Bundy in The Best and the Brightest, p. 560. Also, 533. Unintentionally revealing is LeMay's mission with LeMay, New York, Doubleday, 1965. In addition to Samuel P. Huntington's The Basis of Accommodation, Foreign Affairs, XLVI, July 1968, 64256, see his introduction, Social Science and Vietnam, to a series of articles by behaviorists in Asian Survey, 7, August 1967, 5036. An authority on civil-military relations, Huntington has unfavorably contrasted sprawling civilian communities with the virtually total order of West Point. See his Soldier and the State, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1957. It is safe to say that Huntington liked disorder no more than Vaughan. Defense analysts, as they thought of themselves, prided themselves on their tough-minded realism. Herman, thinking the unthinkable, Kahn, for instance, obviously did not subscribe to Huntington's forced draft urbanization but revealed himself no less impervious to Vietnamese suffering. After a briefing on the economic situation there, Kahn said to his informant, "I see what you mean. We have corrupted the cities. Now, perhaps we can corrupt the countryside as well." Quoted by Fitzgerald, Fire in the Lake, p. 470. For trenchant criticism of such figures, see Noam Chomsky's American Power and the New Mandarins, New York, Vintage Books, 1969. Chapter XXIV. The Ugly American. The Ugly American by William J. Lederer and Eugene Burdick was published originally by W. W. Norton in 1958. In 1960 a paperback edition by Crest Books made it available to many more readers. For the slashing review, see Time, LCI, October 6, 1958, 92. Joseph Budding, the former Austrian socialist politician, contributed a long, rambling critique of the book to Dissent 6, Summer 1959, 31767. Lederer and Burdick's dedicated Americans were forerunners of those who enlisted a few years later in Kennedy's Peace Corps. Earnest volunteers in that new frontier venture acted out the recommendation of the authors in their factual epilogue: volunteers must be willing to risk their comforts and in some lands their health. They must go equipped to apply a positive policy promulgated by a clear-thinking government. They must speak the language of the land of their assignment, and they must be more expert in its problems than are the natives. My italics underscore what I mean by covert racism. 534. Chapter XXV. The Secret Agent, Edward Geary Lansdale. Abbreviated references in this and the following chapters are to these sources. AAP. Senate Select Church Committee to study governmental operations with respect to intelligence activities, alleged assassination plots involving foreign leaders, an interim report, 94th CONG, 1st Sess. Washington, Government Printing Office, 1975. CIA. Victor Marchetti and John D. Marks, The CIA and the Cult of Intelligence, New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1974. C.W. Joseph Burkholder Smith, Portrait of a Cold Warrior, New York, G. P. Putnam's Sons, 1976. These second thoughts of a top CIA agent are uneven but invaluable for understanding Lansdale's role in the Far East. They are also useful for documenting the blind Cold War ideology driving such operatives and their racist attraction to what Professor Worcester used to describe as the strangely firm grip of the tropics, or as these successors put it, the operationally ripe Third World. In Singapore, Smith and his wife mixed class with caste and location. By the time the great events in Vietnam began absorbing my working hours almost completely, we had begun to enjoy the particular charm of being upper-class white residents of Asia. P. 181. Dodd. U.S. Department of Defense. Dodd, United States-Vietnam Relations, 1945-1967, Washington, Government Printing Office, 1971, 12 volumes. The Gravel edition, GPP, listed below is indispensable for materials the Dodd censor excised from this offset edition of the Pentagon Papers. On the other hand, these volumes contain 3 times as many documents as the Gravel edition, and that means the collections must be collated to fill in gaps. For important Lansdale reports and memoranda herein, CX 130710, 132,931, and 11112, 2256, 15,758, 17,576, 427. FF. Francis Fitzgerald, Fire in the Lake, The Vietnamese and the Americans in Vietnam, New York, Vintage Books, 1973, the best non-fictional account of the United States in Indochina. 535. GPP. Gravel edition, Pentagon Papers, Boston, Beacon Press, 1971, 4 volumes. Collation of this edition with the Dodd publication listed above reveals what the government censors tried to keep secret. They excised 2 of Lansdale's key documents: his diary form report on covert Saigon mission in 1954 and 1955 and his memorandum for General Maxwell Detailer Resources for Unconventional Warfare, SE Asia, undated but apparently from July 1961, both appear herein, I, 57,383, and II, 64,349. Look. Benedict J. Kirkvliet, The Hook Rebellion, A Study of Peasant Revolt in the Philippines, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1977. This exemplary study makes most of the other works on the rebellion seem exercises in Cold War demonology. Perhaps the most egregious was that of Alvin H. Scaff, as his title forewarned, The Philippine Answer to Communism, Stanford, California, Stanford University Press, 1955. Scaff was in the islands in 195,354 as a Fulbright professor, but if he knew of Lansdale's critical role, he did not share that knowledge with his readers. For a leading Hooks account, see Louise Tarrick's Born of the People, New York, International Publishers, 1953, and He Who Rides the Tiger, London, Geoffrey Chapman, 1967. IMW. Edward Geary Lansdale, In the Midst of Wars, An American's Mission to Southeast Asia, New York, Harper & Row, 1972. See also his Vietnam, Do We Understand Revolution? Foreign Affairs, Slyin, October 1964, 7586, Letter to the Editor, in Robert Manning and Michael Janeway, eds, Who We Are, An Atlantic Chronicle of the United States and Vietnam, Boston, Little, Brown, 1965, 2 Steps to Get Us Out of Vietnam, Look, March 4, 1969, and for his participation in a postmortem conducted by the war managers in 197,374, W. Scott Thompson and Donaldson D. Frizzell, eds, The Lessons of Vietnam, New York, Crane, Russock, 1977. His most recent attempt to justify the Vietnam War and draw the proper coin lessons from it is his Thoughts About a Past War, The Foreword to a Short History of the Vietnam War, ed. Alan R. Millett, Bloomington, University of Indiana Press, 1978. 536. St. L. Fletcher Prouty, The Secret Team, the CIA and its allies in control of the United States and the world, Englewood Cliffs, N.J., Prentice Hall, 1973. As the DOD focal point officer for covert operations, Prouty worked with both the CIA and the Joint Chiefs and was in a position to observe Lansdale and other company, i.e., CIA, moles or plants in the Pentagon and other federal agencies. Despite his unfortunate, premature, subtitle and tendency to overstate his case, Prouty made a valuable contribution to our understanding of the vexed question of in-house agents. As noted, the report the President wanted published, Saturday Evening Post, Thursiv, May 20, 1961, 31, 6970, was merely the annex of the report by Lansdale that was presented to the President by Walt Whitman Rostow, who had become the secret agent's sponsor within the administration. For Kennedy's reaction to the full report, see Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., 8,000 Days, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1965, pages 320, 34,142. Tongue not visibly in cheek, Schlesinger characterized Lansdale as an imaginative officer, an OSS veteran himself. The historian naturally did not blow the operative's cover by revealing his CIA status. Lansdale's account of guerrilla successes in conducting savage, sick and elusive warfare against pro-Western regimes, Schlesinger's words, seemingly initiated Kennedy's reading of Mao and Che and his personal supervision of the special forces at Fort Bragg. The Village That Refused to Die and the Care Settler Kits the TV movie prompted were discussed by Robert Scheer in How the United States Got Involved in Vietnam, Santa Barbara, California, Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions, 1965, pages 6870. Melville would have been amused that in the 1950s, a century after the publication of The Confidence Man, the CIA novices in Paul Linebarger's Washington Coin Seminar were assigned David W. Morris' The Big Con, New York, Pocket Books, 1949, as required reading and told that, while their job and the Confidence Man's were almost identical, there was this difference: he wants to fleece his mark out of his money. You want to convince a Chinese, Filipino, an Indonesian, a Malay, a Burmese, a Thai, that what you want him to believe or do for the good of the U.S. government is what he thinks he himself really believes and wants to do. CW, p. 94. For General Douglas MacArthur's refusal to have Wild Bill Donovan's agents in the South Pacific, C.R. Harris Smith, OSS, the 537. Secret History of America's First Intelligence Agency, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1972, pages 24,651. The best thing about Anthony K. Brown's breathless study of MI6 is the title, Bodyguard of Lies, New York, Harper and Row, 1975, as General Dwight D. Eisenhower said of the British agency's zest for deceptions, it bred a habit that was later difficult to discard, p. 74. For OSS indebtedness to MI6 and for the Anglophilia of its top officers, see Smith's OSS, pages 135, 16,364. For the origins of the U.S. Domestic Intelligence Agency, see Max Lowenthal's Still Useful Federal Bureau of Investigation, London, Turnstile Press, 1951. For the recent past, see Sanford J. Ungar's FBI, Boston, Little, Brown, 1975. For what Hannah Arendt once called the foundation legend of the secret agent, the legend of the great game as told by Rudyard Kipling, see Kim, Garden City, N.Y., Doubleday, page 1920 Orig 1901. I discovered belatedly that my reading of the novel finds welcome support in Edmund Wilson's The Kipling That Nobody Reads, The Wound and the Bow, New York, Oxford University Press, 1947, pages 10581. For a reading that stresses the novelist's mystical, Buddhist side, a dimension necessarily neglected here, see Vicente Shahna, Rudyard Kipling, Carbondale, Southern Illinois University Press, 1973. George Orwell ironically observed that Anglo-Indians felt that Kipling had mixed with the wrong people in India, and because of his dark complexion he was wrongly suspected of having a streak of Asiatic blood. Rudyard Kipling, The Orwell Reader, New York, Harcourt Brace, 1956, pages 27183. Angus Wilson's The Strange Ride of Rudyard Kipling, New York, Viking Press, 1978, is disappointingly superficial on Kipling's imperialism and on Kim. Lansdale resembled Gary Cooper and Jimmy Stewart somewhat, and that is to say he looked a little like the prototypal clean-cut Anglo-American, with a loose-jointed amiability that was ideal surface for the underlying imperial agent. In the islands, Filipinos sometimes called him Eagle, he wrote, from my initials EGL, IMW, P125N. This master of the occult must have chuckled inwardly at the mysterious appropriateness of the nickname. As a visitor to the vast headquarters at Langley, Virginia, might have noted, his employers had placed a mammoth seal in the lobby with the words Central Intelligence Agency set in the marble floor and with a baleful eagle's head in the center. By initials and by nickname Lansdale had thus left clues to his masquerade, for the face of the colonizer is the face of a bird of prey seeking with cruel intentness for distant quarry. Carl Jung wrote in his autobiography after visiting the Taos Indians, all the eagles and other predatory creatures that adorn our coats. 538. Of arms seem to me apt psychological representatives of our true nature quoted by Tom Hayden, the love of possessions is a disease with them, New York, Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston, 1972, p. 113. Chapter XXVI. Covered Savior of the Philippines. For Magsaysay's 1948 trip to Washington on behalf of Filipino veterans, see Carlos P. Romulo and Marvin M. Gray, The Magsaysay Story, New York, John Day, 1956, pages 9596, Carlos Quirino, Magsaysay of the Philippines, Manila, Ramon Magsaysay Memorial Society, 1958, p. 42. See pages 4445 for U.S. pressure on President Quirino to make Magsaysay his defense secretary. Needless to note, these studies of the Philippine leader leave much to be desired. Their authors would have found it awkward to reveal the extent to which their man of the people was actually the man of the CIA. The temper and outlook of Lansdale's team was revealed by Napoleon D. Valeriano and Charles T. R. Bohannon in Counter-Guerrilla Operations, The Philippine Experience, New York, Frederick A. Prieger, 1962. Theirs may very well have been one of the 15 or 16 books the Prieger firm admitted, 1967, publishing at the CIA's request. CIA, p. 164. For an explanation of the abbreviated references, CP 534. Amusingly, Valeriano and Bohannon reached back to Professor Worcester and his Philippines, Past and Present, 1914, for their authority on the Philippine insurrection and on the good intentions of that earlier generation of American soldiers, who had somehow managed to persuade the Philippine people that the United States presence was in their best interest, pages 23134, 275. Without question these two members of Lansdale's team would have fitted in nicely on Worcester's crew of absolutely fearless colonizers. Richard Critchfield of the Washington Star reported Lansdale's characterization of land reform as a gimmick in the long charade, New York, Harcourt, Brace and World, 1968, p. 323. With his own background in advertising, Lansdale knew the importance of cultivating close relationships with journalists, managed their coverage of his operations with considerable finesse, and effectively used some as conduits for CIA handouts, See, for example, GPP, I, 581. Among his oldest friends was Robert Chapelain of The New Yorker, to whom he paid tribute for his detailed coverage. 539. Of the campaign against the hooks, IMW, pages 99, 7. In turn, Chapelain wrote of Lansdale as a remarkable and controversial man in The Lost Revolution, New York, Harper and Row, 1965, pages 1014, gave him a puff as a leading coin expert in The Road from War, New York, Harper and Row, 1970, pages 3031, 34, and in both instances considerately refrained from mentioning his friend's CIA status. In his campaign to make Magsaysay known around the world, Lansdale achieved a spectacular publicity triumph when he pried out of the International Lions Clubs an invitation for his candidate to deliver the keynote address at their 1952 convention in Mexico City. Romulo and Gray, Magsaysay, pages 16369, cf. IMW, pages 9899. The ensuing confrontation of Lansdale and E. Howard Hunt, the two current operational heroes of the CIA, in the Mexican capital was little short of historic. Stad Sulk, Compulsive Spy, The Strange Career of E. Howard Hunt, New York, Viking Press, 1974, pages 6667. In Undercover, Memoirs of an American Secret Agent, New York, Berkeley Publishing, 1974, Hunt ungenerously referred to his rival Lansdale as a brilliant but erratic CIA station chief in Saigon, p. 151. And it was probably no coincidence that in End of a Stripper, New York, Dell, 1960, one of the novels Hunt wrote under the pseudonym Robert Dietrich, there was a smooth operating Representative Lansdale who bought an election. Gary Wills dissected the clandestine mentality in the CIA from beginning to end. New York Review of Books, XXII, January 22, 1976, 2333. This mentality consigned non-whites to the generic category of natives. The fundamental distinction was between white man and colored native, with multiple meanings interacting in both words to make them compacted doctrines. In Raymond Williams's useful phrase, native was taken to imply all subjected peoples are biologically inferior. Keywords, A Vocabulary of Culture and Society, New York, Oxford University Press, 1976, pages 15556, 18081, 18489. In this negative sense, native meant non-European or, in U.S. usage, of non-European extraction. Along with the gun and the Bible, the term became a weapon of conquest wherever Western imperialists went. It implied a special closeness or identification of the non-white and nature. General Philip H. Sheridan had originally declared to Comanche chief Tosai that the only good Indians I ever saw were dead, but in time his words were filed down to the Anglo-American aphorism usually attributed to him, the only good Indian is a dead Indian. The earnest efforts of the Central Luzon mayors and of General Castañeda, quoted by Quirino, Magsaysay of the Phil. 540. Ipines, p. 51, to apply those words to the hooks demonstrated that even new-caught natives could be brought around to share a core tradition of their overseas mentors. From Sheridan on across the Pacific the aphorism implied its complement, the only good nature is a conquered nature. That Marxist William Pomeroy so fully shared that conquistador view of nature and its indwellers underlined the identity of his and Lansdale's basic attitudes and assumptions and their shared faith in perpetual progress, a faith that is rooted in, and is indefensible apart from, Judeo-Christian teleology, as Lynn White, Jr., observed in his memorable essay, the fact that communists share it merely helps to show what can be demonstrated on many other grounds, that Marxism, like Islam, is a Judeo-Christian heresy. We continue to live, as we have lived for about 1,700 years, very largely in a context of Christian axiom. See the historical roots of our ecologic crisis, Science, CLV, March 10, 1967, 12,037. After a half-century of direct U.S. rule, the Philippines had a model colonial economy. After 1946, independence transformed the colony to a client state and made U.S. rule indirect, and covert, or what I regard as simply a more sophisticated form of colonialism. But to William J. Pomeroy, accelerated economic penetration, political domination, and military intervention made the Philippines a prime example of neocolonialism, as Marxists call that condition in which a country, supposedly independent, is not the master of its own affairs but remains dominated and exploited by the former colonial powers. An American-made tragedy, New York, International Publishers, 1974, p. 2, for an able discussion of what happened when U.S. agencies and corporations launched programs to reshape Philippine society, along lines laid out in General Richard Giles Stilwell's seminal document discussed on p. 365, see Pomeroy's The Road to Dictatorship, pages 91,128. See also his American Neocolonialism, New York, International Publishers, 1970, and The Forest, New York, International Publishers, 1963. In the mid-1970s, estimates of the book value of all U.S. investments in the islands ranged from $1 to $2 billion. For a useful survey of the role of the multinationals, see The Philippines, American Corporations, Martial Law and Underdevelopment, a report prepared by the Corporate Information Center of the National Council of Churches, 1973. Meanwhile, in 1957 the CIA had scrambled to find a replacement for Magsaysay when their man died in an airplane crash. For this post-Lansdale chapter in Nation Building, see Joseph B. Smith's Cold Warrior, pages 249,321. To get the Philippines back on the track, top officers in the company came out to review 541 operations in the area at the Far Eastern Chiefs of Station meetings. In those days, Smith noted, these meetings took place annually in the John Hay Air Force Base, the U.S. Armed Forces Rest and Recreation Center for the Far East, in the lovely mountain town of Baguio, CW, p. 319. Surely Secretary Hay and Professor Worcester would have been touched by this evidence that their works lived on. In 1972, President Ferdinand E. Marcos clamped martial law down on the Philippines and, to borrow a phrase, ended the long charade. Martial law dictatorship was necessary, Marcos explained, primarily to combat communist and Muslim insurgencies, New York Times, January 21, 1973. By the mid-1970s some 16,000 of the amazingly durable Moros were under arms in Mindanao and the Sulu archipelago, while a new People's Army of some 2,000 had expanded operations from Luzon to the Visayas, with the island of Samar, that old stamping ground of General Jacob H. Hell-roaring, Smith, a principal area of expansion. After a half-century of direct rule and another quarter of indirect, the U.S. showcase of democracy in Asia displayed its wares behind steel shutters. And so had the inglorious experiment in nation-building ground to a halt amid the wreckage of peoples and institutions. Chapter XXVII. Closing the Circle of Empire, Indochina. So much depends on how many layers of the onion we remove. Just one layer below the uppermost, Joseph B. Smith could defensibly argue that the U.S. entanglement in Vietnam began in Manila in the early 1950s with Lansdale's Magsaysay triumph and not in Saigon in the early 1960s, CW, p. 101, for an explanation of the abbreviated references, CP 534. Several layers deeper, Harrison E. Salisbury of the New York Times could also argue defensively that in a sense, the Philippines was where it all began in 1898. The flawed, distorted, and confused American adventure on the far side of the Pacific. See Salisbury's foreword to Raul S. Manglapas's Philippines, The Silenced Democracy, Marinoll, N.Y., Orbis Books, 1976. Down toward the core, as I like to think our pilgrimage down through the centuries has revealed, one sees that it all began at least as far back as the origins of the Anglo-American trek westward. To be sure, U.S. fighting men had already been on the Asian 542 continent as part of the international expedition against the Boxers in 1900 and more recently as about 4/5 of the United Nations police action against North Korea, 195,053. But it was only after Lansdale's arrival in June 1954 that the American Empire established a beachhead of its own in Southeast Asia. My reference to colonialism as an association of the philanthropic, the pious, and the profitable comes from Ronald Siegel, The Race War, New York, Viking Press, 1966, p. 44. In their preoccupation with the unprecedented victory of Asian over European at Dien Bien Phu, the Pentagon analysts had forgotten the Russo-Japanese War and the Japanese victory over the Russian fleet at the Battle of Tsushima Strait in May 1905. But the Viet Minh victory was virtually unprecedented and sent out shockwaves of fear lest those proverbial yellow hordes appear on the horizon. Biographical data on Lucien Conein appear in David Halberstein's Best and the Brightest, Greenwich, Con, Fawcett, 1973, pages 35,051, my source for the distaste with which Conein was regarded by the U.S. command in Saigon for having gone too native. Later Conein rose to a top post in Richard Nixon's Drug Enforcement Administration, where he reportedly put his talents to good use in planning the final solution of the narcotics problem, a full-fledged assassination program directed against the traffickers. Jonathan Marshall, Inquiry, I. November 27, 1978, 29. For a discussion of the Lansdale team's violation of the international law rights of North Vietnam, see Richard A. Falk, CIA Covert Operations and International Law in the CIA File, ed. Robert L. Borisage and John Marks, New York, Grossman, 1976, pages 14,446. For the CIA use of the tribal peoples of Indochina as cannon fodder, see Fred Branfman's The President's Army, Ibid, pages 4678, see also Ralph L. Stavins, Richard J. Barnett, and Marcus Raskin, Washington Plans an Aggressive War, New York, Random House, 1971, pages 6163. Chapter XXVIII. The Quiet American. The Veterans Legions Lansdale helped organize in the Philippines, Vietnam, and Laos tied in with the schemes of Cord Meyer, head of the CIA's International Organizations Division, to use such quasi-military groups as anti-communist fronts, CW, p. 252, for an explanation of the abbreviated references, CP 534. 543. In A Harlot High and Low, Reconnoitering Through the Secret Government, New York, 9, August 16, 1976, 2346, Norman Mailer insightfully considered the relative identity of such CIA agents as Lansdale. To live with the role is to live as an actor so soon as the role is more satisfying than the life, all clear boundaries of identity are lost. What was Lansdale? Where was the inner life that might have stood in a tensional relationship with his secret role? That he had become the latter helps account for what was after all bizarre behavior. Presumably the point of deception is to hide the truth. Yet Lansdale brought out his memoir after the publication of the Pentagon Papers had made some of his more flagrant falsities relatively easy to expose. He literally lived his cover even when it became counterproductive to do so. The more successful a liar is, Hannah Arendt once observed, the more people he has convinced, the more likely it is that he will end by believing his own lies. Lying in Politics, Reflections on the Pentagon Papers, New York Review of Books, 17, November 18, 1971, 36. In that sense Lansdale was only one of the more spectacular casualties of that national habit of self-deception so decisively revealed by the secret history of the Vietnam War. In this context one can begin to understand the firm conviction of Lansdale, his team, and a long line of compatriots going back past Woodrow Wilson to Jefferson and beyond, the conviction that Americans could never become colonialists like the French and the British. By substituting abstractions for realities, Anglo-Americans disguised national interventions as exercises in international spiritual leadership. Out of this lethal tradition came the secret agent and his erstwhile superior Robert Kennedy, who claimed for his countrymen on March 17, 1968, our right to the spiritual direction of the planet for this quotation, and that in the text on the fundamental ambiguities of a nationalism that parades as selfless internationalism, see Claude Julien, America's Empire, New York, Pantheon Books, 1971, pages 7, 31, et passim. In addition to Wesley R. Fischel's New Leader piece cited in the text, see his Free Vietnam Since Geneva, Yale Review, LXIX, Autumn 1959, 6879, it is the one Asian area where communism has been rolled back, and rolled back without war. On Fischel and other American friends of Vietnam, see Robert Scheer, How the United States Got Involved in Vietnam, Santa Barbara, California, Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions, 1965, and Bernard B. Fall, The Two Vietnams, New York, Frederick A. Prieger, 1967, pages 24245. In End of a War, Indochina, 1954, New York, Frederick A. Prieger, 1969, Philippe de Villers and Jean Lacouture cited direct and 544. Well-informed sources who told them that Bao Dai had put Diem at the head of his government in part because Diem was the candidate of the Department of State, and even of the Dulles brothers, p. 224n. They also commented on the fact that shortly after Lansdale arrived in Saigon, General William J. Donovan, his old boss from OSS days, passed through to become ambassador to Thailand, p. 211, all of which strongly suggested that Lansdale had been dispatched to give Diem his backing while Donovan built up an anti-communist bastion in nearby Bangkok. Indeed, Lansdale himself may have played a significant part in the choice of Diem, for on his 1953 visit he had met Ngo Dinh Nhu, after which Nhu had founded the Movement of National Union for Independence and Peace and had campaigned to make his brother Diem head of a new regime, p. 211. Very likely Lansdale arrived already committed to the Ngo family and with the intention of having Diem succeed Bao Dai as head of state. For General Collins's angry accusation that Lansdale had incited a mutiny to save Diem, see Robert Chapelain, The Lost Revolution, New York, Harper & Row, 1965, p. 124. Lansdale gave his friend Chapelain a slightly different account of Diem's reaction to the news that their true friend Trinh Minh had been shot in the head and killed. In this earlier version, the secret proconsul witnessed tears come into Diem's eyes as he begged forgiveness for what he had just said. It was the only time I ever saw him give in to his emotions. Impulsively, I put my hand on his shoulder, pages 12526. Cradling the sobbing statesman in his arms, the memoir version, made a better story. For a discussion of the mysterious death and the allegations he was murdered, see Joseph Budding Vietnam, A Dragon Embattled, New York, Frederick A. Prieger, 1967, 2, 88,284, 106,465, 1,112. Chapter XXIX. The New Frontier. The epigraph is from Kennedy's nomination acceptance. Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., 8,000 Days, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1965, pages 6061. Well into the 1970s Lansdale still felt it had been a mistake to let Prince Norodom Sihanouk stay in power as long as he did. In a post-mortem of the war managers, he complained that the enemy had made continuing and constant use of sanctuaries across the border in Cambodia, a gift from our self-imposed Polit. 545. Eichel decision to limit the geographical boundaries of the war, which allowed them to ready units for combat and rest them up afterward. The Lessons of Vietnam, ed. W. Scott Thompson and Donaldson D. Frizzell, New York, Crane, Russock, 1977, p. 127. For the Cambodian leaders' side of their conflict, see Norodom Sihanouk, My War with the CIA, New York, Pantheon Books, 1973. For the David Halberstam quotations, see The Best and the Brightest, Greenwich, Kahn, Fawcett, 1973, pages 158, 159. In Washington Plans an Aggressive War, New York, Random House, 1971, pages 7778, Ralph Stavins noted that Lansdale's appointment as Assistant to the Secretary of Defense for Special Operations was perceived as a threat by the Joint Chiefs, who feared losing control over the secret war in Vietnam. They set up their own counterinsurgency agency by creating a Special Assistant for Counterinsurgency and Special Activities, SACSA. Victor Krulak, the first SACSA, a former Marine Corps general and an astute politician who was referred to as the Brute, undercut Lansdale at every turn until Lansdale was called a paper tiger. The Pentagon analysts also suggested that by then Kennedy may have had second thoughts on Lansdale, aside from states' objections on bureaucratic grounds. Dodd, 2, 44, for an explanation of the abbreviated references, CP 534. What was Lansdale? Robert S. McNamara's uncertainty about whom the secret agent was working for, even though he was officially his special coin assistant, came out amusingly in his testimony before the Church Committee, on May 30, 1975 in connection with my inquiries to determine exactly who General Lansdale was working for at the time of August 1962, McNamara said, I called R.O.S. Gilpatrick. And during my conversation with Mr. Gilpatrick I asked him specifically what Lansdale was working for in August 62 and Mr. Gilpatrick stated that he was not working for either himself, that is Gilpatrick, or me in August 62, but rather for the committee that was dealing with the Mongoose operation, AAP, P159N. Seemingly McNamara never wondered if Lansdale were also working for the company and responsive to the wishes, if not under the immediate direction, of John McCone, Dulles' successor as DCI. Nor apparently did Gilpatrick, though he had recommended Lansdale for promotion to brigadier general and had worked closely with him on the projected task force. Almost certainly McNamara proposed the assassination of Castro at the August 1962, meeting of the SGA. Like Lansdale, William Harvey testified that the Secretary of Defense had asked 546. Shouldn't we consider the elimination or assassination of Castro, AAP, P164? In The Kennedy Vendetta, How the CIA Waged a Secret War Against Castro, Harper's, CCLI, August 1975, 61, Taylor Branch and George Cryle III quoted Richard Goodwin on McNamara's advocacy of killing. I was surprised and appalled to hear McNamara propose this. It was at the close of a Cuba task force session, and he said that Castro's assassination was the only productive way of dealing with Cuba. Goodwin next told the staff of the Church Committee that this shocking proposal was etched on his memory, yet 6 weeks later he testified that he was unable to say who proposed the assassination and maintained he had been misquoted by Branch and Cryle, AAP, pages 32,122. Gary Wills observed that the Church Committee, like the CIA, considered ordinary native lives as cheap. See the CIA from beginning to end, New York Review of Books, XXII, January 22, 1976, 28. On the Lansdale team turning around on DM and leading the assault against him, see Halberstam, Best and Brightest, p. 342. In 20 Years and 20 Days, New York, Stein and Day, 1976, pages 7475, when CAOKY quoted his comment to Kingmaker Lansdale. By then KY was living in Alexandria, Virginia, as a neighbor of the secret agent. For KY's young Hitler image and Lansdale's refurbishing of it, see George McTurnan Kahane and John W. Lewis, The United States in Vietnam, New York, Delta, 1967, pages 24,243, 263, and Richard Critchfield, The The Long Charade, Political Subversion in the Vietnam War, New York, Harcourt, Brace and World, 1968, pages 16470, 21417 cp 390 for Nguyen Van Theo's refusal to deal with Lansdale. Daniel Ellsberg discussed his former team leader in Papers on the War, New York, Simon and Schuster, 1972, pages 15, 2728, 13842, 19596, see also his interview in Look, October 5, 1971, pages 3142. For Lansdale's disappointed comment on Ellsberg, see Newsweek, June 28, 1971, p. 16. In The War Managers, Hanover, N.H., University Press of New England, 1977, Douglas Kinnard reproduced Lansdale's astrology memorandum for Bunker on pages 8990. On his return from Vietnam in 1968, now perhaps really retired, Lansdale proposed to open a Freedom Studies Center, or Cold War College, that would send Psy-War and paramilitary teams to foreign countries at the request of their governments or acceptable third parties. These covered philanthropists would help third world states resolve problems of concern to freedom. According to Alexander Kendrick, the Lansdale idea was rejected by Congress as too competitive with its own House Un-Ameri. 547. Ken Activities Committee, but defense contractors and other interested parties promptly subscribed the necessary funds. The center had on its advisory board in 1971 the vice president, 3 cabinet members, 9 senators, 28 congressmen, and 6 governors, and the Army Chief of Staff, who had been the commander in Vietnam, spoke at one of its dinners. The Wound Within, America in the Vietnam Years, 1945-1974, Boston, Little, Brown, 1974, p. 229. Manifestly Lansdale was terminally addicted to patriotic fun and games. Chapter XXX. The Problem of the West. CIA analyst Frank Snep's Decent Interval, an insider's account of Saigon's indecent end, New York, Random House, 1977, is invaluable for its portraits of frustrated empire builders. A legatee of Lansdale and all the other can-do enthusiasts who believed the country might not have been lost had American know-how been applied properly, Snep was moved by his anger and self-pity to pen revealing profiles of such officials and their families. An American wife, for instance, ran over a Vietnamese picket outside the commissary gates in her impatience to get inside and in her hatred for the little beasties veering all over the highway as if it were their country. Something snapped, as at My Lai, p. 47. The swollen racism came to a head at 3:45 a.m. on April 30, 1975, when the ambassador decided all the Vietnamese waiting in the embassy for evacuation were to be herded out into the courtyard. The helo lift off the roof was now to be reserved for Americans only, p. 558. A white face was the precious passport to the roof and flight back to the free world. Historian James C. Thompson, Jr., served in the White House and at State from 1961 to 1966. Close to the processes of power, he had insight into those who wielded it, especially into the covert racism of their traditional Western sense that there are so many Asians, after all, that Asians have a fatalism about life and a disregard for its loss, and that they are cruel and barbaric to their own people, and they are very different from us, and all look alike. An East Asia specialist himself, he suggested that such subliminal views raised the subliminal question of whether Asians, particularly peasants, and most particularly communists, are really people like you and me. To put the matter another way, would we have pursued quite such policies and quite such 548 military tactics if the Vietnamese were white? How could Vietnam happen? Atlantic, THC, April 1968, 51. Such a well-put question calls for a direct response, no. See also Thompson's Indochina, The Collapse, the Horror, and How It Happened, International Herald Tribune, April 21, 1975. The color of the corpses. This definition of Vietnamization by Ellsworth Bunker was quoted by John W. Dower, Asia and the New Nixon Doctrine, The New Face of Empire, in Open Secret, The Kissinger-Nixon Doctrine in Asia, eds. Virginia Brodeen and Mark Selden, New York, Harper and Row, 1972, p. 132. Ambassador Bunker's remark appeared originally in Le Figaro, January 15, 1970, weekly edition. Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., paraphrased Kennedy's warning against the white man's war in 8,000 Days, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1965, p. 547. Earlier, Senator Lyndon B. Johnson had taken the same stand against sending American GIs into the mud and muck of Indochina in a bloodletting spree to perpetuate colonialism and white man's exploitation in Asia, quoted by Thomas Lippman, Washington Post, March 4, 1975. When he returned to the Pentagon as Army Chief of Staff, Westmoreland found haircut policy one of my toughest decisions. The general proved himself a modern soldier, less inflexible on this issue than the iron-willed John Endicott. The anguish I underwent on the decision was almost farcical. In the end I settled for an increase in hair length that probably satisfied neither side completely but was acceptable enough to both to defuse the issue. A Soldier Reports, Garden City, NY, Doubleday, 1976, p. 371. The model general was too sanguine. The issue had a long-burning fuse in American history. The proposal to solve the Montagnard problem like we solved the Indian problem was quoted by Tom Hayden in The Love of Possession is a Disease with Them, New York, Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston, 1972, p. 110. The italics are probably Hayden's. Hugh Mank, head of the International Voluntary Service, testified that Vietnamese colonialists, such as Premier Ky's wife, were buying up tribal lands in a fashion painfully reminiscent of the activities of American pioneers with regard to the Indian tribes, Ibid. Frank Snepp reported that the CIA simply left its Montagnard friendlies behind at the end. Of the estimated 5,000 Montagnards who had escaped from the highlands in mid and late March, only around 80 had been logged in at the Guamian Reception Center as of 8 July 1975. Decent interval, p. 566n. For the U.S. mission's response to press critics, see David Halberstam, The Best and the Brightest, Greenwich, Con, Fawcett. 549. 1973, pages 25,356 et passim. AP correspondent Malcolm Brown's Little Big Horn allusion was quoted by John Meckellan, Mission in Torment, Garden City, NY, Doubleday, 1965, pages 13,132. For the uncovering of my lie, see Seymour M. Hersh, My Life or, New York, Random House, 1970, and Richard Hammer, One Morning in the War, New York, Coward, McKen and Gogan, 1970. Evidence that the anti-war movement helped make my lie known and spurred the press to relax its self-censorship was discussed by Noam Chomsky, At War with Asia, London, Fontana/Collins, 1971, pages 8182. For the cover-up in Congress, see the report of the Armed Services Investigating Subcommittee of the Committee on Armed Services, House of Representatives, July 15, 1970, Investigation of the My Lai Incident, Washington, Government Printing Office, 1970. The Hebert Subcommittee's conclusion quoted in the text appeared on p. 53. Indispensable for the Peers Panel's report is of course Seymour M. Hersh's cover-up, New York, Random House, 1972. When Robert J. Lifton discussed the MGR in The Gook Syndrome and Numbed Warfare, in Saturday Review, December 1972, pages 6672, a reader pointed out that the term Gook had been used long before by American forces to abuse natives and in particular directed his attention to an article in The Nation of July 10, 1920, wherein the writer quoted leathernecks in Haiti using the nickname to express their contempt, I have heard officers wearing the United States uniform in the interior of Haiti talk of bumping off, i.e., killing, gooks as if it were a variety of sport like duck hunting. See Lifton's Gooks and Men in Home from the War, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1973, pages 189,216. The evidence leads back to the unbroken continuity of such terms of dehumanization, the most lethal of which have always been intertwined with color and race. For a first-rate analysis of the implications of the Army's phrase Oriental human beings, see Richard Hammer, The Court-Martial of Lt. Cali, New York, Coward, McKen and Gogin, 1971, pages 4647, 349. In Nuremberg and Vietnam, An American Tragedy, Chicago, Quadrangle Books, 1970, Telford Taylor discussed the MGR and the general issue of racism, and still expressed the view that all Asians tended to look alike to our soldiers. But the general did put the issue squarely: if to come home alive required the slaughter of all the Vietnamese who might be sympathetic to the Viet Cong, then all our talk of pacification is the sheerest hypocrisy, and we had better acknowledge at once that we are prepared to do what we hanged and imprisoned Japanese and German generals for doing. P. 169. General Westmoreland B. 550. Came a little uneasy when Taylor appeared on a television talk show and held that if the same standards had been applied to the My Lai trial as had been applied to the trial and execution, in the Philippines, of World War II General Tomoyuki Yamashita, there would be a very strong possibility that they myself and civilian government officials would come to the same end he did. As Soldier Reports, pages 37,879. Taylor was guilty of an emotional outburst, concluded Westmoreland, convinced to the end that his actions in Vietnam would stand every test before both the bar of justice and the court of history. Every general is entitled to his day in Clio's court, a day that came to Yamashita too late for it to do him much good, for compelling evidence that Taylor was right and that the Japanese general was executed, 1946, for actions less demonstrably grave than those that earned Generals Jacob H. Smith, 1902, and Samuel W. Coster, 1971, reprimands, and General Westmoreland promotion to Army Chief of Staff, 1968, C.A. Frank Reel's Case of General Yamashita, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1949. On the issue of command responsibility and the responsibility of generals and others for the slaughter in Vietnam, see Taylor's Nuremberg and Vietnam, Richard A. Falk, Gabriel Kalko, and Robert J. Lifton, eds, Crimes of War, New York, Random House, 1971, John Duffett, ed., Against the Crime of Silence, New York, Clarion, 1970, and Clergy and Laymen Concerned About Vietnam, in the Name of America, Annandale, Virginia, Turnpike, 1968. For the Cali quotations in the text, the italics are his. C. John Sack, Lieutenant Cali, His Own Story, New York, Viking Press, 1971, pages 3, 31, 1045. Best for placing the case in its historical context is Richard Hammer's Court-Martial of Lt. Calazi, especially pages 39,192. See also the New York Times, March 31, 1971, for the lieutenant's contention he was not killing people, just a philosophy in a man's mind. That was my enemy out there, words that must have made Graham Greene wince. The only good dash is a dead dash dash. The quotations below the colloquy from Joseph Strick's film Interviews with My Lai Veterans, 1971, come seriatim from Robert J. Lifton, Home from the War, p. 47, and San Francisco Chronicle, December 1, 1969. See also the There Are No Rules letter to the editor in the Chronicle of December 31, 1969, and Charles Levy, Spoils of War, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1974, p. 26. The testimony of the 100 honorably discharged veterans reproduced in the Congressional Record, Katai, April 67, 1971, 282, 5900, 290,336, also appeared as Vietnam veterans against the 551 War, The Winter Soldier Investigation, an inquiry into American war crimes, Boston, Beacon Press, 1972. In Ecocide in the American Global Frontiers, Akwesasne Notes, 6, Early Summer 1974, 2627, Navajo Ben Munita reported that the U.S. Air Force was trying to sell Agent Orange, a military herbicide so lethal it was banned from Vietnam, to South American countries, especially Brazil, where it would further devastate the Amazon Indians. For a survey of the ecocide in Indochina, see Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, Ecological Consequences of the Second Indochina War, Stockholm, Almqvist and Wicksell, 1976. Most illuminating on the origins of the attitudes and assumptions that led to all this devastation is Lynn White, Jr., The Historical Roots of Our Ecologic Crisis, Science, CLV, March 10, 1967, 12037. Originally Frederick Jackson Turner's The Problem of the West was published in Atlantic, LSC 8th, September 1896, 28997. It and his celebrated 1893 paper were reproduced in The Frontier in American History, New York, Henry Holt, 1920, pages 138, 20521. By linking democracy to free land, the problem of the West became acute for Turner when the westward advance of his frontier caused the free land to disappear. As Henry Nash Smith has observed, what then was to become of democracy? The difficulty was the greater because in associating democracy with free land he had inevitably linked it also with the idea of nature as a source of spiritual value. See Smith's germinative discussion of Turner in Virgin Land, The American West as Symbol and Myth, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1970 Rig 1950, pages 25,060. This deeper linkage of democracy and nature heightened Turner's quandary and indeed anticipated formulations of the problem that would be posed as the ecologic crisis became more desperate. With the ongoing rape of nature, what then was to become a source of spiritual values? Turner saw the world solely through Anglo-American eyes, and that meant he could not really perceive the Native American as a person. His were like all the other interior perspectives of the American fragment which have prevailed in historical study, in Lewis Hartz's words. But, of course, once we get outside the national fragment, the very fact that the Indian was thus eliminated, could thus be neglected by the European logic of the culture, becomes a matter of very great importance. By expanding abroad, furthermore, outriders of the national fragment bumped up against the revolutionary process and ideologies they had fled Europe in the first place to escape, Crusoe-like, with natives. 552. No less, reminding them of their long flight. Must we not see the continuous significance of the dwindling Indian challenge? Asked Hartz. Life outside the United States fragment is bound to convert the North American Indian, and his fate, into matters of the deepest historical interest. My indebtedness to Hartz is considerable. See his founding of New Societies, New York, Harcourt, Brace and World, 1964, pages 199, and A Comparative Study of Fragment Cultures in Violence in America, Historical and Comparative Perspectives, ed. Hugh Davis Graham and Ted Robert Gurr, Washington, Government Printing Office, 1969, I. 87100. In the 1960s, J. Edgar Hoover and his agents set out to destroy Martin Luther King, Jr., and looked around for a suitable replacement, the right kind of a Negro. To advance to positions of national leadership, as though they were McKinney and Cass picking out a suitable chief for the Menominees in the 19th century, or Lansdale and other agents seeking a proper leader for the Cambodians. See David Wise, FBI, The Lawbreakers in the American Police State, New York, Random House, 1976, pages 274,321. For the CIA's domestic Operation Chaos, see Jerry J. Berman and Morton H. Halperin, eds, The Abuses of the Intelligence Agencies, Washington, D.C., Center for National Security Studies, 1975, pages 12428. The Rockefeller Report on the CIA revealed that the American Indian Movement, AIM, was one of its domestic targets. For a summary of the FBI's memorandum for the CIA on AIM, see Morton H. Halperin et al., The Lawless State, The Crimes of the U.S. Intelligence Agencies, New York, Penguin Books, 1976, pages 24,041.